Alrighty. Are we alive? Wait for it. Wait for it. Where is it? Where is it? Oh, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream a Large Boot Camp and real estate course. But, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Friday Junior. It's actually kind of wild. Now, was there any China data? There was, and even though China export data came in a little better than expected, it was still down like 8 or 9% or something like that. There was another report on the Apple iPhone. So if you watched my video yesterday, I'm very glad that we focused on it, and I guess I was talking ahead because they extended the ban to all of the offices, or at least that's what they're talking about now. So very big news. Apple is down another 3.75% today. A couple of things overseas, but now you mix that in with bond yields and a China currency hitting the low of 2007. I mean, that is the story right now. So we were coming off the data yesterday, or 2 days ago. We gave up some of it. And remember ISM yesterday, then the jolts last week, but right here, this was the non-farm, or not the non-farms, the initial jobless claims, but this right here actually had a reaction. It came in a little bit lower. People thought it was going to rise. You even had wages go up, not as fast, but it was an overall very interesting dynamic. But if you couldn't tell right now, there is definitely pain, and it starts with China and Apple. Then we got everything else in between. So, Chad, we'll see where Friday ends. That's tomorrow. We'll see what the currencies do. It should get very active, but my goodness, I hope you're ready, and good morning. So, Chad, what's up, baby? What's up, Lucky Soldier? Good morning, baby. I hope you living good. What's up, Stafford? Tell him get hype. That's what I'm talking about. Smars, baby. Zoorise, Wandering, Tim Whitman, baby. Stafford, Open Face, Alaskan Assassin, Monica, Ashley, Lost One. And then now the chat just went crazy. Oh, my goodness. Samuel, good morning. Super Takeoff, Ryan, Nate McAllister, the Holy Trinity, baby. JMT, Cambolini, Astro, Kansas, Dakota, Christian's Collection, baby. Good morning. What's up, Will? El Chapato, Rahab, Christy, oh, B Dizzle, baby. Hobby Life. Good morning, Nathan Evans. What's up, man? Oh, Candy up there ready to play. A picture of Tom Cruise in the house. N.A. Juancito. Christian's Collection. Bazim. Nakib. Oh, my goodness. Happy Friday, Junior, baby. Good morning. What's up, Nikki? What's up, Gunner? Mr. Figueroa. Andre. Ray Kilby. Matthew Warman. Sean McCain. Joshua. Iris. Carissa Hines. Oh, good morning, baby. What's up? What's up, man? Kikwana, Car Plaza, Cuddy, Destiny, baby. Good morning. What's up, Vincent? What's up, Cam? CD, look at the chat. Ready to go. Ready to go. What about the Twitch? Jacob, good morning, baby. The real Joe Q. Toy Soldier. Braxton, ready to go. Destroyer, woke up bright and early. 333, baby. Angelus, Payday Devil. Dr. Suede, Hailstone. Charlie in the Tree, good morning. What's up, QE? Oh, then we got Blizzy B. Oh, everybody. It's the same girl, baby. And then Windup. I got you, baby. Chad, you ready? Are you ready? Yeah, Apple is clap, bro. China. But on that note, I hope your morning is good. Let's make it an even better one. Hopefully this today, I mean, it might be a lot of fun, or at least a lot of action. It's already moving crazy. Apple down 3% back to back. I think it went from above its 50-day moving average to below its 100-day moving average in 2 days. So I think the last one is the 200-day moving average on Apple. But 2 days back to back, yeah, you can't blame Mr. China. But stock futures extend losses after jobless claims. I think that's a shitty headline. Again, so we were down most of it before here, but at the same time, jobless claims did give us a decent reaction. But Stock futures extended losses after jobless claims data, with Apple leading declines in big tech on concerns that China will broaden their iPhone ban. S&P contracts fell by 0.6, while the NASDAQ 100 futures dropped 1%. Apple was on track to wipe out $194 billion of market value in just 2 days. Treasury 2-year yields, which are more sensitive to policy moves, hovered near 5%. The dollar edged higher after hitting an almost 6-month high earlier in the week. The euro retreated as the region barely grew in the second quarter. The onshore yuan slipped to the 16-year low as pessimism grew towards China's economy. About 6 potential issuers are looking to sell new U.S. investment-grade bonds on Thursday. According to an informal survey of debt underwriters, 30 companies have already come to the U.S. primary market in just the last 2 days of the Labor Day holiday. The issue volume tally is now at $50.58 billion, topping the $45 to $50 billion range. Trillions of dollars of derivatives beyond the reach of central clearinghouses face more regular checks as the industry moves to address criticisms that they were caught flat-footed in episodes of volatility. The International Swaps and Derivatives Association, the main industry body for the market, that's the ISDA, they want traders to adjust margins more often in order to buffer losses if bets go awry. The Standard International Margin Model, or SIM, will undergo semi-annual instead of annual recalibrations from 2025, according to ISDA. Active managers holding last month's skewed defensive, according to data compiled by Bank of America. Hedge funds and active long funds have only upped their exposure to utility stocks relative to historical averages. Active equity exposure to high beta stocks remains well below average. People have been very overweight defensives in growth sectors for a while, said Oshan Kwong, equity strategist at Bank of America. People are deploying their capital and slowly moving more to cyclicals, but they're still waiting for confirmation. Dell dropped as Barclays downgraded the personal computer company to underweight. CP3 AI sank after giving a lackluster sales forecast and said profitability will take longer than expected, fueling anxiety that the software company is struggling to capitalize on enthusiasm for AI. BlackBerry slid as the security company reported preliminary revenue that was weaker than expected. Dave & Buster's, they retreated after the restaurant company reported earnings that missed estimates. The United Auto Worker plans to make a counteroffer to Ford after rejecting the company's first proposal last week. McDonald's rose after Wells Fargo upgraded the fast food chain to overweight, expecting the company to stand tall as quick service restaurant trends slow. GameStop climbed after the video game retailer's net sales for the second quarter beat expectations. And then online delivery Instacart is preparing to set a price range for their public offering and start investor roadshow as early as Monday, according to people familiar with the matter. Wow. So again, you got Japan GDP tomorrow, German CPI, U.S. wholesale inventories and consumer credit, and that's about it. Steel tariffs. The U.S. and European unions are working on an agreement that would introduce new tariffs aimed at excess steel production from China and other countries, as well as put behind them the Trump-era trade conflict. The levies would primarily be focused on imports from China that benefit the non-market practices, according to people familiar with the discussions, who said that the talks were ongoing. The agreement would be part of the so-called global arrangement of sustainable steel and aluminum that the EU and Biden administration have been negotiating since 2021. The talks are aimed at settling a dispute started in 2018 when President Donald Trump slapped tariffs on the metal import from Europe in 2021. Two sides agreed to pause the 25% tariff on each other's on their goods and set a deadline of October 31st this year to find a permanent solution. Biden's chance. President Joe Biden aims to seize the absence of Russian President Vladimir Putin and Chinese President Xi Jinping at this week's group of G20 leaders meeting in New Delhi to make fresh inroads with countries that the leaders have previously courted. He'll take to the case that the U.S., such as Brazil, South Africa, and Indonesia, the host, are eager for close ties with China and have declined to take sides after Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Central to his effort is a push to boost the funding and scope of the World Bank and other developmental banks, a push for debt relief for poor countries, and funding for new infrastructure projects. China credit weak disclosure standards and conflicting communications are angering global bond buyers of China's property companies, leaving them deeply wary of investing in the country going forward, as dozens of debt-saddled property companies, including industry giant Country Garden, struggle to stave off defaults. International money managers say weak governance and disclosure practices are putting them off mainland borrowers long-term. Our Big Take looks at how this could lead to diminished access to financing, higher borrowing costs for years to come, and further hamstringing China's already sputtering economy. Stocks weaken. I got jobless claims. Texas power grid is teetering on edge of blackout. Saudi looks to mining metals. Swatch's new budget luxury timepiece is a $400 diver watch. Mercedes-Benz's little G-Wagon will be electric and not cheap. Okay. This one, emerging currencies are close to erasing 2023 gains. EM currency gauge is up only 0.3 this year after losses. And let's see what we have now. Futures are down by 0.6 in the morning, trading after U.S. equities finished lower on Wednesday, with the Nasdaq down over 1% on weakness in mega cap tech. The Magnificent Seven has fell the most in a month. S&P closed back below their 50-day moving average. Treasuries are little change, reversing earlier strength that followed another backup in yields on Wednesday. Dollar is better versus euro and sterling, but weaker versus the yen. Gold is little change. Bitcoin futures are up by 0.2. WTI is up by 0.6 after increasing for a ninth straight session on Wednesday. Markets continue to lean towards risk off. Big development today has been Bloomberg report about China looking to expand iPhone ban. Comes amid some heightened scrutiny on big tech with the renewed upward pressure on rates. Antitrust headlines and concentration concerns. Rates have been pressured higher in recent days by several factors, including the hotter ISM service print, oil price spike, and peak disinflation momentum talk. A move of corporate supply in addition. Early rate rally today thwarted by depressed claims reading. However, bullish talking points for risk assets are surrounding soft landing. Peak Fed and earnings rebound largely remaining intact. Initial claims lower than expected following stronger employment reading in ISM service yesterday. Busy in terms of Fed speak. Harker, Goolsby, Williams, Bostic, Bowman, and Logan are all scheduled to speak today. However, market not expecting any explicit near-term policy signaling ahead of CPI next week. Not much going on elsewhere. China exports declined for a fourth straight month in August, though the pace of contraction on both exports and imports eased from July. German industrial production declined more than expected in July, and takeaways talked about increasing recession risks. China reportedly seeking to expand Apple iPhone ban to state firms and limited state firms and agencies. WRK nearing a deal to merge with SMFKY. GameStop revenue beat and EBITDA unexpectedly positive. AI beat and maintained full year revenue guide, but guided higher than spending. And stock is already up 100% year to date, 180. AEO they beat and raised, and they help keep favorable BTS trends. ChargePoint takeaways focused on weak margins and softer second half revenue growth with slowdown in NA commercial. VRNT missed guidance and played and noted a deal slippage and elongated sales cycle. Play comps are soft, but Street also noted margin progress. And then SPWH down big on a miss and guidance reduction. I think there's more, my brother. There's more. China's trade numbers come in slightly better than feared as signs show stabilization. Exports dropped 8.8 year over year versus 9 forecast and 14 in July, while imports fell 7.3 versus the 9% forecast and 12% in July. China plans to expand ban of iPhones. U.S. Commerce Department should end all technology exports to Huawei in China, their top semiconductor firm, following the discovery of new chips in Huawei phones that may violate trade restrictions. The chair of the House Representatives on Committee of China said today 5 of China's major state banks said they will start to lower interest rates on existing mortgages for first-time loans, part of a series of support measures announced in Beijing last week. A sharp decline in car making fueled by deepening downturn in Germany industry as production fell for the third consecutive month in July, intensifying pressure on the government to do more to lift the economy out of the doldrums. The 0.8% month-on-month decline reported by the Statistical Office exceeded the 0.5 forecast by economists. U.S. and EU are near a deal to resolve a steel tariff dispute and impose new tariffs aimed at curbing excess steel production. U.S. Crude inventories fell by 5 million barrels last week, the API is said to have reported. Disney and Comcast have agreed to accelerate the timeline for Disney to buy Comcast stake in Hulu. The goal is to strike a deal by the end of the month, and Comcast says that they will direct the proceeds towards accelerated buybacks. Boaz Weinstein and his group of bidders revised their offer for Sculptor to include a beefed-up equity commitment and eliminated debt financing, people familiar said. More headlines. China considering ban. U.S. lawmakers say SMIC appears to have violated U.S. sanctions by supplying components to Huawei. U.S. and EU plan new China steel tariff. China exports and imports contract at slower pace. China's share of U.S. imports dropped to the lowest in 17 years as companies are moving away from Chinese suppliers. German industrial production misses. Estimates are increasing recession risks as woes linger. Chicago Fed says rate hikes over 18 months may have been enough to return inflation back to a 2% target. Biden administration scraps Alaskan oil leases in efforts to clamp down on Arctic drilling. Saudi Arabia raises Asia crude selling price for fourth straight month. Australia gas strike delayed until Friday as talks continue. And UAW chief reiterates the strike warning but concedes that the union will give up some of their demands. Actually, I think I got more. It's the same thing. So again, I don't know if you guys watched yesterday's what's it called? If you watched yesterday's watch list, I think it was very important because I was talking about some stuff and then it ended up happening overnight. So again, it's yesterday was the issue. But again, Apple, China, and extending the ban, that's the thing. So they're saying that officials at the central government agencies to not use Apple iPhones and other foreign branded device for work or bring them into the office. So remember, yesterday, that's where people thought it wasn't just about bringing it in. It was only for employees. You can't even bring them into the Chinese buildings, which is what I was talking about last night. But let's see. Light week of jobless claims. There's one more. Market taking a defensive tone. No, that's not it. Amazon antitrust. Latest beige book says growth modest during July and August. Fed's latest beige book says economic growth during July and August with consumer spending tourism stronger than expected. Other retail spending continued to slow. Consumers may have exhausted pandemic-era savings. They noted manufacturing and said supply chain delays have improved, though backlogs shortened as demand for manufacturing goods waned. And they noted housing supply continued to tighten. And then we went over that. There was one more. Recession mentions tick down. I think that's about it. The watch list 10. Was it supposed to be 10? There's something big in yesterday's watch list. Like I'm saying, it's just looking at what China's doing. And I think it's just getting really, really economic. And like I said, I was talking about full-on ban yesterday. I mean, some people commented it was just this, just that. But literally by the time we wake up, I mean, it's already full-blown ban. But it's like, pay attention. China is, that's it, man. I'm really, at this point, I could really say China is spiraling at this moment. So, very, very not pretty, Habibi. Very, very not pretty. What happened? So, let's see here. Bullard, remember, Bullard is no longer on the Fed. So, keep that in mind. But let's see. What time is it? 9:16. Do we have time for the bathroom?
UAW
all right, I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity.
This after the union
I will be right back, and we will finalize the plays.
Strike deadline. Let's get your team coverage. Bloomberg's AMH alongside Kelly Lyons in Washington, D.C. Kelly Lyons, what's the latest?
Well, I would point out that this raise for these 8,000 union represented workers at Ford is a product of something that was agreed to back in 2019. That is when those negotiations happened. It's just accelerating now the time it takes for a worker to reach the average top raise of $32 an hour. And Ford said in a statement that these pay raises are an example of Ford's commitment to improving the lives of our hourly workforce. And we are offering further improvements in the next contract because, of course, John, it is now the next contract that is of issue here. The current one expires on September 14th. And so we are staring down that deadline for these negotiations to actually result in a deal. And of course, this isn't just Ford. GM and Stellantis are also locked in these conversations with the UAW. And if you remember, just last week, the UAW filed a lawsuit against those two car companies saying that they weren't bargaining in good faith. Now, the latest there is we do expect that GM and the UAW are going to talk today. The union has said it does expect to get an offer from GM. Then for Stellantis, they are expected to present an offer by the end of this week. But time is running short. We are just a week out now from that contract expiration. Remember, the union itself has called some of what it is asking for audacious: 46% pay raises, 32-hour work week, other benefit related matters as well. And GM has been here before. In 2019, there was a 40-day strike of that automaker in particular that cost the company billions of dollars in EBITDA. So this is really go time here, John. 150,000 workers risking walking out of all three automakers at the same time if an agreement can't be made.
It is go time, Anne-Marie. What's the official line from this White House on this dispute?
Well, you saw it out in the open yesterday, Jonathan. This White House wants to be seen as they are on the side of the unions, especially when they come out hailing the product of what happened between the dock workers in the Pacific and on the ports. But overshadowing that, of course, is this contentious contract debate between the UAW, as Kaylee just outlined, and these big three auto.
This contentious debate. So, yeah, the UAW stuff, again, I mean, just think with the FedEx stuff, or was it UPS? So remember, you had a little bit of that negotiation. It ended up going through. But what you should be thinking about is going to be, when does that, if they make a deal, when does that impact wages? When does that show up on all the data that we talk about lagging every day? But Chattadonia, good morning, my man. We got a couple of pre-market movers. Again, we're down a lot here pre-market. It's a very, very bad day to start off. You could blame Apple for that. Again, everything going on there. It's a very, very big deal. I'm sure we're going to talk about it a lot more here today. But as far as pre-market movers, CBay, they're up 19.7% off of trial data. WRK, WestRock, Smurfit Kappa, WestRock confirmed merger discussion. Stock is up 6.6. SMR, Chubu Electric reportedly agrees to purchase stake in NewScale. They're up 3.4. Path, they're up 3.1 off of earnings. McDonald's up 0.9 off of a Wells Fargo update. ASXC up 29%. Collaboration with NVIDIA. RCLF, they're up 15%. Shareholders approve merger with Spectral MD. 12% on GNFT. CBay trial data sympathy. NRIX up 11.6. Collaboration license agreement with Siage. IPX is up 6.4. Agreement to produce titanium plate for U.S. Army testing. BKCC up 4.2 to merge with BlackRock TCP Capital Corp. XAIR up 4.1. Collaborates with Getz Healthcare to commercialize LungFit PH in Asia Pacific region. Novax is up 3.9 for no reason. ROL is down 7.4. 38 million secondary offering. VinFast down 6.9 on nothing. STM down 4.2. Han High Precision Industry working with ST Micro to build 40 nano chip plant in India. ASML down 3.7. STM Sympathy. Net is down 3.4. Bank of America initiates underperform. Apple down 2.9. China considering expanding ban to SOEs and other government-controlled entities. 2.8 on Dell. Barclays downgrade. And then VRNT down 16% on earnings. Yext is down 16% on earnings. AMKR down 13.2, 10 million share secondary offering. LZ down 12.5, 14 million secondary offering. CP3AI down 12 off of earnings. ChargePoint down 10 off of earnings. Black Bear preliminary revenue down 10. CRGY down 5.9 to acquire interest in Western Eagle Ford position. BROS 300 million offering down 5.6. SAIC down 5. Sum down 4.2 to merge with Argos. SMTC down 3.3, delays filing of the 10Q. Crocs down 2.4, B. Riley's security downgrade. AMRX down 2.4, FDA approval of calcium glucosinate injection. And then SPWH down 23% off of earnings. And then technology stocks all lower related to Apple. And then China ADRs all down like 3 to 4%. I think the lowest is 2. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. And then another new low on Apple. Microsoft may lag behind, but you got to realize Apple kind of just got blindsided by that news. It's actually really, really bad for them in general. And what it's really referring to is, like, again, people are even talking about violating sanctions. So SMCI would get in trouble. But to give you an idea, I mean, the new iPhone comes out, and then now there's this new Huawei. That new Huawei is popping, bro. I'm just saying, you ain't never heard of the Huawei Pro, bro? The Mate 60 Pro, bro, but it's popping out in China right now. And that's all just how it's correlating. And then just not to mention, the issue is like a tit-for-tat dynamic. I mean, just to give you an idea, let's say Russia blatantly violated a sanction. What do you think would happen? You know, obviously we're going to treat China a little different, but to give you an idea, it's a borderline slap in the face. But like I said yesterday, in my mind, all this confirms to me is that China is really, really struggling right now. It might be hitting that point, and it's a problem. They're scrambling, and to, you know, try to spur good domestic product. I mean, there you go, my brother. There you go. But Chad, what do you got for me? What's your first play of the day? We got a couple of minutes left here. The bell is about to go. We got to say the pledge. What do you have for me? Post your first play of the day. Post it in the chat. Let me know what you got. Let's go. Spy calls, selling Airbnb profits, shorting oil, NVIDIA both ways, Snow puts, MES, cash, short SPY, Microsoft puts, holding FNGU, Netflix puts, Yang call, SPY puts, pray for the dollar, don't care, Apple flips, TQQ, Apple puts, Long Joe, Byron, Long 10, Netflix puts, SPY puts, ride the MU, waiting, Tesla short, Geospace shares, QQQ, SPY calls, DWOX, XLE calls, AMD quick call, waiting for NVIDIA to make red candles, KO, loading up on Baidu, short the SPY, futures, Microsoft puts, Oxy puts, more bill, UUP puts, Intel calls, AMD, SQQ, Tesla calls, waiting for the bottom, Yeti puts, overstock, Nat Gas long, watching Walgreens, sell Tesla, COVID short, shorting Disney, Apple puts, Microsoft puts, MP, long, Walgreens, Roku, 85, short ES, long MES for the bounce, selling, going to cash, puts, September, October, Pfizer, scaling with shares, dollar cost average, Walgreens, Roblox, SPE, Microsoft calls, SPY puts, Pinduo, Roku, SPY puts for the win, SQQ long, short affirm, AMD, Lucid long, all in, SGD, holding ASXC since 2019, aiming for NVIDIA 450, Airbnb long, AMD calls, shorting Oat futures, Peach calls, QQQ, Wheat, love the energy, NVAX, and the final play. SPY puts, LMT shares, and Neo puts. Let's go! That's how you do it, Chad. Guys, I'm going to give you guys, I'm going to just give away money. That's it. Somebody's going to get money today just for that performance in the morning. You see what I'm saying? That's how you start a really good mood, or you could just start it off very poor. And I just SM. That was beautiful. It's fucking beautiful. Are you kidding me? Good job, Chad. Oh, let's go. No, that was everybody. That was beautiful. So, I got a couple of plays. I'm going to be watching Apple, obviously. I like what somebody said. I mean, honestly, realistically, hopefully Apple keeps moving throughout the day. But, like, you don't have to do just, like, you could just focus on Apple. Legitimately today, if it does make actual movements, that's probably going to be the biggest piece of news. Like I said earlier, SMCI, they would be at risk to everything going on. They are the ones who pretty much supplied the chips. There would be another risk there if any of the politicians want to crack down. Then McDonald's, I have that on my watch list. Look at the value. Again, certain things have been selling off. It could be a broader sell-off today. There might be some things holding up like McDonald's, which got to upgrade. So see if that actually holds. And ASXC, again, they had a lot of data here today. What's it called? I just read it, but I think they're up like 30%. Watch out for them. And then AI, they had news yesterday too, but again, people are kind of worried. The hype is kind of dying down. And then just don't forget about young XLF and any of the banks, my brother. Okay, that's it. But Chatadonia. Chatadonia. I hope you're ready. And here at the Cult, before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people that has sacrificed more than most of us ever have and ever will. And I'm talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the Cult, the people here, the people not here, I want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country. For real, God bless you. Thank you for your service. Shout out to the families who even made their sacrifices. Well, I hope you know you're appreciated, and thank you. God bless you all, and I encourage all of you to show that love and appreciation to those who deserve it. And big shout out to anybody else out there helping out their local community, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the garbage men, the janitors, the coaches, helping out with the nonprofit. If you giving back, you know what you're doing, baby. Keep it up. God bless you, and thank you. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Senators! Oh, it's game time, baby. Oh, nah. Let's go, Chad. Oh, happy Friday, Junior. Happy Friday, Junior. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Woo. Chatadonia. There it is. So, all right, how much time we got? I got 2 minutes. We got a lot of time. We actually got a lot of time. I'll take it. So, again, bro, look at it again. Apple's already down 4. So, this is going to get wild because you got to realize right when it opens up, this thing is either going to shoot up like, again, if it's already dropping about $1 or $2 ahead of the bell, 2 minutes. I mean, just imagine that opening candle in the first 5 minutes might have a lot of activity there on Apple. So, watch out. That's going to be the first one. I don't know about buy the dip. You could even short it. I honestly don't think... I think it's going to move around a lot, and obviously look at the market and what people are worried about. But the general idea is this Apple news is the biggest news in the world right now. That's all I'm saying, is that it's like this is your focus. I mean, I don't know how today would have looked if Apple wasn't down 4%. We may have been down because some things, but like I told you, China did a little better, even though it was bad. Europe wasn't hot. Yesterday wasn't as good too. Maybe the jobs data would have had a reaction, but 2 days back to back on Apple, 4% is that's not small. It's about $200 billion. So we'll see. We will see. So how much time we got? We got 50 seconds. Let's get it popping. Apple, it was the news from yesterday, but then there was reports China extended it. So again, even yesterday, some people thought it wasn't really a big deal, but even then, there's another report that it's about to get extended to more government agencies and just literally even offices. And then again, the next step is, I hope people inferred, next step does lead into, what's it called? Next step leads into consumer reactions, but for the most part, that's about it. It's just now it's a tit for tat and more tensions going there. And then my base case is that China is extremely weak. So we'll talk about it here in a little bit. We're about 10 seconds, Chad. So get ready, like the video, make sure you're subscribed, call out any plays. You got any questions, let me know. And here it is. Round 1. Fight. All right. So, again, watch the bonds, too. They were kind of tweaking out here in the morning. Like I said, SMCI, they're down 3 now. And then watch these candles here. So, like I'm saying, Apple just moved $2 ahead of this. So, watch how that plays out. SMCI is down 3. I might keep both of these up if that's okay with you guys. But hold on. Let me throw it up on another screen. Watch SMCI. Apple as well, too. But then we need to look at the... we need to see everything else going on. Somebody brought up even Microsoft, too. You got telecom on the high. I'm seeing stuff like Unity. Microsoft's rocketing straight up at the open here. So Microsoft got to recover a decent amount there. NASDAQ's down 1.4, dude. Ugly, ugly-ass open there for the Nasdaq. SPY is down 0.7. Dow Jones barely red here at 0.3. And then regionals, I mean, they're kind of holding their own 0.5, but second best on the day. Microsoft's going up. Yeah, BABA is getting destroyed. Again, all the China plays. So I think it's just a mix of, it's not even China's data as much as it is the Apple news is what I would argue. AMD, oh, they're still red though. They're going up there. Again, Apple with another low. It's about to. That's in the bottom right. We have Apple. I'm going to keep this one probably all day. But 174.44 breaking down a little bit more. BABA puts up over 200. Nice. That's actually crazy. See if they hold. I mean, by middle of the day, it's either, I think BABA, it either bounces at 4% or it turns into a 7% day. I think same thing could kind of be said for Apple. Apple down again, 4.8. Intel is magnificently going up here, though. SMCI is also taking another candle. Again, they're down 4. I wonder. Oh, Pfizer's moving a little bit too. Yeah, so there's your first little bounce. SMCI's bouncing. IBN's on the high. CP, watch energy again. SPY going a little lower here. So we are below levels now. Again, this was a massive gap down. Bro, you're about to hit 44.30, or that's what you just hit. 44.26 is the next level, but I hate to break it to you, but you guys realize this is parachute level. So if we do not bounce off of this one and try to fill the gaps from yesterday, next level will be parachute level, and then you have a shot at hitting below 4,400 today. So we'll see. Apple 173.80, bro. Apple is still the safe haven, but at least that's what it was proving to be over the last year or two. But this is just really bad news. Again, it's one thing about, I think the news may be a little bit. It sounds worse than what it is, but it's what it could lead to, even like we've seen in the last 24 hours, the situation already escalated, but it's just not a good sign. So, again, I think they were at this price not too long ago. They just had a little bit of a recovery, or I think they were, $2, $3, $4 higher? No, yeah, they were here a couple weeks ago after earnings. So it's not like they're dead. Again, I believe this is still right below their previous all-time high, but this is just it's bad, just bad news, man. Yeah, Apple, another low. JP Morgan's on the high again. SMCI is holding up here. Let's see all the other chip makers. The news is just they're extending that Apple ban from yesterday. Yesterday was the report. People thought it was only going to go so far, but now this morning we're hearing more about it extending to a lot of other government agencies, and just pretty much, it's starting at the government level, and then most likely it's going to lead to the consumer. But China is banning iPhones. Again, consumers are allowed, but in government offices now and government employees, they're not allowed to use them. And then there was a new, but it's not just that; it's also related to the Huawei release. So it's just a shit show overall. But now we're gonna see if SMCI with another candle, and then AMD's coming down. IEF. Oof. Will this work? Oh, wait. Remember how many businesses are government owned in China? That's big. Yeah, even, I mean, the consumer's one thing too, but and then SMCI and Apple are going back and forth. So literally Apple flushes, SMCI pops, and then Apple pops, SMCI flushes, but they're kind of holding the same spot. Business, baby. It's not, I'm telling, it's like, it's one thing to pay attention to the news with Apple, but like I'm telling you, I mean, I don't know how many of you guys remember it the other day when I was I asked you something about China. It's actually kind of funny. And then SPY's working its way up here now. Dow is up by a quarter somehow. Even with Apple weighing it down, Apple just bounced about $1.50 off the bottom. So now it's back up to opening candle. But how many of you guys remember what I told you not too long ago? This was like a week or so ago. Remember I was telling you about like the China ghost cities? And we were saying if China's economy really weakens, like they just need to go build an invisible city. You guys remember that? Well, think about what just happened now. This is what I was saying on the video yesterday. Think about what just happened in what China is doing right now. You mean to tell me you're going to ban the biggest phone in the world, violate a sanction of the last 4 years to develop this phone so you could start releasing this a week before the iPhone? Why? Why? You have to like... And I hope you get the point that I'm making. They're doing that. That's like a ghost city, bro. It's economic activity. You shut out. That's what you do. You pretty much you ban the other opponent, and then you start manufacturing it so you could start to make money, get production, keep people working. That means they need stimulus. It's ghetto stimulus, dog. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Not only are they desperate, and that's why I'm saying, what other industries are they going to do this to? But it says a lot. And then the tit for tat element is we've done the same, but if we do follow that, it's like this could get very political. But like I'm saying, just at the very simplest level, the yuan is weak enough, everything is bad enough now. And then after moves like this, again, cutting existing mortgages, it's like, dude, China is legitimately reeling right now. And that's the problem, above many other things. What's lifting the SPY? Dow Jones for sure. Tesla, I mean, again, don't underestimate Apple's moves. That's why I like these little $2, $3 pops. I mean, they kind of add up. I could get at 15 minutes, I could get you the market breakdown. I have it now, but it's not as accurate. After 15 minutes, they'll collect all the stats. Enphase on the low, 52-week low. Yum China on the high. SMCI low. Tesla came up, but then Apple, again, a little bit off the bottom there. So literally SMCI and Apple just reversed there on the second half. We're bouncing off yesterday's low. A little bit. We barely, I don't know, did we hit it? So we'll see, though, but good call out on that. See how that plays out. Broadcom, are they getting smacked? Again, 5% now on SMCI. That's big. Yeah, Broadcom down 2. Honestly, I feel like Broadcom could drop a little bit more. Broadcom's doing substantially better comparatively, even with their earnings. So SMCI, they have more meat on the bone, too, and they could get murked. But low-key, Broadcom is it's down half of the percentage. Apple's going, though. Apple's recovered about 1% now, a little bit more from the bottom. And then SMCI is still going lower. Apple puts. Have you noticed a bunch of new construction all around town, to be fair? Instead of ghost cities, we're fixing up things we didn't care to before. I don't think it's out of common prosperity, though. I think people are just trying to fix things up so that your properties don't get dated, so that they could try to revive commercial. But I have there's a construction everywhere, no matter what, whether it gets higher, lower. I mean, we do other things to spur our demand, like stimulus. Arab? A-R-E-B? I thought you were saying Arab? What would you call me, bro? Dude, SMCI just flushed. It's there. Apple holding up. Again, check the bond curve, too. How things have been moving. Rude. Yo, Rude, man. You know, I allow your crazy comments yesterday. I'm going to time you out now, but, like, participate or just dissipate. You know what I'm saying? Apple on the high. NVO. Oh, I forgot. Healthcare conference, bro. Yeah, even Pfizer's starting to move up here a little bit. Roku's on the high. I don't know if they have anything scheduled. Apple is on the high ticker now. Snapchat. Is that NVIDIA too? And then even Ascend. So all of these names that are still red, they're down like 2-3%. They're literally on the high ticker right now. So keep that in mind, but you're making a move up. We're still down 1%. So even if we go straight up for another 20, 30 minutes, I mean, we'll still probably be down. Again, Dow even just gave up some of those gains, even though NASDAQ and tech is running. Again, Apple straight through the high right now. I mean, it's still red, though. When I say that, please take it with a grain of salt. Down 3% still. Amazon's going up. I don't think it's green either. And then again, NVO, Eli Lilly. Again, this healthcare conference stuff. I mean, healthcare is not doing bad at all today. That's in the green. CRM. IEF up by 0.3. Bonds are running all of a sudden. Because this is the most interesting part about it. Even though we're really red today, we would be really red on like a negative bond move. But now the bonds are trying to catch a bid. Especially like, didn't they say what? Still like another 10 billion of offerings today? The worst month is September. XLE's on the high. That energy's doing good again alongside healthcare. Let's see. AXLA. There's another one, ASXC or whatever. ASXC. I think that was another runner today. And then that is a Pfizer. I see 12:15 p.m. Morgan Stanley Tech Conference or Citi Biopharm at 10:30. So I think you might get Pfizer news in an hour. Let me see. Citi's 18th annual Biopharm Conference. Mm-hmm. 10:30 a.m. Eastern. So yeah, hour. You'll get young Pfizer in an hour. Would you believe me if I told you Walmart's one of the top performing stocks in the long term? I would. I would, because I've wanted to buy it for the last 3 years, but it would just never drop. I remember every single year, man. This chart, I mean, very, very stable. Slow and steady. They did their thing. T-Mobile pop. I mean, watch out from yesterday. Remember, they were doing it. T-Mobile's just guiding up, though. Honestly, this morning, telecoms right off the bat, as everything was looking ugly, telecoms are going up. AMD and NVIDIA now, they are reacting. SMCI is still clapped. They may be the ultimate loser. They're still down 5%, but a lot of the chip makers already bounced here. Again, even Apple came up to the high, but interesting. And then Intel's up almost 1%. Meta green, Pfizer still holding up. T-Mobile again on the high. ADTX, there's PayPal 62. Meta's up by a quarter. Yeah, then there's Net. What was the other earnings one? SMCI is down because they provided the chips to Huawei. So that's it. Like, dude, it's very wild. Like, you got to realize this sanctioned company, 3 days ago just comes out of nowhere and is like, yo, we ain't released the phone in 5 years, but here you go. We got one, and it's hella powerful. And everyone's like, how the fuck did you make it if you're not allowed to buy a chip? And then they opened up the phone, and then they found a SMIC chip. And now they're like, what the fuck? You guys just sent it to them. Oh, it's SMIC, not SMCI. Yeah, I think so. But I think, no, they're affected by it, though. Lawmakers did, but I think it's the wording of the chip. But pretty much TSM and then SMCI, these are the guys at risk right now. Where is it? Yeah, SMIC. Oh, wait, where is it? Where is it? Yeah. Yeah, SIM. I guess it's the Hong Kong one. This is the actual, like, Hong Kong price. This is the one you want to actually short. They're down 7. But I think SMCI is, they have some exposure to it. And then also TSM. And then, what's it called? ASML2. Warn investors, including ASML, SMCI, and then, again, the Hong Kong one. So where is that? I forgot. ASML, I even forgot about. They probably stockpiled. They're new chips. It's a very, very advanced chip. Oh, like a very advanced Peach. Oh, my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Yeah, Peach Nation, get your ass up. Bradley Frizzle in the Peach, ladies and gentlemen. Horna, let's go. Oh, my goodness. Peach Nation. Bradley Frizzle. Stand up. Oh, my gosh. Is it the reverse? I don't know. There's a lot going on. I don't know, because if the Peach reverses were still like red, but not red, and then we went up, it's like, I don't know what it would even mean, man. Oh, my goodness. Excla. God bless you, Bradley Frizzle. Good morning. No Apple will hold back a speech. You can't stop it, man. Hey, man, it's Peachy. T-Mobile again, that one's on the high. Again, ASML. So again, it feels like if you have any exposure to this situation, you're down like 3 to 5% right now. It's still down. And then all the other chip makers either bounced or then Apple. Again, Apple's down 3. It was down a lot more, but still interesting. Intel flying. Yeah, 37.48. 1% now. UiPath, again, that was another earnings. They're doing decent. It's 8.6 actually. What is this? A Census Surgical. Oh, this was the one that was up 30. They're only a penny stock. That's crazy. They're worth over $1 billion still. They had, again, this is collaboration with NVIDIA. Tima's verticals paid. Global Foundries. Watch ASML too, though. ASML, SMIC. I mean, even Broadcom, too. That's just more related to Apple. AFL is on the high. Cigna, again, another healthcare name. Like I'm saying, our city healthcare conference will start. Google, Meta now, they're on the high, too. Google with a decent candle, still down 0.4. And then Meta is actually up by 0.4 now. I have 2,000 of SMCI when it was called something years ago. Or ASXC. I don't know, man, but all I'm saying is this is like the second like small cap, not small cap, that NVIDIA has invested into. Honestly, the whole like NVIDIA is like pumping, trying to make money shit. Like, I don't know. If they made another investment into one of these like small cap companies for AI, it's like they know what's happening. Because again, the last time NVIDIA invested, they made $100 million overnight, or $50 million. What I read is the government wants to know how they burnt the chips, that the equipment is only available from one vendor. The etching is the question. Yeah, there's the other part about it. There's one more factor. It's just like, in general though, how did they do it with that size? Do you guys? You have to realize, the big question people are asking, and what you said is a very good one. It's one thing about like narrowing down the suppliers, but it's like, dude, somebody had to do something very, very, like, you had to, it was a blatant violation, just because it's like, how in the world, did you supply that many new phones? Yeah, the phone is on sale now. That's it. The Huawei, the Mate 60, it just came out. I don't you want it? Yeah, you could buy it on Amazon, bro. I might buy me one. You could buy it on Amazon. Huawei Mate 60 Pro. They even have it on eBay. Yeah. Here's Huawei, bro. 5 users watched this in the last 24 hours. 50 megapixel camera. 4 gigabyte. Dude, I'm telling you, it's powerful, bro. It's powerful. It's a powerful phone. It's crazy, though. It's just so wild. I mean, dude, the last time we talked about Huawei, to give you an idea, the last time that we talked about Huawei, I remember the last time that you guys, there's only one thing you all remember. It was when the CEO, the CFO traveled and we put her in jail. You guys don't remember we jailed the CEO, the CFO of a Chinese company in 2018? And then we extradited her back to Canada and we said, oh, for the Iran sanctions? That's usually the only time other people remember Huawei. If you think about it, that's the last time you've really actively heard about Huawei besides a sanction being skirted and then now. So that's what I'm saying, man. Welcome. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. K-Web's getting dumped. I mean, nobody knows what to do with China right now. I promise you. Right now, you have half of the world like, all right, we still buy the dip on China. Then there's another half who has no idea. You don't know if it's collapsing or not. But then you don't want to move until you watch 100 other people move. So it's pretty wild right now. So, but China, because you don't know. I mean, that's it. When it's all said and done, I see a lot of bad things. And I think it might get really, really bad there. But at the same time, in all fairness, we've watched Evergrande, Country Garden. We've watched how many just, fake COVID just lockdowns have they done in China, not in America. I'm not speaking of that context. Please don't ban me. I'm talking in relation to China. They've done it 4 or 5 times. It's just like, dude, all of that. And now we got this, but it's like, dude, something is going on in that world. So we'll see. Pinduoduo dump. All the China, I think the best China plays 2%. But it's like nobody knows. After all of that, we've seen so much bad happen, and then the market wouldn't die, and then now you're watching the currency and all this other stuff. But this time, it's like this time around, it looks like China's actually making the moves, though. They're messing with their currency. They're messing with production. They're messing with interest rates. They're messing with mortgage stuff that they haven't done. So that's the only thing that's making me perk my ears up right now. Dollar getting very strong. Yeah, Intel's hitting 52-week highs today, so we'll take it. The jobless data was not real? No, I think it was. I'm honestly surprised we reacted to it. Even our high is back to jobless claim. You're coming right back down, and bonds even gave up their rally. Remember, I was telling you it was weird that the bonds were even holding up. They're coming right back down. But right here, I mean, this was initial jobless claims. If you remember me yesterday, if you asked me about initial jobless claims, I would have told you they shouldn't have had a reaction. I really wasn't expecting much, but honestly, they did have a decent move. I would say, broadly speaking, the gap down and up to here is just as important, if not more important. But this right here, it was the jobless claim. So I don't know if they're fake, but it was just another, it was a little bit stronger than expected. I mean, yesterday's ISM employment was strong, but it just kind of, I wouldn't call it fake, but it just seems like, again, we started off the week or the month with very weak jobs data, and then it just, non-farms was good, and then everything else chilled out, and then we kind of went, oh, okay, I guess it was starting to get bad, but not across the board. Where's AI? Then there's Intel, bro. Just killing it. Misleading? I don't know what you're referring to, but add your correction. Best way to correct anything misleading, if you believe that. Thank you. Have a wonderful day. We have news. We have a healthcare conference, City. So I think that's going to move Pfizer. I was telling you yesterday, the only thing I've been talking about last couple days, I said watch Pfizer, Eli Lilly, NVO, and anything related to healthcare, even these biotechs, because this will be if anything, they got a big event up until September 11th. Isn't that till next week? Or no, that's Friday? No, yeah, we have up until pretty much next Monday, next Tuesday. Yeah, we have a couple of Fed speakers. It's not a FOMC, but I do believe there's like 4 or 5 Fed speakers on the list today. Jobs data misleading, not telling the whole story. There you go. Amen. I think we're well beyond that though. It's just like I can't. I think the jobs data is just like, I don't know the time. Insert variable delayed. It's extremely delayed. And I don't think we're going to see it for a while. So that's why it's like we react when it shows up, good or bad. But lately we thought it was going to be a trend, and that just didn't happen. Health insurance are set to increase by 6. All insurance, but even healthcare. I mean, as far as insurance goes, I think the only thing would be the drug pricing debates. But like I brought that up a couple weeks ago. Back in the day, those drug pricing debates and laws used to move them like heavy, and it's not really doing that anymore. Yeah, Pfizer came down. I mean, Eli Lilly is holding, and then so is NVO. LRCX, where's ASML? Again, ASML, they're one who could also get linked. BABA is on the low now, even more, 5.7. Oh, my goodness. Even Baidu, they're down 4, bro. So China names absolutely murdered. Etsy broke all-time lows. Amazon, it's about to go green. I don't know how. And there's Apple. So Apple might even start to either sell off or just melt up with the market. Bonds near the low. Bounce or die. I mean, we've kind of done a lot of movement here. So again, we're back at 44.36. Remember, this is its own little level. Or no, I'm thinking 44.47. TNet. Damn, Huawei. Where is the yen? Or the yuan? Yeah, bro, that's it. So today's the day. So like we've talked about it for a while, but now on this Apple news today, the Chinese yuan is at the low level from November now. So now China has been one of the first things to pretty much retrace, right? You know, it's like if you're waiting for the market to come back down to October levels, you know, asking if that was the bottom or not. I mean, pretty much this is one of the only assets, unless it's like a, you know, Turkey's currency breaking out. But this is literally now, it's higher than October and November. We're entering into a new era here. Again, this is a 16-year low on the Chinese yuan. Meta is ripping. Google as well, too. Meta is actually getting a decent candle, up 0.5. Bond's still low. Again, a.k.a. yields going higher. Overstock down 8.5. Job market is trash. Numbers aren't telling the truth. So many Fortune 500 companies are hiring, but not stating to the public. Trust me. I don't doubt it all. That's my thing is, when does it show up? So deep down in my heart, I believe that there is data already crashing, or it's going to if it hasn't already, right? But the way I'm looking at it is that I don't know when it's going to show up on the data. Does that make sense? It's a matter of when. I know the what, but that's why, you know, Buffett would be mad at me for this. But like I'm saying here, it's more so whenever that data shows up. Or, again, you can just focus on the what. If you're patient enough, you don't have to do anything and just wait. And right when it's there, it will show up. My source is all of the hard economic data crashing and soft economic data rising. So these are all indexes. You could all look this up, but that's why I believe this. Again, like the jobless stuff yesterday, like I showed you, the revisions, we revised them, but only to get rid of outliers. But none of it makes any sense. So it's like when you start looking at how certain things are playing out, you know, there's some data that is showing really big slowdowns, and then other data, which is more short-term, is showing the ramp up like you're getting. You know what I'm saying? Oh, you're talking about the Fortune 500? I was like, okay, because I feel you on that. But I regardless of what my man's is thinking there, it's not a dumb idea to believe that the jobs market is going to crash. I mean, even Powell believes that. Most people believe it. If anything, we say we're scratching our head why it hasn't, and it hasn't just because the data hasn't. That's all. So something's moving beneath the surface. That was the whole theme of last week. So, you know, I don't think it's a bad idea, and I don't think you'll get a source until it happens, unless, you know, there's actual companies. But then again, all these companies did lay off people. They laid off a ton, and it didn't really make a dent. At least that's what the data showed us. Does that mean that's what really happened? I don't think so, and I think with enough time it will get reflected. The housing market, I think it'll come down once those jobs come down, but unfortunately, it's just like, I think real estate is it's Frankenstein. That's all. Real estate, I love it. Again, I created a monster, but it's like, dude, it's Frankenstein. That's all. Am I happy about it? Yes and no. You know what I'm saying? Because, like, if I have a sizable portfolio, I benefit off of the run-up, but then if I want to expand, it also limits me in the same respect. And like I'm saying, you know, just as much as the jobs market and data doesn't make sense, real estate doesn't make sense as well. Can I make sense of it? Yes, I can, of course. But like I'm saying, you know, sadly, real estate, until you see the whites of the eyes, until the pin drops, just like the jobs data, it's gonna hold up, and it will be Frankenstein. NVIDIA, Raul, even the SPY, man, we're coming back down here. So watch those leaders. I took my off of Apple. SMCI is just getting murdered. Again, ASML, that's another one. Again, they dropped another 0.5% right there too. T-Mobile, oh, did I have that? T-Mobile, they had that update yesterday, and I think it led to like a little bit extra sell-off. SMCI on the low now, another one. Bro, they're down like 7 now. Yeah, 7.1. Oof. Yeah, we left some off the table. Rotation into value. It is there, honestly. That's a very good comment because, you should look at that rotation right now because the NASDAQ's down 1.5, SPY's down 0.7, and then the Russell's down 1.2, and then your Dow Jones is like break even. So, you do have value holding up. Again, Intel, Pfizer, a couple of other names, you could probably find them. What time is it? It's already 10. Let's even get a breakdown now. Let's see. What do you guys think? I did not make the EWG play. I don't know. Lately, I've been talking about shit, and then it happens the next day. So I don't know. That's I'm used to like having a lot of time, but legitimately, dude, I was telling you 2 days ago EWG, and then the next day they're like confirmation of Euro recession, and then again Apple China, and they're like no, then now it's getting worse. So I like the idea, but I'm still honestly I might be painfully patient. But if anything, my only next idea besides holding the bonds and the yen, I do want to hold that play, but I'm also even thinking, man, just NQ short and call it a day if the right stuff starts to play out from here. But I'm borderline starting to go ignore everything, look at China. That's it. I'm waiting for Powell, though, above all else. But like I'm saying, that's the only thing that might get in the way of Powell. So we'll find out. I'm telling... There's an indicator that is as clear as she never grows old. Ooh, what do you think it is? Mine is the 2 and 10 yield curve being inverted and then uninverting. That is my she never grows old moment. 100%. I think it's the yields. The bond market speaks volumes. And then believe it or not, you ready for this, Chad? S&P 240 names, 248 names in the green, 254 names in the red. Dow Jones, 14 names red, 16 names green. And then NASDAQ 100, 29 names green, 72 names in the red. So, honestly, everything's 50-50 except tech. Tech is just selling off a little bit more. And then, but for the most part, you've still got some green. Per your discussion, if red continues, would you still go for shares or open to getting leaps? I mean, it's up to you. That's it. At this point with I think it's been now like a good solid year of switching from options to shares. And it's again, like it was just a month and a half ago. We hit a 2,000% option. It's like we hit 2 of them this year. You could watch, and then you've also saw big losses on futures. So, but that's it. You have to understand what you're going to get from it and what is more important to you. So in this case, when it comes down to options or shares, it's going to be about timing in the sense of, do you want to get paid off of the idea? Do you care more about getting paid, or do you care more about the risk? That's really what you got to determine. Because options and leaps, they may work, as we've seen. Just like Facebook leaps throughout the year, they killed it. Again, some other leaps we've watched not do anything. But at the same time, there will be a moment where something is going to happen, and you are going to have to look at what you have. And you're going to look at it and say, okay, did I get what happened here? That's the only issue that I have. And what I mean by that is, like, again, if you say, I think the stock market's going to drop 10% and the market drops 10%, but if you were 1 week off, $5 out the money off, that means nothing. You know what I'm saying? So that's where it's there. Yeah, it's not a long-term market. I'm talking about vehicle of how you go about it. Again, here's the best example. All the chip plays. You just watched it within a week. You watched me get smashed on them, and then all of them went green. One of them's now negative. One of them has a fat gain. That's the best way to look at everything. Why? Because go look at how options versus shares played out. And what I mean by that is that, yes, certain plays, certain days, if you went with options, you would have made a shit ton of more money, right? But then at the same time, if you went with options and played it how I played it, you would have probably lost money. Why? Because I bought high, it went low, and then it made the move a couple days later. So then even if I went up 10% on Intel, I don't know, there's options that expired. People didn't get paid if they did that on an option. Again, NVIDIA, even I went from low to just barely above break even. I walked away with a small profit. I don't think that happened with the options. So that's just what you got to look at. Like I'm saying, is just keep in mind how the market moves, right? This is what happened with NVIDIA. It was up. It had this pop-up, came down, popped back up, and then sold off just to stay at the same price, but this moved a lot of things. Are you scared of options? No. Are you too scared of shares? If you don't got the money for it, if you're intimidated by it, don't be, because you could get into it cheaper than options in a weird way, paradoxically, even though it costs more money. It's not what you think. But like I'm saying, I understand why people get scared of shares and futures. It's a lot more money. That's it. Just face value. It's a lot more money, even if it's low or not. But at the same time, don't be fooled by thinking your options are as cheap. But like I'm saying, I'm not against them. I'm trying to help people out. Somebody's asking, hey, that's just all. When it's all said and done, whether the market bounces again for another year or the market crashes in another year, right? It's like everyone's going to look back at some of their plays, and some are going to be rewarded and some won't be. So, if you're trying to maximize that, hopefully, I want you to understand the logic of vehicles, the investment vehicle, so you could know, hey, this is what I'm trying to accomplish. This is how I'm going to get there. This reminds you of Apple. Honestly, watch out. Anytime Apple has really bad news, it gets absolutely clapped for like a day or two. But then like at some period in the next couple months, it goes nuts. It goes nuts. So you're honestly right. So we'll see. For a year we've been talking about. We have been. That's why I'm saying at this point now, I do hope that you're able to make the decision, and I hope you're able to see it's not like I don't give a shit, dude. I'll take anything. Again, I played an option 2 days ago. Like I said, we're playing them. The whole idea here, though, is just know which one. Like, if you were expecting bigger moves, you're worried about downside, go with the option, but understand your profitability is going to change. If you have an idea, you think, hey, this is going to happen, and I don't, and also you even think volatility is going to fuck with you, small shares could make sure that you're able to ride through it. And then if you want options mixed with shares, you fucking combine them, and now you have a future. And then that's where you get your leverage. But like, I think we've seen a lot of different tools. And at this point, I do hope, some people are taking it upon themselves to make those tools. Amazon was up all day, man. And then Intel's killing it. What is this, 38 for them? Oh, they're above that? I don't think it's fair to compare the bad news now to the past where it went crazy because they're losing more customers than China and entire European populations. They will. They haven't yet, but they will if this news, develops. But I could definitely see where you're coming from. The way I'm kind of looking at it is just that at the same time that I understand this is very bad Apple news, but in my life, I've watched Apple my whole life. I've seen it have very bad news and then proceed to that kind of be the floor of the rally that it's going to continue on. So Just be cautious, meaning don't damn it to hell just yet, but, head on a swivel and expect the unexpected. The words "not a long-term market" break all my hopes and dreams. Well, if you adopt that mindset, but then again, it's just, that's all it is. Everybody has a mindset. Again, don't ever forget, with a lot of do this, do that, invest in this, invest in that, it's just, you just gotta do your thing, bro. You gotta do your thing. I talk my foolishness. You got mad at me. That's it. I let you run your mouth all day yesterday. You were having fun. You were making all the racist comments. Even then, I timed you out for him. You stopped being that, and then you went in. But listen, I apologize, Rude. I don't want to be rude to you, and I understand even explaining to other things. You're right. It's not my control. So I hope you don't misunderstand anything I say. Please follow the rules. If you keep being distracted, yeah, I didn't even do that. You didn't even hear me click. That was somebody else in here. But like I'm saying, bro, I love you. God bless you. Sorry if I offended you. I don't want anything misinterpreted, but I just try to focus. So I don't know if he's banned or not, or they timed him out. But either way, it's like, yo, I let you run it up yesterday. It's super simple with me. Like, yo, as long as you're not getting too crazy, that's it. Like, but just, you got to do your thing, man. And if you want to punish me for it, feel free. But I apologize. So just know you're going to go after someone who's telling you sorry and apologizing for any misunderstanding, because I don't know what's going on, but I just, we got to have compromise, but I don't know. If you're not willing to compromise with me, I can't, I don't know what else I could do. So I love you. Do your thing, 21. Do your thing. R.I.P. Taiwan. Don't apologize to racists. Well, listen, maybe it wasn't him. Maybe I misinterpreted it, but there were some people I had to ban for it, and I assume they made another account. So maybe he's not racist. So again, forgive me, and I'm sorry if I'm misrepresenting anything. Like I said, I'm not trying to do that. I will be sorry because I want people personally to not have any reason to feel like they're being attacked when they're not. And like I'm saying, if you want to do anything, do what you need to do. But if it's not on topic or it's a personal attack, I mean, I see what you're doing and I love you. That's all, man. That's all I'm saying. I've dealt with a lot of people. I'm here to show love. Again, our conversation is how to help people. And like I'm saying, I hope that you figure out options, shares, which one you're going to do. But that's all it is. If you don't want to have those talks, you don't want to get helped out, I get it. But, at the same time, I'm going to take away a lot of reasons to attack anything, because like I'm saying, go ahead. I'll be wrong. I humbly accept it. I'm here for compromise and peace. So, amen. How do you feel about BMO? Bristol Myers? No. I don't know. Or no, I'm thinking BMY. Excuse me. Oh, Bank of Montreal. I don't know, Habibi. I don't speak French. I'm no Canadian. I don't know. Yesterday, you were mad chill. I have been. I've been a lot chiller. I've just been ignoring it. Again, I've been trying to time out to hopefully if people could get the subtle clues, without having to like permanently ban people. But like, there's only so much I could do. And I could keep timing people out. That's what I've been doing. But like, just have love, bro. That's all. I'm in my own little world now, bro. I got like Rapture 10, that just to let you know what level I'm on. You know what I'm saying, bro? I told you I'm trying to go to the mountains, sir. I'm not drinking caffeine too. It's great, man. It's great. Dude, I heard, honestly, it's not tinfoil. I'm just going to light the video, asshole. Okay? Yeah, bro. Dude, I heard the craziest thing yesterday. Oh, I heard the crazy. Do you guys want it? You want Rapture? It's not like, it's tin. This is tinfoil. I'm not trying to sell it to you. You know what I'm saying? But I just know I got to give you this one now. That's it. That's what happens. You have me talking. You got this. You attack me, and then I apologize, and now I'm gonna give you 10, bro. That's all. That's just how I'm breaking it down. Pfizer is at 10:30. Pfizer starts in 12 minutes. They got an event. Yeah, they are getting clobbered. Let's keep up Intel. All right, are you ready for this, bro? You like the video? Like the video, because I'm not trying to sell you no tin. That's it, man. I'm going to sell you something else. I'm going to sell you like positive messages. Bro, I heard somebody say that COVID was the rapture. Have you ever heard this? I feel like I've heard it in the past, but then like the theory just kept getting, like what he said next, like I was just like, oh my gosh. Yes. He was like, literally, he was like, think about it. All these people died because of COVID. And then he was like, did you ever ask what religion they were? And I was like, huh? And I thought about it. I was like, okay, but then this is his point. This guy goes even like, it goes one step. He goes one step. He says it's not even like COVID wasn't the rapture, but he's saying like, and my mind got blown because I'm like, it kind of makes sense. He said if there was a rapture at this point, you know, it's just how other things have played out. I would not be surprised if there was a rapture and you talked about it, they banned you for talking about it and said it was aliens. I was just laughing at it, but I was like, dude, this is crazy tin, because I was like, huh, I could kind of get behind it. I could kind of see that. I feel like literally if there was a rapture though, like if I was still here and there was a rapture and I was like, yo, this is from the Bible, I feel like I would get banned. And then it would just be the same thing. I was like, damn, that's crazy, bro. That's crazy. I liked it though. I liked it. So there you go. That's your tin. You get Jesus tin. That's it. I'm only gonna give you rapture tin from now on. Let's see. Good tin. Hey man, that's like that's what somebody was like, is the China stuff tin? I'm like, that's not tin. You know, that's economics and like understanding, you know, what's going on here. Like, you know, rapture, that's tin. That's good tin right there. You know what I'm saying? Then Intel, still another high. Yo, Pfizer's dying. Where's Apple and the other boys? 98.04 on Intel. That one's going now 3% again. Meta's been running all day. Alrighty. All right, bro. I sold out of Intel. I'm going to try to buy back into it eventually, but I'm good with that. 10%. I made about $2,000 realized net, so I'm out of that. And then I still have the Intel or the AMD. Why paper hand it? I mean, I literally caught a 10% gain on the equity. In like, I held it for like 2 weeks, 2 or 3 weeks. I think it's a perfect swing trade. So yeah, no, again, we were right here. I had 500 shares. So you got like $4 a share. So I'm saying like 30, it's like 34 to 38, a little lower. Intel. Yeah, and honestly too, if I sell out, you're gonna get another like 2 to 3%. So like, enjoy it. Disney, I mean, I would really just add it here. I mean, again, I keep buying. This is just age-old Josh, bro. I mean, you guys haven't noticed, by the time things I start buying, if it goes down, but then other stuff gets cheaper, I am going to take that other stuff. So, like, yesterday I bought Pfizer, but, like, Disney, I'm pretty much ready for. And there's a couple of other names, but in this case, I do, I literally just got Pfizer, and I do like it, though, too. So I'm kind of down with it. But pretty ready for it. Intel. I like Intel, though. I'm glad we got it. Like I'm saying, the good thing is, like, Intel always, like, flushes. So I'm hoping that if it does come down. I mean, again, we played this first move, too. We've done very good on Intel this year. I believe so. So, again, even, like, getting up to here, there's still a little room. I think it has more room. But like I'm saying, it's good for now. You're planning on holding for the long. If you are going to hold it for the long term, hold it for the long term. But, like, you got to really make that decision. You know what I'm saying? So, like, I wanted like Intel. I like it. I would like it for the long term if it went lower than their dividend cut price. But, I like some of the developments here. But, I made the decision to flip. So just make sure. If you do want to, I don't think anything's wrong with that. Like, if you bought a swing, I've done that many times in my life. Even like Amazon and Netflix back in the day, those eventually turned into long term. So hopefully, just make a 10-year decision, though, if that's the case. Fubo data in 5 for Pfizer, yeah. Or I don't think there's going to be the conference, but I don't think we have any more economic data on the day. You have natural gas stockpiles and then Fed Treasury purchases. The EIA numbers. You get EIA natural gas and then EIA crude oil 30 minutes after that. Yeah, and you have 6 Fed speakers. So they start around like what, 12:30? 12:30, 12:45, and then after hours, unless there's one in between. That's Fed Bowman, Williams, Bostic, and Bowman. The 3 bars are, the bottom bar is 30 second, the middle bar is 1 minute, and the top bar is 5 minute. It's like a velocity. It's like RPM. Powell's term is in 2026, I think. So, honestly, the next president will still have Powell. Remember, Biden had Powell, and then Biden chose to renominate him. A lot of faith in Intel. I'd like it still. Again, I just thought it'd be a good swing there. Thought it'd be good to take some profits there. I mean, I'm not going to get mad at 2K. But I will be down to buy it again. I think the last time we played Intel, remember we flipped it at 32s. So, like, low-key, I've been flipping Intel since, like, 32, like 30 to 32. We were flipping it around here, and then it came back down, and then we just kind of rinsed and repeated. So, again, I just did it this time with bigger size. But Intel, again, 2% on the day, almost 3, 2.7. UNG, again, natural gas numbers come out in 2 minutes. MO flipped red. Yeah. They were green earlier. Oracle's on the high. CRM's about to go green. You bought Overstock. They're down another 9. Dang, bro. They killed it, in 2 days. Yo, that's actually crazy. This thing is down 50% in 2 days. So, again, I think they had the bad Bed Bath & Beyond update, but my goodness. And retail sucks, dude. That's like the only thing that's like happening right now that's really, really bad is that retail, like retail legitimately, just even after the beige book yesterday, they have been shitting on it. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the craziest thing. So it's just like every retail company, especially if they're coming out with bad news, like nobody feels optimistic about retail companies right now, or at least the consumer has a lot of worry behind it. Wheat Pop. You won't keep Intel. I already sold out my I only had it for flip share. So my intention was to flip it, but I'm open to Intel in the long term, but not at these prices, not now. There's just, again, it's up 50% on the year. That's not a long-term criteria for me, unfortunately. Oh, dude, it's still holding up. Honestly, ZW, wheat is kind of climbing. You freed up $3,500 from Apple. Want to put it into something in the long term? Any recommendations? I have 0 recommendations. You could look at what I did, but why did you take out money from Apple? And then especially, why did you take the money out if the plan to where to put it was not solid? So that's the only problem I have with. But like I'm saying, to the last question, my criteria, Boyle and UNG probably moving there off of the natural gas numbers. But like, I just personally, my criteria is not, it's not anything on the year that's up. So like, that's just unfortunate. Like that's where I'd be looking for. So like we talked about, we had a lot of options. I recently bought Pfizer. We got Walgreens. You have Disney, PayPal, 3M. I think some are more expensive than that. But Coca-Cola's even coming down. So it's like, I don't know where to put it per se with your portfolio, but like the big thing is more or less like I probably would have kept the Apple. I wouldn't. Doesn't mean go buy back into it, but remember, the idea should be try to really reinvest that money as soon as possible, or have an idea. But I mean, if you are looking for something else, there's good options out there, and I would try to go cheaper. Try to go for something that just does not hold a premium. Pinduoduo. Nat gas numbers were awful. Do they come out? 1020. How come it didn't show up here? Oh, gas and storage, 33. Usually they give me the estimate number. What's this? 731? U.S. bank deposits declined for 5th straight quarter, falling 0.5 in quarter 2 2023. Number of banks on FDIC's problem bank list unchanged at 43 firms. U.S. bank net interest margin declined for 2nd straight quarter, but remains higher than a year ago. U.S. bank profits are up 5.7 year after accounting for failed bank acquisitions. U.S. bank unrealized losses on securities rose 8% in quarter 2 to $558 billion. Yeah, God bless you, bro. Amen. That's good, though. I mean, even then, you got the long term, but like I'm saying, just put it to work. Have the idea, but you got options out there. Maybe, honestly, man, even Bill's an option. But just don't do it again until you know. It's no problem with some people say don't ever sell Apple, but it just comes down to don't sell it unless you know what you're buying right away. Something's up with I haven't seen a Russia headline. There was yesterday, but honestly, I mean, it is popping. It correlates like right around like a couple minutes ahead of nat gas. Unrealized losses rose 8%. That's for U.S. Bank. Yeah, that just came out. Again, USB, they're barely reacting. And then Intel's coming down. There is a Pfizer. Yeah, wheat's still going.
And the 9 have included some really exciting, like
why can't I change the speed?
The pneumococcal vaccines for pediatrics.
That scared the shit out of me.
Abrysvo, the only are vaccines with 2 approved indications, older adult.
I can't change.
Maternal vaccination.
Why are you yelling at me?
PHILO, a novel tech inhibitor with some transient JAK activity for alopecia
Pfizer.
And in the future opportunity.
I can't turn this down, bro. I have headphones on too.
So, our bifunctional antibody for myeloma. And the more to come include products are in the later step of registration, like a Trasimod,
I can't
new
listen
oral agent.
I'm trying to I know I'm trying to lower it too, but damn, bro, how do you guys want to do? There's no audio function. All you could do is this is stupid, bro. All it lets you do is mute it or not. That's Borla though. That's CEO of Pfizer. No audio controls, yeah. I'll wait for headlines. You can, but at the same time, I mean, at that point it might be too late. Through volume. I could lower it on the I still have it on the headphones. Let me see. I'll play it here in a second, but hold on. I'm waiting, and then spy a little bit at the bottom. Google is very good. I think Google, I mean, definitely depends on earnings, but so far today I've seen those companies do very nice in terms of the social media ones. Right click on the sound button. I feel you. All right. I think that's it. Hold on. Okay. Spy popping? It is. I did it. I made another play. I forgot. It reminded me as I was waiting for it. Oh, Blazing Bob, baby. Wait, we got a hype train too? Oh, it said it's close. Skittles. God bless you guys. God bless you. I could read you the closed caption. Yeah. Let me see if I could do it. No, I bought for the big long term. So not a recommendation. You will lose money. I traded Pfizer. I grabbed another 77 shares with the money that cleared. Now we have I put all of the money into Pfizer. That's it. I have no more cash now until we get the next deposit. So now total 15 in the small account and then 132 in the big account. Ta-da. Not a recommendation. It pays just under 5. Oh, and then Charlie with the hype, baby. Now we're talking. Let's go. We hit on it. I hope I didn't pressure that one. I thought it was a hype train. Why coin popping? I don't know. I actually see it on the high again. We just got out of Intel. Coin is running. I mean, remember Mara? I remember MSTR had stuff. And then there's Meta now. Meta and Google. You guys were just talking about that. Oh, let's go. Patriot. Oh, you getting the Bezos bucks too? Amen. Amen. I wouldn't buy Pfizer if you paid me. You know, the irony is that there's certain things by Pfizer I wouldn't do if you paid me, but buy their stock, I would. Especially if you paid me. Honestly, they said they'll pay me 5% a year. I said, okay, I'll buy you. That's exactly what happened. Honestly, I'm not going to lie to you, but I'm in for the investment. I'm in for the investment. I don't know about everything else, but, you know, that's it. I'd rather just get Abivi. It's 4%. Yeah, if you want to go for the winner. I mean, the only thing I like about Pfizer should be obvious. Stock is down almost 50% since the start of the year. That's all. This is all I want. Again, it's a age-old name. Everybody and their mother. Everybody has interacted with Pfizer in the last year. Walmart cut starting pay for some new hires. Yo, what the hell? Yo, pay cuts. Oh, dude, what in the stagflation, non-flation, inflation? What do you mean? Bro, Walmart pay cuts. And then Fed to cut rates by 25 basis, 225 by next year, says Wells Fargo. Got to be pharmacist new hires. That's crazy. I don't know. Is that good or bad? It seems like it's good, though. They're going to save money, but then that may not sound good for retail. That's crazy. Walmart introduced a new pay structure for store workers this summer that cuts pay for some new hires. A sign the job market for hourly staff is cooling. Honestly, I think that's why the market's running off of this now. Market would actually love that. I don't know how Walmart would play out, but very interesting news. And be careful. Last time this is Wall Street Journal, so it's more legit, but still. So it's kind of big. Again, watch out for that. That news will affect Walmart, but it also says something about the labor market as well. Remember, Walmart is a very, very large employer in the United States. Let's try. I bought 50 Walmart, 162.18. All right, we'll see. I'll go for a little bit of it. I think it could benefit them. People might like it. There's a chance it reverses, though. Like I'm saying, if good for the market, it might be bad for the stock. But overall, it does seem like it's decent. I'm going to try to get it quick. Only 50 shares. And then Walmart changed their wage structure for hourly workers in mid-July. Document says Walmart changes employers look to cut labor costs. Yeah. Again, this is a little bit older here. You had it come across the wire, believe it or not. I don't know if you guys saw it. Let's see. Oh, the wire's not up? Oh. Well, one, that's why you guys should like the video, asshole. But it should be up, honestly. If it's, I don't care about it. So, like, if it's not up, if you guys remind me, I could move it up. But, yeah, that's no way. I've been pointing to this a couple times today. Yeah, because I always turn it off at the end, bro. Always turn it off at the end. And Big Mike, baby. What's up, man? Big Mike says, KC. It's about to be the best month of my life. Big things happening. Let's go. Love seeing your name pop. I love you, man. God bless you. It's straight up inspiration. And let's go, man. And send me some off markets in KC. Honestly, I saw a couple of the ones you've been posting, bro. And I was like, honestly, I need Big Mike to get me a rental property, bro. You get me a good rental, bro. Keep it like below 200. I'll buy it tomorrow. That's it. You're going to have to manage it for me, baby. Let's make it a better month. Let's do it, baby. There you go. And we got a hype train, man. God bless you, Twitch. God bless the Bezo Bucks. So again, Walmart bond. Yo, bond just ripped. Oh, labor, bro. I think this Walmart news is moving shit. No exaggeration. I think that news is kind of like, it's kind of an update. You know what I'm saying? So then it's like, it's here. Oh, the house. We have to talk about it tomorrow, man. That's a Friday story. That's a Friday story for sure. It's only Friday Junior, so you're good. If you didn't see my short yesterday, oh my goodness. Yeah, and if you didn't see Big Mike either, man, I'm telling you, bro, you could watch Big Mike anytime and get hyped. And honestly, man, it's crazy. You know, watching him, what he's done in real estate so far, he just keeps pushing it, bro. He's an animal. He's an animal, and he's honestly just a homie. Like, you know, very genuine guy. That's why I'm saying, like, find me a rento, bro. That's the guy I'd want to work with, especially if I'm going to make my first purchase in KC, man. It is beautiful. Big Mike. Welcome, Fed Chair Peach. You finally did it. You finally did it. Welcome. Welcome, my brethren. You got the day at your PC. It's good. You depressed lately? I hate my job. I let it get in real estate or finance instead of cybersecurity and not sure how to jump into this. Thank you for all you do. I mean, you want to call me? We could call me today. We'll talk about it, bro. Honestly, because why be depressed? It sounds like are you good at your job? Like, do you like it? Because most people don't come to me and they're like, yo, I'm not happy at my current job. I'm going to get into finance to be happy. As weird as that sounds, you know, because most of the appeal is money when it comes there. At least if it's a stock career, real estate, you know, it's usually a mix of both incentives. And I'm not even saying this to be funny. You know what I'm saying? It's like I'm saying this in the sense because we've had a lot of Chads where it's like they've left. I've seen people in coal real estate leave jobs at Lockheed Martin, leave jobs at Boeing. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, leave very good jobs. But like the question you got to really ask yourself is what you want to do. You know what I'm saying? So it's like it may just be a rough patch in your job or truly you don't like it. You know what I'm saying? But hopefully, you know, the answer, like I'm saying, even for real estate, though, why I say that, because I hope the answer goes beyond money. Because if it doesn't, then even then, the money is not good enough in real estate or stocks to keep you in it. Is it big money? Yes, but I'm just telling you how it comes and goes is not going to make you, if that's what you will define happiness or not, then you're signing yourself up for a fucked up game. So that's why it just, above all else, man, I think, you know, maybe we'll have a chat, maybe 11 at 11. I'd be down to talk to you about it if you'd like, but the options are there for real estate and finance, you know? Like, you know what I'm saying? But, like, it really comes down to a more fati piece, have an idea, you know, focus on the skills and talents you possess because you're gifted. I know you are. You know what I'm saying? Like, every single one of us in here, we have a gift. You know, I could bring out Biden noises. I don't know what you could do. But it's like there's a way to use it. And, you know, that's what you got to think about because I saw it today. It was like if you just do – like, if you could do things without expecting a reward and like, you could do stuff with love, passion, consistency, that right there will set you up to be successful in your career no matter what. You'll do better than a lot of people. So, but that's why you don't get that without, like, I want to be here. You know what I'm saying? Like, be where you want to be and all of that. But I truly hate the tech environment. I love money and real estate. It's about love for what I do. I'm not there. All right, but why? What do you hate about the environment? Because I love and hate the tech environment too. I made a fortune off of it. I love technology. Again, I invested early. I don't like a bunch of arrogance and people who think, and act a certain way, right? I don't like tech that supports certain things, right? But it's like, what is it that you don't like about it? Because what if that transfers over to real estate? What if that transfers over to stocks? You think tech culture is crazy? Wait till you work a finance job that's not being your own trader. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the crazy part with it. So I feel, but let's get to the bottom of this, baby. AMD's running now. Meta, I think Snap's on there, but they were clapped yesterday. AMD's still down 1.5. Walmart's adjusting pay scale because it can't maintain margins. There's proof. It's either that or the labor market, again, just hand in hand. But that's the question. Is the company slowing down or is the labor market slowing down? It doesn't matter. Because if the labor market slows down, it changes how the company operates. If the vice versa, if they're operating off of the trends, then labor is going to suffer for it. So it's honestly, it's an interesting one. Tesla. Pfizer just hit another low. Pinduoduo at the low too. I genuinely don't like my everyday job. I don't like sitting on the computer. It feels mundane and boring. I love talking about money and how to manage finances. If you like talking, real estate would be very good. But even then, though, I mean, you are talking to somebody who sits at a computer all day, every day, and does something that is the same thing every day, even though there's different stuff in the day. What I do is very mundane and boring if I choose to make it like that. So everything will get mundane and boring. Again, that's it. I mean, I don't know how many relationships you've been in. I don't know how many cars you've driven, whatever it may be. But like, look around life. If it's mundane and boring, I need another reason. Why? Because you will get bored. I get bored. I got bored of Halo eventually. You know what I'm saying? That was my favorite game. I played like 17,000 Halo 2 matches in my life, and I eventually never played it again. You know why? But it's like mundane and boring. Again, like I'm telling you, I show up every day. I will say the same Pledge of Allegiance. I will tell you the same thing, the same land the plane, and I'll do it every single day. I don't think it's. I have so much fun. But that is because I do not like. Again, if I imagine if I listen to other people, or if I viewed certain things as like performance or not, and I like really got caught up in it, then yeah, I would get very tired of this on a day-to-day process. So I feel you, and I hope you respect this too. I'm trying to draw it out of you. Again, maybe we'll get on a phone call, but I hope I support you. I'm just trying to, as a brother, I'm trying to get you to really think about what you love and don't like about this job, so we could find out where to put it. But like the grass is always greener, baby. It's always greener. And I say that this is like my third 7-hour day of the week sitting here. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Halo Infinite sucked. And I say that too, though, because I think you're in a good job. I don't know where you work, but it's a good industry. So maybe, I don't know, maybe you make your own company. Why don't you work for yourself and then even get into the investment side too? But that's the beauty, whatever you're doing now. Here's the best part, honestly, because I'm asking you so many questions. What I'll tell you is that the answer is like, if you really want to try it out before you quit your job, start off the real estate. You could start real estate on the side today. You could do both. That's what I did even when I was in college. It's not a difficult task, especially if you got to the point where you're employed with a cybersecurity degree. I think you got that dog in you. So it's like, if worst case scenario, you could just start off and just like at the same time and don't quit until you really find out, and maybe you get to see both of it. All work is mundane. I do the same day in, day out. But I like it because there's no thought in it, and I could do this. Yeah, and it's just, and like I said, expect the unexpected. I mean, just like the heart of a child, bro. If you just start appreciating the little stuff and just don't focus on the boring and mundane as much as the exciting and the new, you're going to have a blast every day. And then assuming you get good sleep, because when I'm tired, I'm an asshole. You know what I'm saying? I hate everything when I'm tired. Disney on the low. Even Pfizer was on the low. GME up 12. I don't know. And then a lot of the names that were down yesterday, or GME was down that went up, and then the names that were up went down. Mundane is with what you love is fun. Mundane with something you hate becomes tiresome. Gotta make it fun and joy. That's beautiful, Yvonne. That's a very beautiful one. You should get that hung up on the wall. I might need to steal that. That's a good one. Because that's so true. Because I'm like, video games, like, how come video games are mundane as hell, but if you like love the game, like, you'll do it all day. Like, you're right. With some love into it, it's fun. But then if it's something that like you really don't like, it does become tiresome real quick. Almost fire. Get bitter or get better. It's your choice. Working a welding job 10 years. I went to night school to get my BS in accounting. I don't know how to transition with no experience. I'm only income. You got to apply, unfortunately. That will be an interesting job, like a jump because of, if you're doing welding now to accounting. But if you have all the accreditation and like all of the requirements, you just got to start applying for any place that'll hire you. Maybe think about a bank too. I don't know if you could use it there or what they would need, but that's the you got to start applying. Someone's saying it took him 13 months, but I would keep your job that you have now. Obviously, I don't know if there's a choice not to, but that would be wise to keep the job. And then just keep applying until you find something. You have to find someone who's willing to take you on with no experience. Your eagerness will sell you. Yeah, good call. Fubo ready to break 3. But I hate this job. That's it. But honestly, though, I might have to sit some of y'all down. Before you tell me about what you hate, you got to tell me about what you love. Can we start with that? Because if you focus on the negative, it's so easy to win. Every time, you know what I'm saying? Like I could quit anything if I focus on the negative, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? So it's just like always, man, just focus, start with the love, and then you could talk about the downside, you know what I'm saying? And like the things you don't like about it. And like, at the same time, like I'll tell you, bro, I love people, but like, dude, like God is hilarious, bro. I'm telling you. Like, the way like life works and like how you have to deal with people. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like being humble is like, it's funny, dude, because it's so hard, because I don't like certain things. I don't like dealing with certain things. But at the same time, I don't think about that when I'm like, what do I love? I love, like, look at the people in here every day who have brought joy to me for years now, who have been right by me. And like, dude, the laughs, like I can think, bro, I see Tim Whitman with 100, bro, the amount, like I love his jokes. I love the smiles. I like, you know what I'm saying? So it's just like, that's it. But like, I'm telling you, I would be out real quick if I wanted to focus on, I got this, man, this is so bad. I got to deal with this. So I'm just telling you, the what you hate game, we all got stuff we don't like. I know that. But before you give it attention, you got to feed the good stuff that you like first. And then tell me about what you don't like. And then tell me if it's really world ending. And if it's, you know what I'm saying? And if it's really like, maybe I do hate it. It's like, no, you dislike certain things about it, but you gotta feed the love, and before you know it, it'll do its thing. Thank you for sure. Thank you to you too. You know what I'm saying? Like in the same respect, I got my love for the market. I didn't start this with the love for people initially. I love the market always. That's just, unfortunately, that's how I am. But like I'm saying, just I never thought 50 people would have turned into what it is, but I never thought those people would be, every single day with me. Like I've said, I got homies who can't even do this with me in the same degree. So yallah, but thank you. So, but either way though, without love, you won't realize it. And then that's where the easiest tricks to get fooled is focus on what you don't like, and keep focusing on what you don't like. You'll be out of there in no time. But put up a fight with love, and you'll see what happens. We all almost love you. Almost all love you. Of course, bro. Of course. That's it. And I love you, man. That's why. I'm just telling you. Amen, bro. Amen. That's why I just don't. But if you want to focus on the little stuff, it could get rid of all of the good. And that's why I'm saying I always remember there's so much good. And that's why I hope you apply that to whatever you're dealing with, you know, because it's a very useful tip. I found if I push through the feelings and not liking, not looking forward, I always got to a point I enjoy it. Yeah. I mean, let me give you another tip for some of the guys out there. Again, I don't know what you're doing, your job, whatever it may be. You know, I'm speaking very generally amongst the lines of just like, you know, keep your head in the right place so that you could perform and be productive and accomplish your goals. Another thing is give yourself kind of like a ending point. You know what I'm saying? Or give yourself like a period. So I don't know, like sometimes if you're doing something like over and over and over again and it does feel boring, mundane, and then you start focusing on the negative, like do you have is there like a checkpoint that you have? Department of Energy, so number crude oil 6.3 million draw. We're at what, 416 million barrels? Inventories draw of 2.6 million. On gasoline, estimate was draw of 1 million. Distillates 679, estimate was 1 million. Oil might rocket, and again, oil's been up 9 days in a row. Cushing negative 1.75 versus 1.5 previous, and then crude inventories negative 6.3 million. Estimate was negative 2 million. So very, very bad. You guys got to add? Hold on. I'll wait. Are you good? So crude oil inventories, draw of 6.3 million. Estimate was 2 million. Cushing, draw of 1.7 versus 1.5 for last. Gasoline inventories, negative 2.6 million. Estimate was negative 1 million. And then distillates, 679,000 inventory. Estimate was 1 million. They all came in low. That's a big, big draw. And I don't know if it's even going up still. Because, again, crude is almost at 90, but all of that data would mean it rockets up. Yeah, Abivai's been going crazy. There's Pfizer. Snap ripping. Snap died yesterday, which is crazy. I got 2 Pfizers. Did Intel come back up? Intel's still whole. Intel's actually getting a candle right now. All the chips kind of look alike. Let's see. The short report, no, I heard about it. I didn't look over it. But, like, they're all dying. That's why I'm, like, kind of, I don't know if it's going to really affect it more so, where it's, like, the only short report you need right now is China dying. So that's where I'm like, I don't know. Yeah, Eli's ripping. Pfizer, dude, I have the Pfizer thing. Is it still live? They got like 20. All right, hold on. Watch your speakers. Where's my like speaker? I don't even have the like mixer thing. Pfizer. All right, let's see if this works. Watch your speakers, dog. Watch them.
Like the SA mRNA platform that we put some efforts into increasing durability, possibly circular mRNA.
Oh my
so
God.
Expect us to add one of those two likely to our toolbox, and that includes working with biotech and major academic centers.
Oh my God.
We have been a little bit more watch in the cancer vaccine, and while I welcome...
Oh, Okay, I'm sorry. I'm trying. Let me until I find the sound mixer. I don't have like a sound mixer that shows up. Yeah, I told you guys, watch out. Is it sound settings? Okay, this might be it.
Vaccination will it rather be?
All right, I got it.
And will it similarly to CAR-T that has
because I need to go pee.
Seen with a lot of enthusiasm, now maybe being displaced by a functional antibody, multifunctional. So that's just where we want to be careful, and also looking at when you deploy ADCs and combine them with PD-1s, like data of Padcev and Keytruda.
Okay, this is again
you
Pfizer.
May actually generate.
But I will be right back. I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
Immune responses.
Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity.
Because you bring in immunogenic cell deaths, you take away a checkpoint blockade. So that is another way to treat cancer and strengthen the ongoing immune response than necessarily need to combine almost person-specific or subpopulation-specific cancer vaccines. We are keeping an eye on it. Should the area break, we may jump into it. But at the moment, we see bigger drugs coming from these other approaches I alluded to.
So before this session, I hosted a similar type as conversation we're doing now with a former colleague of yours, Phil Dormitzer, who is now in his new home at GSK. And they're talking about, obviously, their new strep pneumonia drug, which is on the MAPS platform through the Affinivax transaction, and the vulnerabilities of increasing serotypes with traditional platforms, particularly for the number 3 serotype, which is associated with invasive. Obviously, they are not the only competitor. You have Merck, you have Vaxcyte, you have Affinivax. To what extent do you believe that Pfizer has the technology to keep up? And do you think that the regulator has a similar understanding of the relationship between neutralization titers and incidence by the individual serotypes, which is going to translate into a differentiated label from either the FDA or recommendation from ACIP?
Clear that pneumococcal space has been a stronghold of Pfizer, and we have now 3 generations of pneumococcal vaccine from PCV7 around year 2000 to 10 years later when we started to introduce PCV13 and more recently PCV20. And each time there were various competitors sitting with Andrew Baum or his predecessors being optimistic, but none of them really has played a major role, whether GSK the last time when they're working on a 10-valent or Merck with our current presence of a 15-valent. So I feel pretty optimistic that the depth of our skills and the new approaches we're putting in place to even go beyond 20-valent for the future will allow us to be strong and prevail, whether in the infant or in the adult sector. So we have developed technologies that allow you to combine even more serotypes without paying a price on attenuation. And that includes more sophisticated conjugation chemistry, adding additional carrier to avoid carrier interference, and for older adults, considering mild adjuvants. Finally, when we launched PCV13 for the adult indication, it has 2 claims. One is prevention of invasive pulmonary disease, and the other is for community-acquired pneumonia. And we run a large study in the Netherlands where we basically vaccinated the whole region and were able to track cases, had unique assays to address them to each of the serotypes, and that led to a unique label for pneumonia, which is by far the dominant reasons of illness among older adults. And that indication is transferred from Prevnar 13 to 20 based on that we have aligned conjugation experience, bridging with similar or identical assays. And so far, that has been a unique label that we have. And I think that will allow us that investment and knowledge to continue to have improved label versus others. And we continuously move new generation into the clinic. You will hear about that next year. And we are not concerned about adding more serotypes.
Using the existing technology.
Using new technologies. The ones that we'll introduce next year will be based on new technologies. The current technology did us very well up to 20. As we think about, in going another...
But it's not biotinylation. It's not like the MAPS program.
It's not. It's based on one hand, as I said, refining the conjugation, making it even better. And on the other hand, we have seen when you do new carriers, not just CRIM, you can allow the response to some of the serotypes to be better. And for older adult, use of a mild adjuvant could allow also stronger responses. And I think what you were asking, could you get better responses also to some of the existing serotypes that maybe so far, none of the existing vaccines, some of them have been optimal. And that's something we have made a lot of progress on, that to some of the existing serotypes that protects but doesn't eliminate disease, we think we have cracked that nut, how to address it. So that's why I feel it's the same game, and we were victorious with the PCV7, 13, and I feel convinced we can prevail with the innovation and experience and bring it to new levels of protections.
So staying with vaccines, as you pointed out, yours is the only RSV vaccine with approval in 2 patient populations. COVID vaccinations in pregnant women turned out to be a very sensitive topic. And here, patients and their physicians have a choice. It's not an insubstantial market. It's billion two. I mean, it's a good size opportunity. How are you thinking what the acceptance of a vaccine versus a monoclonal will be in this patient population?
It's a great question. First of all, I think that having successfully concluded approval for 2 indications, older adult and maternal, creates a unique data set and acceptance of our vaccines for both indications. Now, when it specifically deals with the maternal, where we're the only vaccine available, we have the opportunity for seeing the patients or the person far ahead of any antibodies. So in the US from week 30.
He does sound evil, but we just bought his company. That was Pfizer. Honestly, I was listening to it. I had to go to the bathroom. Took me a little longer, but I was listening, and I don't know. I think even from the beginning, last time we heard a little bit when it was on super violent audio. They keep talking about vaccines. So I think Pfizer, I want them to talk about GLP. So again, that's one of the things I'm looking for with them. But again, it does seem like their big money maker over the last 2 years was the vaccine. So that does get a lot of attention here at these analyst conferences. That was Albert Bourla. Mr. Bourla. Like Bourla exhaust. That's what I think of. That's because that's how you know I like Fast and the Furious. I love Abivi for Botox. I read an article about new drug, RVNC, Daxify. They launched 323. I'm still in RVNC. I have flip shares on that. We played it on the approval. So I know about it. It's there. It's legit. But some people have said it sucks compared to Botox. But other than that, I mean, they do have a competitor. But we'll see. Also read GLP-1s. Eli Lilly and NVO are only competitors until 2027 when Amgen, Pfizer, and Boehringer could release VKTX, AKR, and MDGL are being tested for fatty liver fibrosis. Yeah. I think Pfizer was involved for a little bit with the oral version, and then they backed out of it. But I do think they might get in before that. But yeah, it is going to be important. I think all of the GLP-1s are very, very key. But how to get in, it's just, I don't know. The problem is it was either go for Pfizer, and be patient and take the ultimate value. But it's also like you could have just FOMO'd into Eli. I've been saying this for months now, and every single week it goes higher. Like literally from here, we were just saying you could have just FOMO'd into Eli Lilly or FOMO'd into NVO. But I don't know. It just ups so much. Yeah, I do want them to talk. But that's the thing, though. It's like I think they will. I mean, you got to realize the vaccines are big money for them. Like I'm saying, just that's where they've made a lot of their money. They have other drugs, too. Don't ever underestimate that. But I don't doubt that. Like, I feel like Pfizer is going to eventually have to be close to the obesity drugs. Like, I just don't think they're going to let that much money go around, especially when they have an oral pill, they have stuff close to it. I could maybe see them acquiring, too, but point is, I don't think Pfizer can resist in the long run. I don't know how, my time frame, some of you saying a couple years or not, but I legitimately, I don't think they are going to watch. Again, a company like Eli Lilly is not supposed to move how it does, and I just don't think Pfizer is going to let them get all this smoke without saying, I want some. Oh shit, Walmart. I forgot we made that play. It kind of barely moved. I'm up $20. 50 cents a share. Disney about to break 80 on the low. Yep, and then Apple on the high. Did it not go below 80 last time? No, yeah, this will be a new low. This will be big for Disney. Again, 70 all the way, 79, but like, dude, even like 70, 75 and then 72. It's going to start moving like $5 at a time. Yeah, but like 75 or like 76-ish here. This will be the support of 2014 and like just under the low. So like 78, 77. So watch, see what it does there. Disney, it's still the sell-off. I mean, they had an update. Oh, wait, Walmart? What the hell's happening with Walmart? Okay, I sold out of Walmart for $20. I forgot I was in it. To talk about Tesla. I think today was the first day they were quiet, my man. I mean, I feel like they're going to get drawn into the China stuff. But at the same time, Dollar General on the low, 52-week low, and then Apple breaking out, still red, but it's just literally been cash open run up. MPW, I want to say rates, but I don't think the rest of the gang is down. I think it's just MPW. I mean, wait, when's ex-dividend? Isn't ex-dividend coming up for them? So I think that could be it, but they're underperforming. I think financials are all doing good. They're kind of moving more like a struggling regional than not. But yeah, Tesla didn't have much today. Again, the last couple days filled with news. Like I'm saying, maybe a loose China connection. But honestly, I think out of the bigger cap names, I think Tesla's actually doing a lot better just in general. Yeah, Amazon's been doing good. But Amazon antitrust stuff the other day, but it didn't have too much of a pushback against it. But like Amazon has been relatively stable. Like I'm saying, you could pull up a couple names that are still running into the highs that aren't tech, like Eli Lilly. But Amazon has actually held up good. But also, too, don't forget to pull out Amazon's chart. Because, like, remember, they ran up before everybody. They kind of dropped a little bit, but, like, this is still, like, below the highs of 2020 and 2022, but it's still, like, massively elevated from the run-ups. Can you imagine if China starts doing this with all products over there? Well, that's what I was saying on the watch list. I'm telling you, it might be a new way China responds to policy, but they're already showing it. If they want to spur their economy and demand, I mean, all they got to do is just boom, that's it. The coffee shops, the Apple, the Nike, but there's, it's weird because how much of that stuff can they actually do that with? A lot of things have changed recently, and it's one thing about them buying from us, but also part of the report today was that we're not buying from China as much. Our imports are, they're declining with China. at a different pace, even though everything else is sustaining. Melly, is it phased? Melly it'll probably go down when everything else goes up a lot. Today's a weird day, man. I don't know how you guys feel about it, because like you might even feel like we're in the green or like you're moving up today, but like bonds are holding on at the lows. They're still green on the day somehow, but like Dow is up. That's your rotation, but this is still 1% on the NASDAQ and then 0.4, 0.5 on the Dow or on the SPY. Do you think India could replace Apple customers if, like you're saying, instead of China? Maybe in the future, but it's not like, I don't think Apple is going to like completely die off but from China, but it's just saying it's going to have some effect in the future for them, but then it's also like you got to be asking yourself, what the hell is China doing right now? I'm telling you, the yuan 2008 lows, they did this now. Then the week before, they cut existing mortgage rates, first time since 2008. Then the week before that, they do another round of stimulus and then surprise cuts, and then they don't mess with the 5-year mortgage rate. Then you have Country Garden and then wealth. Again, I'm going like 1 week at a time. You know what I'm saying? But it's just like even now boiling down to this now, for you to, for them to greenlight Huawei to make a phone and then within 72 hours ban iPhones from government buildings and do so in a manner that the United States has operated in. Like, if you don't understand that, I mean, God bless you, but it's like China is hilarious, dude. You got to think about it, bro. It is like retaliation, and it's going to lead to a tit for tat dynamic, but you got to think about it. That joke about TikTok, it's not really a joke. So the joke I was making yesterday where I was like, oh, they're banning it from government phones and government offices, right? Sounds like when we banned TikTok. It sounds funny, but like, think about it. That's them pretty much copying us in the way they respond. So they've flat out banned Bitcoin. They flat out banned a lot of things. These guys don't care. But why are they going about starting? That's why I said yesterday, it kind of led into the news today. They're trying to play the same game where they're like, well, we want to kind of limit you, but not straight up be explicit limiting you, and kind of make it look like we still have political room to operate. So that's why they're doing something like that. And they're like, oh, well, we're not banning iPhones. We're just banning it from governments and government offices. And then there's also a brand new consumer copy of the iPhone, FYI. So do you guys get what I'm saying? It's a pretty wild concept of what they're doing. They're both copying the states, but they're also doing it, and it's going hand in hand with another thing for the consumer. Like, you got to realize it, man. Like, what if, yes, the passive aggressiveness, exactly. But, like, you have to think about it in a way, like, what if, I'm trying to think of an analogy where we did that. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's like, well, the government strongly frowns down upon TikTok on this, and then now we also released a brand new TikTok that's not TikTok. It says a lot. So, but it could lead to a lot. It could lead to a lot. It's called Threads, kind of. But there you go. So, yeah, they reverse engineer our politics and monetary policy, too. But even in this case, though, it's like you got to read between the lines. Like, what they did is not like... It would have been different if there wasn't a brand new Huawei that came out that just skirted sanctions. It would look like it was just more random, but now with that, it looks more in line with that's like a government plan to spur activity. That's it. You strongly frown upon iPhone, skirt a sanction, and drop a Huawei. Oh, my goodness. But look at Apple. I mean, we were talking about it earlier, just saying on some of these worst days, we have watched it go up. So it's still down 3%. It just doesn't look as bad as pre-market. And then it's now like a day of doing nothing. So, but even then, just be careful moving forward with that. But how that develops, like I'm saying, I just would kind of keep a closer eye to China. Chinese government is crooked. Well, yeah, well, that's kind of what I'm saying. It's call it what you want. I'm not even crooked, just call it communist power control, but it's like they're strongly frowning upon an iPhone, and then they're taking big international steps to release a new phone for their consumer. The way I look at it is that China's economic livelihood is more important than even anything else overseas. That's how bad it's getting, is that they're willing to do that type of shit to save this economy and get it making sure, because nothing else is working. That's more important than America, China, Russia, Ukraine, and anything. It's more important than all of it. That's why they're doing it, because they don't even care what the consequences will be. That means the consequence, or just quite simply in just political game theory, the consequences of skirting sanctions and banning iPhones, to them, the consequences were smaller there than if they did not choose to, ban the iPhones and then release a new Huawei and risk the trouble of sanctions. Does that make sense? So they thought that to some degree, whether it was economic, political, whatever it may be, they believed that the consequences were lower if they went ahead and just did that, rather than saying, "Oh no, well, okay, man, what if we didn't do it? What would happen?" They're saying if we do it, if we don't do it, it'll be worse than the other consequence. Why wouldn't they though? Wouldn't you want your country as safe and powerful as you can? Well, again, you're violating a sanction. You see what I'm saying? And then you're going to go ban, one of the biggest companies in the world, who does a lot, and who's, again, the last couple of years have been all about trying to get out of China after they crack down, right? So now, even as their economy is getting messed up, still they're doing this behavior again. So why wouldn't they there's reasons that would stop them. That's the whole point. There should be political pushback. There should be things that should prevent China from going further down this road. But if you compare it to the context of their economy, maybe they had to. And maybe now all these other things are paled in comparison than if they did nothing. The sanctions against Huawei. Huawei has not came out with a phone in 4 to 5 years. So that phone I showed you today, the Huawei Mate 60, they've not released another phone in years, since 2018, pretty much. 2018, 2019, there has not been another phone. And that's why they opened it up, and then they were like, what the hell? How did they get these chips? No, it's not that. One of the chips was on a sanction list. So you are not allowed to sell to Huawei. There's only, again, you could look broadly, you could look at one of them, but they're saying you are not allowed to sell this chip to China. To Huawei. You could sell it to Huabi. If there was a company called Huabi, you could have sold it to them, but you can't sell it to Huawei. And that's where now, after finding that evidence, America's pissed. Again, congressmen are already talking about it, but even in general, it's any way you want to cut it. I mean, if you want to use different words to make it sound a little less, aggressive, but it's still like they violated, sanctions were violated in a broad sense, the security stuff of preventing Huawei access to that. And that's where it pretty much has led us to this situation where China, I think they don't care for a reason that makes sense to the consequence doesn't matter, than is less than doing nothing. Have you guys seen them? I showed the new one today, but like this was the last. This was iPhone 13, I think, but this is when they like straight up just copied them. So it's just like an iPhone loaded up with Android. So, but then this was the last phone, and then now they came out with this new one. I don't know. I don't. Again, remember, NVIDIA, they're limited on who they could sell to. But just the funny part is that, like, Huawei they kind of faded away. Like, dude, Huawei was like the biggest thing in the world up until like 2018, 2019, and then it just faded after those sanctions and then all of this stuff. You know, it was a big deal, but then it's like they're coming back now. It was like a zombie, like, state-owned enterprise. It's gigantic. Don't ever get it twisted. It's like a $600 billion company, but it's state-owned. Like, it's not, if you don't think that company is China, that, I mean, God bless you once again. But it's like, it's crazy that they're at this point now, because we're talking about Huawei they disappeared. Now it's back. Now it's state-owned. And then, you know, there's a lot of questions about this chip and whether or not it was violated or not. But it's just like, the fact that they did it, in my mind, is like, dude, this was not for no reason. And then this is all while the currency is at the 2008 low, I might add. My old Huawei phone was the best I ever had. I've never used it. Never used it. My homie had a Huawei because he lived in China, but but I've never used it. But I'm sure they read all my messages. So did Apple. They faded after the China executive in Canada. Yeah. That's usually most people's last reference of Huawei, except for the last couple days now. Yeah, Huawei was stealing your data before TikTok. The Neo phone. Where's Tesla's phone? ASML. That's one too. ASML is mentioned. They might even get in trouble with this shit. But all of them calm down. So even Intel, we sold out of Intel. There's Pfizer. What's Borla saying? Did he wrap it up? Yeah, the event is ended. They disappeared from the West when Tim Cook went to visit China. The only phones being used were Xiaomi and Huawei's. To a degree, I mean, there was, like, that is definitely true. Other countries even use them, like Vietnam, South Korea, like other places use Huawei, even after 2018. But, like, it's not as if, like, Apple still had presence. I mean, even then, last quarter was the biggest China revenue. So it's like, Apple's still selling stuff, but if Huawei comes back and then it's also tied in with the government saying they don't allow it in China, then that just also not good. But Huawei is big overseas, everywhere else. So you're definitely right. In the West, it died after 2018. Even Canada, again, that's why, like, even people in Canada were using Huawei a decent amount. Spent a third round on LT cash on Pfizer, banking a third. Need to find another stock. Man, good luck. I got a decent position now on Pfizer. It's like 2 deposits worth. But now I have no more cash. And now I'm waiting. I'm waiting for more. I want Disney, but now it's like, again, $70 or 79 to 70. I sure will have that range. So we'll see. I've never tried a folding phone. I love to spend. I do. Everything I've been buying has been dividends. In my mind, I know Bill is at 5% right now, and you could get paid to do nothing. But with all the effery in the market, the way I see it, I might as well collect my money early on my. If it's around Bill, again, Pfizer is my lowest yielder, I think, that I've gotten so far. But my general idea is that I'm thinking long term. I'm thinking 10 years. So even if 2 years at a lower yield, if it does end up having equity gains and then drip, I think it might be able to help me out a little bit. So I am spending, but I hope making sure they pay. I mean, actually, I don't even know what our dividend payouts are now. High tickers running AFO, HD, a couple of others. Riot, VRSK, SPRO, Spies hitting a high, Celsius. Yo, you just kind of rocketed up out of nowhere here. Duke Energy, Netflix. What about Google? Remember Google and Meta running? Yeah. Meta's up 1.5. Filthy pop came true. Oh, I had a Razor, yeah, back in the day. For a little bit. But I thought you meant like one of them Samsung phones. Because I've seen them. I've held one, but I've never like used one. Bro, dude, I have the same, I have an iPhone 10 or something. Bro, I have like the same iPhone from like 2015. I use that as one of my backup phones. I've beaten the shit out of it. And then the only other one, because unless I've lost it, I have like I have the iPhone from 2020. So even then, like low key, I haven't even bought an iPhone in a minute. iPhone XR, yeah. Year 7. They work, bro. They work. It's so weird, like low key, but like if you think about the time frame, you know, there's people out there who haven't bought an iPhone in like years, like maybe even a decade. So, but that's why this cycle on the iPhone 15, that's why they're trying to charge a lot. They're hoping that they could get everybody, because there's still a big upgrade cycle of people who have not gotten one. Dude, my iPhone, my old one. I don't know if it's an X or the one, or I don't know. Do they have an 11? It's old though. I got one of this phone. The video I shot the other day, the video when I was in the house. That's the one that was I shot it off a damn iPhone from like 10 years ago, man. Like it's crazy. iPhone 3G. Do you really? My mom used that for a minute. You still have 2G. I forgot. Where's Walmart? That was a play earlier. I got out of that. It was only $20. It's like 50 cents a share. BX on the high. Jeppy. Again, market's actually kind of moving a decent amount. General Motors under offer offers a ratification bonus of $5,000 for all employees. General Motors offers for most employees 10% increase in wages. Yeah, bro. I don't know. Honestly though. We should talk about the auto workers union. It's actually a big deal. It's still early as hell. It's only 8:30. GMC, but we need to talk about it, guys. You got to think about it in a weird way. I don't know. I think maybe they will strike after hearing that, because dude, that's so hard to negotiate after damn UPS. Like, you know what I'm saying? I would be pissed right now. I don't know how much was the percentage on UPS workers? Was it more than 10%? Do I use Verizon or AT&T? I used to use AT&T, so I don't anymore, because they were sketchy, or they were caught up in it with the shit I had with the stalkers, and they were using like cell phone stores and shit, and they owned them and all that. It was weird shit, bro. But so I don't use AT&T anymore. But I will not disclose my phone carrier. I will not disclose my phone carrier. Thank you. Yeah, I'm like halfway suing AT&T. It's an arbitration. Cricket. T-Mobile, U.S. EU dividend over structure of trade curbs to reduce steel, aluminum, carbon, disadvantage excess production capacity. Centered in China, sources say EU negotiators favor carbon board adjustment. U.S. seeking tariff-based approach that raises WTO concerns for EU. The next level for pump it up is high. It's 4,600. SWIN. Solo win up 200%. It's fun to say. Solo win. Yeah, it'd have to be 4,600, bro. 40. I'm sorry, because bro, it's been crazy so far. You guys got to put it together, the story. We went from like, woo, all-time highs. Wow, pounds go rate. Everything's perfect. Season July, so good. August, right when the calendar switches, we switch. You know what I'm saying? And then we just started to like sell off, and then you started to like die. But like August was a nightmare, dude. You know what I'm saying? August was a damn nightmare. And then now, look at what you got. Then it went from like 1 or 2 weeks of like everybody was just like, oh, it's getting better now. Oh, the rates, maybe it's not. Okay, maybe we flipped out. Oh, the jobs data. Oh, yes. And then now we're back down to the gulag, low key. So just keep in mind, like back up here 2 days ago, you know, where we ended on Friday, this is where you started August. Now you are back down to the gulag of halfway through August, where you were 2 days later, it just started to go crazy. So yeah, it's a very interesting dynamic here. So I hope you're seeing it. It's just like August and this back and forth. So it's like the next levels we go up to. It's like what I'm trying to tell you is we've moved like 100, 200 points quite rapidly. I mean, top to bottom at the very least, if you really think about it. I know at least 100 points easy. You know, literally 45.30 to 44.30. That's 100 points in 2 days. But even then, 43 to 45.30, that's 200 points in about, what, a week and a half, 2 weeks? And then you just gave up half of that in 1 day. So it's like, remember, August was no joke. August was a drainage. And again, August is the reason why the currencies are where they're at now. That's why we're back up with the yuan, the yen, all of this. It was a nightmare there, right? But now it's getting even worse. But like, you know, with September seasonality, what happened in August, this is what we're paying attention to. It's not bad in the sense, like, remember when we were dying, it's like, I don't freak out until we break below 4,300 realistically, or until we get back here. I mean, these were the previous highs that were really impressive. So, but in general, it's like we're going to have to go through a lot here in September with a lot of events. And, you know, it's just like 1 day off, 2 days off from being at the low of last month or like being near the high, which is kind of crazy. And then, where's bond volatility? Actually, this talk has inspired me. Disney almost 79. Move. Get out the way. Get out the way. Oh no. Rate hikes. PayPal Chicle. Mulan Automotive confirms it has filed appeal to NASDAQ staff delisting letter. Let's get down to business to defeat the shorts. They're going up a little off that. Excuse me. Mulan. Eli Lilly again, man. Maybe, I don't know. I'm glad Pfizer went up, but we've been talking months of the Eli Lilly FOMO. It's almost been a year now, I feel like. But, dude, they're killing it all day. I'm glad that was our mention. Again, yesterday, very short watch list, and the things we talked about, that was a good watch list for today, tomorrow. That played out very, very nice. I have no more bill, no, unless it's in, like, my other trading accounts or, like, bigger amounts that I've set up from the beginning of the year. But as far as the long-term accounts, I'm 100% invested right now. I have no more cash. I will have a deposit coming in a couple of weeks because I just got it. But I put it all. I should have more cash free though, I feel like. But right now I have, I guess how much did we put into Pfizer? Oh, because I bought the MO too. Where is Pfizer? Yeah, 4,500 in Pfizer. So no more cash, no. Same thing with the small account too. Disney 79.89. Is that Apple on the high too? And then Pfizer is kind of going up here. Yeah, Disney flushing 79. So watch 78 and then watch 77. But like 78.99 or like 78.77 and then 77 flat. If you can't hold 77 flat, you're going to go to like 75 to 72. And then, God forbid, 70 flat. Overstock, I don't know. I kind of want to play it, but that lost 50, just because it lost 50%. Overstock is down 50% almost in 2 days. It's actually wicked. Long terms. Here's the long term. So big account right now, down 1.5. I mean, literally it was just up 2 days ago or not. You're moving around again. I mean, a lot of the plays this year now have flipped on us. So again, like Disney, we're down. MPW, Walgreens, we added to. And then I think that's it for ads. And then O went negative. We didn't add to it. PayPal, that one's still negative. And then MO. 3M is barely down too. And then Pfizer, we'll see how long that lasts. Then JP Morgan, Coca-Cola, Abivai, Uber, Meta, Netflix, Redfin still leading the way. Again, Airbnb was fluctuating between green and red on the year for us too. But still not bad. I mean, this is how the chart looks. So, again, any of the dividends, like I'm saying, it would have been better to keep Bill because we wouldn't have lost equity. But the way I'm looking at it is by the time, growth starts coming down, we might be able to, maybe those things come back for us. So we still need to make averages. Again, Disney got pretty bad. Again, MPW as well. But thankfully, a majority of everything, I think there's 2 names down that don't pay us for now. But so far, plays are going down on the year. Only a couple ones. Started off good, but then flipped. And then everything from last year is still murdering it in a good way. Meta almost red. You'll want a nutty, spicy sprinkle of this on everything. What the hell is this headline? Meta dumping? I mean, even Disney too, man. 79 is crazy. Yeah, Meta is kind of selling off. Check Google. They're kind of going down. I don't know if it's something specific with them. And then SolarWind is returned. I don't know if there's Meta news. I could check. Dude, it's only 8:47? Oh, man. Dude, it's so early? Oh, my goodness. So, Chad, yeah, we're still down 1%. Bro, it's not even Euro, or we just had Euro close 15 minutes ago. Where was it? Yeah, so we popped on Euro close. That's actually nuts. Let's see. You feel like Pfizer's lawsuit risk will be very high in the coming years? Although I agree with you and it would kind of be a hedge, I don't think that's going to happen, unfortunately. Don't forget the deal they made with the government. There's certain liability that they cannot be held to, unfortunately. Forever Chemicals, for supplying faulty earbuds, you know what I'm saying? Cancer in the baby powder. All of that is enforceable because you did not do a deal with the government. And you do not have, again, I invest in companies, biotechs. It takes like 4 to 5 years minimum to study and test a drug. Usually, even with PDUFAs, they'll guarantee you a time frame, but that's still a 3 to 5 year process. But it's like when you have FDA backing and you come out with something faster, you do have a lot of immunity, more or less. Or again, they have a lot of protections, especially under emergency use authorization. So they are actually limited in liability, as crazy as it sounds. I'm trying to decide on out the money SPY expiration for revision on GDP. To go about the revisions, you would know if they randomly pick the days. I know they do have a day, the final reading. So usually there's advanced preliminary reading and final reading. So just go on Trading Economics and look for the one that says final. That will be the day it comes out. And just make sure you get like an extra day or week afterwards on the contract if you were going to try to do a short-term type beat for that. They can definitely be held accountable, notably on the basics of the lie that's being told. Well, again, I don't think Pfizer is like a super honorable company. So I don't necessarily like disagree or agree with you because, I mean, you should know what I believe because if I have to say it explicitly, I get banned. But at the same time, just, as much as I don't like it, they have a lot of protection. They have, again, they made one of the best deals in the world to get paid, create this drug, whether, whatever you think about it or not. But, dude, the government, that's it. You got the seal of approval. The liability, it's so, any of the cases that we've watched destroy companies, I just don't see it happening for Pfizer because of, again, their partnership with the government. It allowed them a lie. There's a reason why they did it. I'm telling you, there's a reason why you even had there's a reason why mandates are so mandated. You know what I'm saying? But it's just when it's all said and done, Pfizer wouldn't have done it without it. Do you get what I'm saying? It's not only guaranteed sales, it was guaranteed protection. Fuck the sales. I'm telling you, they have a good agreement. So, like I'm saying, I don't like it. Do I agree with it? Do I think it's wrong? I mean, those are my personal opinions. And again, unfortunately, they come with a cost. But you should know what I believe. But at the same time, that's what I'm saying. I bought Pfizer as my hedge to society. Even then, it pays a good dividend. It'll be around. I may not like what they do, but if I get banned, I mean, Pfizer goes to the moon. So, at the very least, I get paid somehow. But it's like I like it in that sense, but I'm not worried about their liability. And I would be worried about everything else. You know what I'm saying? They have they have other things to worry about, and they have like other liability, and other companies have it. But it's unfortunately the government rolled them a red carpet with a golden parachute. I just got in. I mean, so that's it. The last day or so is my first scale-in of it. I'm in at 34.27 on 132 shares for the long term. Or 34.24. There's no international liability. I mean, that's just what it is. That's why it's like, everybody should be. I'm surprised this is even a question 3 years later. You know what I'm saying? You mean everybody should have known this. That's what an emergency use is. Even if they tell you what to do, what not to do, it's just at the end of the day, the whole point was they had liability. They had liability protection because, they needed to rush to save people's lives. They needed to save the world, and you can't save the world with liability hanging over your head. So that's they have a golden pass. They've had it. It's not as if this is new. You still have immunity? Yes. Again, or at least related to that, but I mean, again, you heard it the other day. The FDA is about to greenlight another booster for another variant. But I don't know if these are all under emergency use or not. You'll have to verify. But for the most part, most of the activities operating under what happened from 2020, they do have broad protections. Again, whether you agree with it or not, like even myself personally, it makes sense. Like it makes sense why they have the protection because of what they did. They supplied how many doses to the whole world at a time when everybody demanded it. I mean, and again, they didn't have 4 to 5 years for PDUFA studies or stuff like that, but they, so you can't hold it against them. Let them keep it because it's medical. You don't know what will happen or what can happen or not, but to blame it on them, it wouldn't be fair. And you got to think about it. It's just like, if that's what we do where next time America's in a crisis and then we ask everybody to help us out and like, yo, companies, can you do this? Can you do this? Can you do this for us? Right? If that's the case and then we end up suing them and driving them out of business, 5 years later, nobody would ever do anything. So that's another part of the culture related to it as well too. Meta's imploding. Yeah, Meta was up 1.5. Now it's down 1. I don't have anything. I checked when you guys asked me to. I don't see. I'll double check. Did you guys not see anything across the wire? So Meta, this is old, 7 a.m. So Meta swaps science fiction for reality and latest metaverse ad push. Meta starts new ad campaign and metaverse pitch. That was in the morning. And then correction, a new article. Then 10 o'clock, I believe, Eastern. So like an hour and 50 minutes ago, Chinese online official network detected on fringe social media site Gab. And then researchers link 114 Gab accounts found on Facebook and Instagram. And then that's it. There's just 2 things in the morning like an hour or 2 ago. It was just Euro close, honestly. If anything, Euro close, we dumped right at Euro close. I don't know what to tell you. Maybe the Europeans were down with it, but they just died. Remember, bro, Meta was we bought this the other day below this price. So that's the crazy part because it's dying, but, it moved up a lot recently, but now it's even lower. And then bond yield's catching a bid on the 10-year. Pfizer's kind of holding. Meta to depreciate. Facebook to deprecate Facebook News tab in 3 European countries. How did we bottom tick Pfizer twice? Well, it's not a bottom tick if we have to do it again. You know what I'm saying, man? That just means we bought it at the low and then it just kept going lower, but yeah. So you're okay with buying Pfizer to make money when you know the agenda? Yes, 100%. Especially if I disagree with it, because then that would be the only way I have a fighting shot of making sure I could survive and having money, amongst all other things. Honestly, it doesn't matter because finger to the sky, but it makes perfect sense. You still use an iPhone. You still use Microsoft. Tell me about how bad Bill Gates is, and now tell me about your computer you're typing it on. Please. I'll wait. And tell me about everything else. So, yeah, that's 100% why. If that's the case, I mean, one day I'll be willing to sell everything and move to the mountains. And then I plan on it, honestly. It's a dilemma. I know a lot about morality and other things, but at the same time, if I ever let that stop me from my investments, I mean, I would not be an investor. You have to be a lot more cold-hearted. You have to really, again, the sadness of the world is that all of your stocks are profiting off of other people. It's profiting off of labor. It's profiting off of wrongness, lobbyist stuff that leads to inequality. So it's like, if you're not doing that, then you should not own anything. Sellout black hat is okay with you? What? I don't know what that means, sir. But it's like I'm saying, I will own Pfizer, but I don't really agree with them at all. But I think it makes a lot of sense. So what computer do you have? You said you don't have an iPhone, but like, do you like Bill Gates? Are you down with Bill Gates? Like, why do you use Windows? Hands are forced. Yes, our hands are forced. That's what I'm saying. I mean, one day I'm willing to give it up, but I have to be willing to give up everything. My guy using Linux, I'm sure he has a monitor. Again, I could go, dude, we could go down the list of all of it. Like I said, we are all hypocrites, unfortunately. I'll be the biggest one to say it. At least I stand by my title. You can't survive that. I don't have Windows. I have self-made phone. Well, honestly, though, but listen, man, you coming at me. I thought this could have been like a serious discourse, you know, but if you don't want to have a conversation, I'll just go back to ignoring these. You know what I'm saying? I feel you. But like I'm saying, I'm giving you a serious answer to it. It hurts my soul. I said that at elections. I've said that with real estate. I've honestly documented all of it. That's the crazy part about it. You know, is like, you know, it's there. Don't be saying that. That's it. You know, I used to ban people anytime they say I don't want to be here. Like, this is why I don't like. So come on, just love and all. Keep the negative to yourself if that's the case. Okay, but no, in general though, like I'm saying, man, this whole, all of it, man, you gotta make your decisions in this world. But unfortunately, you know, investing, it's a very hypocritical game, especially if you believe in others above yourself. Then you should not seek profit, and even if you try to, you'll learn the difficulty of it, and that's what I've learned in this too. Going to the bank, then getting McDonald's. If you want something, give me something, bro. Come on. You're going to Salem? Do I have air in Salem, Washington? No. Why would I have an Airbnb in Salem? The damn witch trials and shit, dog. You think I ended up in Salem with an Airbnb? Lord. If you're young, do you believe investors should invest in individual stocks rather than ETFs? Yes, but I'm also, again, when markets are like high and like you need exposure and like certain things, I don't think some ETFs will hurt you. I'm kind of getting onto them a little bit better, but at the same time, I do prefer a la carte individual. Salem? I know a lot of people go, but I don't have an Airbnb there, unfortunately. The Bears not stepping in on weakness. It's weird, man. People are getting confused. The Bears should be all over China, and everybody is batshit. Just, they don't know what to do. You don't know if China's actually dying or if this is just another one of their little Evergrande dips and rips. And then just not to mention, too, this is a catalyst-filled week, and the week is almost over. You know what I'm saying? Week almost ends tomorrow. Week is over tomorrow, and then now that's it. Next week, man, we are having CPI. Meta off the bottom. We just had that again. Meta was absolutely dying. That was wild. So a little bit, but that's a 2.5%, 3% move top to bottom on the day. Very, very crazy, Habibi. Only politics we should talk is how to make money. The only way to beat the government. Amen, man. And just community. That's what I believe in. It's unfortunate. Like, you know, I got this degree in political science and all of that, but it's just like, I just believe in community. That's why, too, you know, whether you disagree, you don't like me or not, whatever it is, man, that's why, like, I make an effort. You know, I'm going to try to at least even more to just say, like, you know, it's peace and love. All I could do is the people I encounter with on the day-to-day basis. I don't know who listens to me or who doesn't. I appreciate you if you do, but it's like, you know, all you could do is have your community. And I agree. I mean, for me, and that's why I say with my community, I believe in a lot of things, man, and I believe, finger to the sky, but I couldn't let my belief in this case, it's just how it's worked with investing. It's like, I'm not here to tell you don't invest because the world is evil. The book of Ecclesiastes is talking about how a certain crookedness has crept into the world. This was written thousands of years ago. It was already aware of that. So I'm not unaware of that crookedness, and that's why I'm saying it. But, what we're talking about here is it's just investing. So I agree. I apologize if you don't like it, but like I'm saying, that's where I stand on it. And I hope you're able to remain. But as far as politics, it comes down to community. That's the only thing. Okay, the buy ride, they had painkiller, they killed many of your friends. I know, man. I don't know. If I told you, I think less than 60 days ago, one of my friends died. So I know. Like I'm saying, I appreciate you in my community. I don't want to argue with you. If you don't like it, I get it, man, but it's not going to change. I'm going to invest. I have to, unfortunately. So I feel you, bro. I'm not I'm not unaware of this, but there's only so much I could do. But if that's going to not let you be in our community, I'm sorry, but I have to keep investing. Sorry for your loss. God is good, baby, Sad thing. There's been a lot, but I understand. Big Mike said it. You're the most annoyingly positive goofball. And it's hard to just turn you off. It's contagious. Well, and I mean, hey, positive. Like I said, bro, love is good, man. Love is good, and I feel it. But man, life is all about contradictions, and you'll learn to deal with it. You know what I'm saying? You'll learn to deal with it. But I like positivity. I love Big Mike, bro. He kind of is like that. I don't think he's like annoying. I just think he's like positive, and like he's always has it. It's just energy, bro. You know what I'm saying? I love it. Big Mike get me hype, bro. You get me hype. There are no morals in this industry. It's dirty and evil. But none of this is new, man. None of this is new. So now we still waiting for data. The fake data. Could do this every day. My man has stamina. I love you. I just love the Chad, bro. And y'all don't love these markets though. Trust me, man. They've been hooking me up, then they've been beating the shit out of me, and then they hook you up, then beat the shit out of you again. But like I'm telling you, man, the world we live in right now is wild. Just so many things happening. That's why I'm like, it's hard not to be. It's hard to get away, bro. It's hard to get away. That's it. Like it's good. That's why if you chill a little bit, it'll be good. Listen, yeah, just don't say like I don't want to talk to people. Again, I just used to ban people for that. That's all. So I love you. You know how it is. That's why. But I'm just saying, maybe cut down on that. Saying people aren't this or that. It's my fault. Again, I know I've inspired a lot of things, but at the same time, it's just I would ban people for that all the time. If it's just like, okay, this is that. I think it's in the rule. You talk smack about the chat, or if you call someone out rather than your own behavior. I love the market. Feels like you have your finger on the pulse. It does, but that's where, the real thing of 2023, you tell me this. You tell me if you've noticed it or not. It's like the real issue has been with, what's happening and then what's happening with price. You know what I'm saying? So, like, you could have your finger on the pulse, but then it's one thing about what's really happening, and then it's one thing about prices, right? And that's where, like, I think a lot of this year, things were happening, but then when the prices were different, it had people, again, it led into all of this. I think we did a lot of reacting more so to price than not. What did my man say? You said most people who work for Pfizer are good people? It's the politicians that allow corruption? That's a hot take. I see you, though. I see you. No, I feel you. I feel you on the negative. That's why the only way we could combat negativity is with positivity. That's it. That's why. So, amen. I feel. But just positivity. I used to work for Pfizer. Oh, that's why you got that hot take. I feel you, bro. Thank you for that. That gives it a little bit more. That makes sense from a personal stance. Interesting. Yeah, because I could only imagine what it'd be like working for a company and you have like half the world saying one thing and then the other half, and then like I don't know what you agreed with or didn't agree with, but very cool. Second day of second year at college. How do I become social? Where do you live? SMCI, I think it's just because it's linked to SIMC. You know, I kept making that connection here too, but they do have a relation to the Huawei chip as well as ASML, which is related to the Apple news too. New York State. No, like campus. Are you in campus? Like, do you live off campus? Do you live in a dorm? Oh, shit. I forgot. Friday. We do need another debate tomorrow. Oh, crap. You commute? Okay, that's where it's going to start. I mean, if you're at the dorms, what I was going to say, you should just walk around the dorms and knock on everybody's door. That's what I did. Or again, go to like an off-campus, like close off-campus, one of those like apartments, bro, and just hang out and talk to 50 people. That's what I did. I swear to you, I did. Everybody knows this, bro. Everybody knows this. And if you've listened to my Joe Biden stories where I start repeating myself over and over again, that was my college strategy, bro. Yeah, just study in the dorms, all of that. I'm so antisocial. Nah, just do it. Who cares? Like, that's it. Just door knock the dorms. I'm telling you, it's a weird concept, but like I did it the first time I wanted to go out. I was in Arizona. I didn't know anybody. I had a couple kids on my floor or my like hall, and then we just said, "Fuck it, let's go get everybody." We found a party, and then just, "What's up?" Be like, and introduce yourself. They're gonna close the door on you, or they're gonna know your name, and then that's it. You move on from there. You might get lucky, bro. I'm just telling you. There's at least like 30% of the girls on campus, they don't even know they're hot. I'm telling you, you're going to meet some girl from Ohio, bro, absolute dime. You're going to knock on her door. She's going to have no idea she's the most beautiful woman. She's used to farming. You know what I'm saying? She's not going to have any idea. And I'm just, you're going to have way more opportunities, man. Way more opportunities. Chill. Why? I think it used to be true, though, because back then, I was in college. They didn't have social media like that, so I don't know. It's like, I don't know how it is nowadays, but back then, like, that's how it was for me, man. It was chill. Riz 101. That's like, yeah, I guess. Riz 101, just social college. He asked the question. I'm giving him an answer, bro. I'm giving him an answer. You know, I'm just trying to give him the answer to it because I feel you, man. Get social out there. Being social in college is going to help your real estate career. It'll help you with finances. You're going to meet somebody probably in college who ends up doing finances. I became that guy, but I also met some people. So just trust me. Do it, man. Do it. How did I meet my girlfriend? At the wedding. So how it works in the Middle East is what we do. It's called an arranged marriage. So I didn't meet her till I saw her. That's it. And then we did everything all at once. We said, that's it. We're getting married. So it's arrangement. We transferred the dowry and the goats. And then that's it. All said and done. Mm-hmm. Go to the dispensary, buy some rolls, light one up, and the folks will come to you. Man, have you done that? I don't know, man, because I feel like this is like a scene from Friday. You be living in Friday land, bro. I don't know if that happens. You just see things. He pulls out a joint, and then Smokey comes out. He's like, "Yeah, what's up, man?" I don't know, man. Yeah, I don't think they like it if you smoke in front of their dispensary. That'd be wild. But I don't know. It might work. Might work. What's up? When you get married, would you make your wife change her last name? I was planning on taking her last name, actually. What now? Welcome to 2023, dog. Look, you don't even know if I'm serious or not. You mad confused. I just short-circuited you with one answer. Boom. Just like that. Now what? What now? Hyphen. Oh, man. Yeah, guilty, confused. Yeah, man. I don't think about this shit. I've thought more about the Chinese yuan than that question. I'll be honest with you. My girlfriend knows too. It's fine. I'll tell her. That's it, man. You think yeah, I don't care. I'll ask her when I get to that moment. I haven't even asked her to marry me. Why am I gonna be like, okay, what name you want to use? Mm-hmm. We are Middle Eastern. Then how do you think is gonna play out? So there you go. I feel you, but they read. You already know. You already know. It's like, I don't know, Josh, you're Middle Eastern. Then why do you have these questions? This makes no sense. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Colt will be invited to the wedding. Again, I don't know when it's going to happen, but I got you. We'll live stream it. Mm-hmm. Will you marry me? Only if we cut rates. That would be a good time to get married and a bad time, you know, if that makes sense. But then I'm not going to make it economical because then that's how we turn into idiocracy. I'll be faded on the live stream for your wedding. I approve. That's fine. Don't get like too messed up, but like, again, I'm always about drinking at weddings. I have fun at weddings. Are you engaged? No, the chat is hella intrusive. I ain't even, that's what I'm saying, bro. That's it. That's how you know we got a close bond here, because they have the same line of questioning as my mother. You know, like for real. Like, so what's the where'd you and then your girlfriend? Yeah, where'd you meet her? Huh? How did you love her? You gonna marry? What's she gonna take your name? You gonna marry her? Why are you gonna marry her? How long has it been? What are you gonna do? You got a ring now? Do you know her ring size? I don't know why my mom sounds like Biden, but that's it. I went with it. Mm-hmm. Man, Porch Main, what's going on with you today? I need to figure Porch Main out. Porch Main, you either hella hyped in the chat or you just like hella hate the economy. That's today. You got quotes. You like, I just saw the hottest girl in the world. Now you got quotes, bro. Like, I think you in here, man. So is it a good day or bad day? Is it a good day or bad day? That's all you got to answer. It's a Lil Wayne. I know it's a Lil Wayne bar. That's why I'm just saying, like, you quoting it. I feel like, you got some energy today. Yeah, great day. That's what I'm saying. I know. You quoting rap songs. It has to be a good day. I've never seen anybody running around quoting rap songs on a bad day. You know what I'm saying? Like, we going all the way up. It's an awful day. It's awful. It's awful. All the way up. Walgreens, a couple things came off the bottom. But still, even 22 is ugly. Pfizer, a little bit, but they're still back to red. I mean, we're back up to the euro close pop. Mm. 444 puts paid 1,000 yesterday. You didn't close them because you went shopping. You had 600 of them. Oh, they should still be up though. So you still have a gap down. Even then, at any level, they should be up. So are you not going to take it? Or are you going to ghetto spread it? All the way up. They quoting XXX Tentacion. I love him. I haven't listened to him in a while. I can't listen to it in the gym. You should know that. Yeah, Tesla's moving up. NVIDIA. Oh, you said you got your girl a ring? Oh, a camera. Oh, ring camera. Yeah, that's good. I read it as ring, and then I saw the camera come out below. I was like, wow. Uncle only in the gym. I mean, feel free to mix in Uncle, but like you do need just, Uncle could be paired with anything. But I'm just, you just need to start it off. That's it. Certain songs will just get you in the right mood. I'm telling you. The right financial bar when you hit the gym, it puts you in the right place. It puts you in the right place. Oh, push-ups? Let's do it. We missed 8:30? Hell yeah. We're 9 minutes ahead. I'm down. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press high chat. X out the chat. I don't know why I'm talking to you in this voice. Just do it. It seems so aggressive. But chest to the sun. Flex the core. Tuck the hips in. Legs in front of you, not wrapped behind your computer chair. You are not riding a dolphin, my friend. You are a Chad with a long term, looking glorious. Listen, you know why I want your chest to the sun? Look at me. Look at me, brother. Listen. It's because you deserve to be here. Act like it. That's it. Next time you walk into a room, I want you to look at your posture and I want chest to the sun. You know why? Because you deserve to be in that room. Yes, exactly. I want you to believe it and stand like it. Stop walking around like you don't deserve to be there, bro. Let's go. Chest to the sun. Well, I hope they feel me. But chat, get the body moving. Push-ups, get the body moving. 5, 10, 4, 2, 1, 3, 4, 5, anything. You know what I'm saying? That's it. That's it. Andrew Tate Jr., because I told you to have good posture. If I was Andrew Tate Jr., you know what I would tell you? I would tell you. That's what I would have said, and I only said it to the Twitch. Yeah, that's it. I saw. That's exactly what I would have said. You don't know what I said, but the Twitch knows what I would have said. If I was Andrew Tate, I would have said something very specific. And that's what I would have said. So, on that note. That's messed up. I know. I apologize. I'm sorry. You know why? It's the testosterone. I was looking at my weights. You know what I'm saying? And I was looking at the weights. And then I just started, and honestly, I feel you though, man. I'm not trying to be no Andrew Tate Jr., but I do just want you to work out, It's just good for you. If you've been sitting down for a long time. That's it. That's what I said. If you just got here, I mean, you've been moving around all day. You got nothing to worry about. You know what I'm saying? But for the most part, if you have been sitting down, you might want to use it. You might want to use it. Oh. Now we do a resistance. Oh, man. Bro, the shoulder clicking, even with these workouts, bro, it does not change. Airbnb on the high. Oh, man. No news on Meta. They just died out of nowhere. They were even up 1.5. It's not pain. It's just clicking. And then, like, overhead shit just don't. Like, the overhead tricep stuff still messed up. That's the only one that's painful. Fed members, I think, at 12. Honestly, we should have got one at least. 12:30, actually. Oh, shit. Pacific time? Oh, yeah. So it's actually way, way later in the day. Mm-hmm. The pain is like my shoulder. It's like my shoulder all through my arm. It just is awful, bro. Like I tell you, if I try to do like over the head, like tricep extensions, I can only do like 20 pounds and it just hurts just because my shoulder. It's the weirdest thing. And then I get like shoulder clicking depending on what I'm lifting. Could be the angle. Oh, it is sometimes. I feel you. But then it's still like, I just think it's so tight. I can't even like angle it how I want to without just getting clapped. Oh, I need a foam roll. Don't remind me. Yeah, I've been doing it for last like couple weeks. I've been doing these like shoulder clicking stretches and resistances, but it's still messed up. With the same issue, your core is weaker than the rest of your body. That makes sense. That's why I've been doing some curls, or not curls. What do they call crunches? Nike price target cut to 91 from 95 at Williams. I could almost do Oval Office word for word. Rear shoulders, yeah. And you do need, it's like core back, but then it's like eventually if you have muscle and it still hurts, it's not about like the strength. You literally need to do like, it's like the small muscles and the tendons. You have to just work them out with like movement and shape. Like that's why it doesn't even, like weights can't even fix it after some point. You have to like work out the baby muscles so that you could actually have strength in the movement in the right way. At least that's what I've been reading. Hangs are God's gifts for your shoulders. All right, maybe I have to. Like the wrist, yeah. That's why, like literally, like you take the resistance, you put it tight, straight in front of you, widen your arms like a Y, and then just put your arms up. And then while holding the resistance, then go down and then just do 10 of those. Like that helps out. Like it even clicks when I do it, but like with no weight, you could feel it. But then the tension of the resistance bands makes it so you could get some improvement and then work that out. Ancillary muscles, yes. I call it resistance. I have to. It's so fun to say. I mean, SPY's at the high. Where are we at right now? 4454. So remember, this was the danger zone yesterday that I was a little worried about. You're above it. I mean, we got through a level. You got 10 more points, 13 more points to fill the gap. We'll see. Yeah, rotator cuffs, and yeah, that's what I'm doing. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. But it's still like, dude, it's messed up. It's cool though. I'm just trying to take advantage of it. Like I'm trying to get it better now than not. It's not like it stops me from working out, but it just I was actually inspired by the Chad, because some people said that it went away once they started like doing it. So I was like, if I do it now, I could probably get rid of it by the time I'm like really old. So we'll see. Tesla went up too. They're still down by 0.81. Apple's still down 3%. Where's ASML? Incline. They only hurt if I like get outside of the range, but I'm actually really good at that. Your upper trap is overactive. People deal, you need to inhibit the upper trap with the right ROM. I think that is what I need, but I don't. Like, what do I do, bro? Airbnb. 143. Why does it looks like it's 7% today, but it's just 1% now, back to the level of what, like Wednesday? Remember September 16th? Return on muscle? I think range of motion. SPY bounced. I mean, honestly, I think it was Euro close where we got a little crazy, but it's hard to describe it as a bounce because we gapped down, and all we did was kind of like climb up to the lows of yesterday. And then Euro close, we just started running from there. But overall, just bad day. Apple, I mean, there was a cash open bid that helped it out, but that was pretty much it. Alarms on the door. I do that one a lot. I do that every day. I do that before I even go live. Amen. Look at all the little physical therapy chads in here. You guys know what's up. Today's data, there wasn't there's jobless claims data, and it came in stronger. So it was supposed to be like 260 or 230. It came in like 20,000 below, and then wages went up. But other than that, it was really about the Apple news. Again, China furthered the ban from yesterday on the iPhones for government agencies, and that had a negative effect. Chip makers, ASML, SMCI, down 5 to 7%. But that was pretty much it. There was some bad Euro data. Other than that, there wasn't. Like, today was really chill. If anything, there was positive China data, like China stimulus updates. But again, people were more worried about the Apple stuff. And then the Chinese yuan has weakened to the lowest level since 2008. Pretty wild. But that's all we had today. Fed speakers are arriving in 2 hours, maybe 3 hours, I think. Maybe they come on earlier, but my calendar is telling me 12:30 Pacific time. So 30 minutes before the bell, we're going to get the speakers. Last one for rehab. You took a washcloth and then you sit on a wood floor and push out and pull back in a vertical parallel motion. What's that called? 'Cause I'm trying to envision it, but I can't. China is moving to use Huawei in government agencies, yes. No, that's the thing, though. I don't know if the real question will be if they clap Tesla. I don't know if they are. You got to realize Elon and Tesla are like Tesla and China are like kind of homies. Majority of Senate voters to confirm Adriana Kugler as Fed governor. Voting continues. So it's like, we'll see. But if anything, though, I think Elon is good. I think Elon is somehow, again, Elon's like lowering prices. He's competing with all of them, but I think it's good. You said their vehicles aren't allowed anywhere near Chinese government buildings now. Yeah, but that's how you know. If they ban Tesla and then they start pushing, just like NIO and all these, then you know it's serious. Then they don't even care about manufacturing unless it's like China manufacturing. But then that's why they like Elon. Elon creates in their country. That's the only difference. I mean, so does Apple and the rest of them, but Elon does a lot. And I think Elon has already given them exactly what they wanted. It's been like that. No Tesla could get near any building. I've heard stuff like that in the past, but it's not anything that came out in the last 72 hours, is it? Because that's where, if they are doing something like that, then it's important. But if it is kind of from the past, I think there's some limited scope in the sense, again, Tesla's still doing his thing, and they're the #1 seller in China. Yes, this should make Apple move manufacturing out of China. That's what people are talking about. That's why it's a very interesting one, but it also depends how it affects them in China. This is like the trade war 2.0 for real, even how the market's like kind of tweaking out, and then equities have their own weird reaction, and then we wake up every day to a big piece of news. It does feel very trade war-esque. They moved some of it, but remember, they got like Foxconn and a couple of others. I know Foxconn moved one to India, but they still have a lot out there. Sent you an Insta DM. Got to show you something. Email tradingfraternity@gmail.com. Or what is it? Oh. Apple could affect Qualcomm, but I think it'll affect Broadcom and SMCI more. Again, Qualcomm got away from it. If anything, Qualcomm, they have their own stuff with China, but honestly, it looks like they got murdered off of it. So I think there is a direct relation. I keep coughing. So have I. I don't know if it's allergies or not, but drink water. It goes away. But I could check when I go to the gym. I haven't smelt too weird of shit, but that's how I know. Just you go to the gym bathroom, and if the gym bathroom smells stinkier than usual, that's how I know like there's something going around. Over 80% of Qualcomm's business is from Apple. I thought they lowered it. Gross. Hey man, I didn't say science was clean, you know? That's all. I'm just saying how I got to the bottom of it. It works every time. That's it. I walk into the LA Fitness. I go to 24-hour fitness. Walk in there. If it smelled too stanky, I'm like, yep, it's not safe in here. Intel. I sold out at 38.05 today. So I got out already, but it's still, dude, 3% on a shitty day. It was beautiful. But I'm out for now. So proud. Dude, Intel's like up 50% on the year or something. Should you hold your Apple puts? Maybe, but like, I mean, if Apple doesn't die in the next couple days, if the news doesn't get worse, it'll probably have a bounce. But like, the way I see it is after September 16th. So I don't know how much time you have on there, but even in the process, chances are if you were holding a put over the last 2 days, you got a lot of premium. That was such a fat move on Apple that those should be offering a really, really good return. But now it's like, at the same time, it could bounce and come back lower, but I don't know where it'll be in a week. But it is very important here. So I don't know what they're at. But again, you were down 4 or 5 in the morning, but 2 back-to-back 3% days. I mean, that stuff starts to add up. Everyone is sick. I took my son to school. It used to be 25 students, but now I saw only 3. That was the beginning of this week. Everybody was saying that. Not at school, but like we came back from the holiday. A lot of people got sick over the holiday. My girlfriend got sick on our vacation. So Meta, we have no idea. Meta was very, very weird. Meta was up 1.5%. It was leading with the market. Even when we were red, Meta was green, and then it just sold off 1%. Charter Communications CEO says he has a sense of urgency to resolve dispute with Disney. Goldman Sachs conference. Oh, do you guys want to listen to that? He might say some shit about Disney and all that. I didn't know he was speaking. Yeah, Goldman Sachs Tech's conference. It's your boy. Kugler confirmed in the Senate, first Hispanic Fed governor. Check Disney and check Charter. Again, these comments are coming out now. Run it, blast it. I'll put it on for a couple minutes. If it's not interesting, I'll take it off. I need to go pee. So, you know, I'll use it. U.S. Senate confirms Kugler. Kugler. Pump it. You're about to cancel your Charter TV because of this?
Gigabit Wi-Fi everywhere that we provide service. And we have 5G radio coverage, umbrella coverage, which actually is the slowest radio that we have on our network is 5G. And it's a really attractive product. It's the ability to combine internet and Wi-Fi and mobile all together in a seamless way. So we have the fastest internet, we have the fastest mobile, fastest Wi-Fi. We have the fastest mobile because we have the fastest Wi-Fi. And we're able to, at the same time, have the best product. And whether it's on a standalone basis or together, we save customers significant amounts of money. You know, on mobile alone, it's hundreds or even thousands of dollars a year. So when you have a better product and you have better price, and on top of that, I have what I think is a long-term structural advantage. So this isn't a first mover advantage. I think it's a structural advantage.
But as you pointed out, it is hybrid in terms of using your own infrastructure and using someone else's infrastructure. Yes. The big wireless carriers are skeptical of this model. They say as new use cases for 5G emerge and the variable component of your business model escalates, it's going to be hard to scale. How are you thinking about the necessity of operating mobile infrastructure in a more significant way?
Well, you know, the Wi-Fi radios that we have, they're cellular radios. And so, you know, we have a tremendous amount of cellular radios. It's where 87% of our traffic takes place today. We have purchased spectrum in CBRS, and we're doing targeted deployments of CBRS along the way to do additional offload. But the key point is that umbrella coverage that today is covering 13% of our traffic, we have a really good relationship with Verizon. It's good for us. It's good for them. And I think it's going to last for a very long time.
Spend some time talking about sort of the central product in the bundle, which is your broadband product.
Yes.
You know, since the early part of last year, you and your peers have been adding subscribers at a materially slower clip, and we've talked a lot about the reasons why. Some of it's the market activity, some of it's shifts in the competitive environment. How are you thinking about the long-term subscriber growth potential for Charter, and what advantages do you see Charter having in the broadband market that should push you to a higher cadence of growth over time?
Sure. I think the biggest thing that we have going for us is that demand continues to go up significantly, and there's no sign that consumer demand for bandwidth is going to go static or decline, and so that's the best thing we have for us. We have gigabit wireline service everywhere we operate. We're going to have symmetrical and multi-gig speeds everywhere we operate. It's very different from some of the overbuilders. We're not redlining, we're not cherry picking, whatever you want to call it. We have ubiquitous coverage of that wireline footprint, and it's gigabit today and it's multi-gigabit in the future. And it combines with mobile in a way that none of our competitors really can do today, and nor have a foreseeable path to do. And like I said before, you get to save customers lots of money. When you think about that product all put together, nobody else has that product, nobody else has that speed, nobody else has the ability to save customers money in that way. And then you take a look at our penetration and say, we are under-penetrated in internet, and we're certainly under-penetrated in convergence. And that's going to provide a long runway of growth, and particularly as the consumer demand for bandwidth increases over time.
One of the headwinds recently has been, I think, the surprising early success of fixed wireless. AT&T and Verizon have now cleared their remaining C-band spectrum licenses a little earlier than they'd expected. AT&T has already launched in a handful of markets their own fixed wireless product, and obviously T-Mobile continues to move along. What have you learned from facing fixed wireless competition for almost 2 years. And are you expecting any incremental competitive impacts, or do you think you know how to navigate this marketplace right now?
Look, the initial success of fixed wireless access shows that there is a niche market for limited bandwidth, limited capacity, and limited reliability products that exist in the marketplace, and arguably has always existed in the marketplace. But as consumer bandwidth needs increase over time, and as the network capacity of these mobile networks shrinks as a result of the utilization, I think fixed wireless access turns into really just another form of DSL, particularly when you take a look at the capabilities of our network today, where we're going with high-split DOCSIS 4.0, consumer demand. And so I think it turns into the next DSL and forms a place of acquisition. Interestingly enough,
DSL.
it's not a price advantage.
Anyways, that one wasn't as exciting. You know what I'm saying? So I say, yo. All right, man. This is not, listen, because it's not Friday, maybe tomorrow. We actually got to talk a little bit about what we're going to do tomorrow. But I see what you wanted to send me, dog, and it was worth it. It was worth it. No, this one's good, bro. He said, Josh, stop assuming what I'm doing. This is in regards to push-up time. And, you know, like I said, I don't ever want to assume. I apologize if I did, if I misrepresented it. You know what I'm saying? I love you. But, like, this is crazy. My man is actually riding a dolphin. You know, it's different than I imagined. Because, like, this is, like, front-facing riding a dolphin. Like, honestly, I didn't, you know what I'm saying? But, like, I imagined, like, your legs aren't even crossed in this picture. But, all right, yeah, seem happy AF. I mean, why wouldn't he be happy AF? Look at this. I'm happy for it. He's riding a dolphin. He seemed like he's in, like, it's a little romantic, to be honest with you. I feel like if I ever rode a dolphin, they'd be like, get on my back. I don't know you like that. He was like, yo, this is my homie. He's like, nah, bro, here, grab my hand. They literally turned into, like, he said, literally, the dolphin said, grab my hand. Let me show you this. And then they went, and then he started going all through it, man. Well, that's crazy. No one's ever sent me them riding a dolphin. That's fucking crazy, bro. That was 10 out of 10. Thank you. I love you, man. I love you. That's amazing. How do you have that dolphin noise? Honestly, I think I could improve, but that's just been one of the noises I'm, like, too ashamed to practice because there's nowhere I could practice that, like, safely. You know what I'm saying? Because even if I did it by myself, I'll feel weird. If I did it in front of others, I don't know if they could handle it. And then if I'm, like, in my car like a dolphin, I'll get pulled over. I already look like I belong on a watch list anyway, so it's not. If I'm, it's not going to work out. I've never tried it underwater, no. Did I tell you? So I told you, I got a nice little vacation last weekend, all right? And there was a pool. And I go swimming with my girlfriend. Bro, she was shocked that I could swim. She still never believed it. And I swam in front of her, and she was mind blown. Because, like, it was hot, and I needed to go outside. Dude, it was the funniest. I was like, damn, you really thought I couldn't swim. Dang. So I was like, you believe the hype. You fell for the hype. I said, man, fake news, mainstream media. I said, how? It's because, like, my homie even said it. One of my good friends was with us. He was like, I'd never see him go into the pool. Like, I don't like swimming. I don't, even with my nephew, I don't go into the pool. I don't go into the ocean. Like, I usually just don't, like, I don't like doing it. But then even the Chads start saying it too. Everybody just assumes I can't swim. But then, you know, it's just you don't believe it till you see it. That's it. I don't like swimming in pools. Everyone pees. If they say that, then they lie that they don't. Honestly, You know, I don't think we've had one this week. I think we should get one in here. Flash poll. This one's great because you could be anonymous. Oh, I can't fit it. All right, I'll keep it simple. Are you ready, Chad? Let's just ask. It's all anonymous. It's just a flash Chad poll. No one knows who you are. I even gave you one. Even then, you're still embarrassed. I gave you a third option. Let's just see. Flash poll. Chad feud. We'll survey 5 minutes or 1,000 Chads. Do you pee in the pool? It's anonymous. Nobody knows. It's okay. You can't even virtue signal because nobody knows it's you who voted no or yes. You know, it's okay. That's it. Just let's find out. Out of 300 Chads right now, 55% pee in the pool. Out of 320 Chads, 55% pee in the pool. 2% are embarrassed. Wow, we're going up here. We're approaching 400 votes. And still 2% are embarrassed, even though it's anonymous. You have a solid majority of pool peers, but honestly, there's a lot of defense. I'm pretty impressed, man. Thank you. Wash your hands and fucking wear a mask, bro. Thank God. Well, it's good to see, though. I'm not surprised by the 50% so far. It's only 500 Chads, but like, no, man. I'm like, you know, I didn't know there was this many people who like, because I doubted you all. That's it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Chad or not, I had zero faith in human society to not pee in the pool. So you telling me now, out of almost 600 Chads in a minute, 45% are saying no. I don't, and it's anonymous. They have no incentive to lie about it. Wow. That was great. Yeah, I showed the dolphin rider. Was that you? You're the dolphin rider? Real fried rice? I'll keep it at a minute, man. Well, let's end it at 1 minute, 630 votes. Yeah. 1% of you are embarrassed. 53% of you are pool peers. And 45% of you respect common ground. If it's not my pool, sure. Wait, why not? So you pee in other people's pool but not your own? I feel like that'd be backwards. Of the members, how many are voters? Good question. Bostic is not a voter. Fed Williams, I believe, is a voter. I don't know about Bowman. I think she might be. I think 2 out of 3. Yeah, Williams a voter. And Bowman, yeah. Only one is Bostic. Only one. Again, he's going to come on in like 2 hours, 2.5 hours. That's why I'm with the original. Stay out of public pools. We'll see, man. We'll see. Look up Miles Martin Luther King. It's on par with some of these NBA rappers. Is he an athlete? Something, some stretches. Let's go, baby. Oh, is this the like floor thing? Yeah, I do the wall. I do the horizontal wall slides. I do those already. I do the doorway stuff, but I need to know the slider things. Hell yeah. You get in the new 2K24. Is it out, bro? I don't know when it comes out. Yesterday, the Chad was telling me it was out, and then it wasn't out. And then now I'm like, is it out? But I don't know, man. I'll get it when it comes out, but like I feel bad buying it because honestly, it's a scam. It's the same game every year. That's it. Like usually I buy it every 3 years because I've never lasted this long with a 2K phase. You know what I'm saying? Usually I play it for like 2-3 months and I give up. but I don't know why I'm still playing it. But I need to go pro. But yeah, like I hate it, bro. I hate it, but I'm probably gonna get it. Our home email, Jim. Honestly, I'm gonna go through some, but like we gotta save these picks for tomorrow. It's Friday, and honestly, I was gonna ask you now, but I do want to check that out. But what do we do tomorrow? You guys want another debate? Can you handle that? It's not gonna be a slow day though. That's the thing. Tomorrow it shouldn't have much, but I don't know if you guys want to do it. Real scam is GTA 6 for 150. Nah, I could get behind that. Honestly, I don't. If games nowadays you download them, I don't know why we pay so much money for them. But at least GTA, you have to wait like 10 years for the next one. Like NBA 2K is legitimately an updated roster, and then that's it. Yeah, like GTA, I wouldn't even get mad. I don't care. Give me the new GTA. I would love to. Even then, I'm probably not going to play the story, but I know it's going to be everywhere. And it's like that's a game you always. It's like it's a decade. It's literally 5-10 years, bro. But so if they raise the price, I could understand that. But Call of Duty, the sports games, and then the download, and then how much money they make off of the. I'm surprised their stocks are not doing way better. I mean, granted, they're making hand over fist, but like. I don't know how some of them aren't making way more. Like, where's Take-Two? Isn't Take-Two 2K? Yeah, bro. With the amount of VC in every year and every sports games, bro. Like, I don't know how Take-Two isn't going crazy. So these are the same guys who make GameStop, Grand Theft Auto. Disney, unfortunate that Charter decided to abandon consumers. Dude, like, we were ready to help them all out. Too bad you guys didn't want any of your consumers to watch some great television. What do you mean the stock market is like 80% old money? So you think when I said that the stock should be up more, you think I'm like, oh yeah, like people should just buy it just because it's like a cool name? That's not what I meant. What I was referring to is like these games are making way more money off of microtransactions in the last couple years than any other time. That's why I'm surprised these stocks, they're up a lot, but like, dude, even in like 2018, 2017, they had microtransactions. This is the same price. And I'm just like, bro, the amount of 2K games and all of the releases and then the way they're adding these passes and all this shit, bro, they're making so much money. Again, Grand Theft Auto, it's crazy. Though I'm referring to their revenues actually going up. Like the growth in microtransactions are ridiculous. That's why I'm surprised these stocks aren't way higher, because I feel like charging $60 for a game that you no longer need to even put on a disc, having another $200 to $1,000 a user in microtransactions. It's like, dude, I don't know how their margins aren't going insane, but, it is what it is. No, it's crazy, bro. They kill it. Therefore, they don't understand. I feel you on that. I thought they should be making way more money where it doesn't matter what you believe in. Everybody would have been like, look at this growth. But then again, what happened? They spend money. I mean, I'm sure staffing and the development, if you're, that seems to be the only way you could justify where the money went. When I spent 2K in 2018, I spent over $500 on VC. Sad to look back on it. Oh, dude, it's a different world. Like, that's it, bro. Like, I didn't realize the VC world. Bro, it's crazy. I didn't realize it. All those people online are spending a shit ton of money to get their player up. That's why I kept getting wrecked. It sucks, bro. It really, really sucks. But like, bro, if you were spending that much on 2018, like, that's not even that bad. You got people out here, like, that's a common occurrence now. You got people spending $200 to $400 just to level up a 2K player nowadays. That's why I'm saying, though, I'm like, dude, how are they not And that's for every year, year after year after year. VC is not venture capital, and not as we're talking about Take-Two Interactive. VC does not mean venture capital. Forgive me. VC stands for virtual credits or virtual cash in a video game that's made by Take-Two, and people spend real money for those VCs to play the game. They're called microtransactions, and they lead to a lot. Yeah. I told you my old story. I had a friend of mine. I wouldn't call him my friend, but back then we hung out a lot, and he was crazy, and I was working with him. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying though. This was back in the day. This was before microtransactions. This was before 2K, where you had to spend money to make a 2K player. Yeah, he dropped like 50 racks on his mom's credit card. When he was an adult at the time. His mom just gave him a credit card. But yeah, this was on Madden, on like virtual credits for Madden. So I've seen a lot, bro. Go look on Reddit. You'll find stories. Honestly, it's not like this story's not that unique. You know, like you could go through Reddit and find stories of so many people of like, oh, my kids spent like $2,000, $5,000, $1,000, $500, whatever the amount. But like, dude, people were buying a ton. I bought thousands of FIFA packs. Yeah, dude, that's what. Yeah, people would do. People be really running it, dude. Microtransactions. I think they banned them in Europe, but dude, they be making a crazy amount. Oh, what's this? Billionaire French tycoon Pinault buys stake in CAA. Minority stake in CAA values talent agency at $7 billion. Could help Pinault's caring luxury brands compete with rival. Francois Henry Pinault. Where is it? He owns Keurig. Interesting. Yeah, that's big. But interesting to say that they're going to try to compare it, or that buying the CAA kind of makes sense. He's going to be able to maybe step up his game against LVMH. That's what I'm trying to see. Who does Kering own? It's Gucci and like a couple of others. PPRUY. This is the unsponsored ADR. They've been dying. Yeah, they own Gucci. They own a bunch. YSL, Bottega, Balenciaga. Oh, it's Balenciaga, man? No. Oh, man. That means he just bought a stake in the media, bro. It's a talent agency, but if you don't know the CAA, they have what's it called? They have they pretty much represent everybody in the world, like even LeBron. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that BNB, very good. Intel. I like Intel, but I got out of it today. We took a nice profit, like 10, 11%. So we flipped it a couple times. I'm down to flip it again if it comes down, but I think it could probably go up like another $1 or so, or maybe even $3 if it gets to the 40s. But other than that, I think we got a good hit. I'm down to double dip, but it's definitely been an outperformer. Remember ESPN NFL 2K5? That sounds very familiar, yeah. I remember all the old shitty games till they monopolized all the sports licensing deals. The good old days. Blitz. Very good. Oil, it's crazy. I mean, I'm surprised it didn't run up on the data today. A very, very big draw at inventories, gasoline, and all that. But it's been up 9 days in a row. So remember, it was on a streak there last time. MPW, I think less of it, but I'm still kind of happy that it still yields. We're down like 15% on it now in the long run. But overall, I still think they could turn it up. But at the same time, I'm also not like, I don't give them the, I'm not really, I bought Pfizer ahead of them today. So, high value, high yield, but I'm not really willing to invest anymore until it turns into the story it should have been that we saw at the beginning of the year. You're on fire. I remember that. That's the thing, bro. I remember that. Yeah, bro. And you'd go on fire and it'd be dope. Wow, the good old days. NFL Blitz. Well, it's dropping because the draw is higher than last time. Still bad, though. Like, low key. But then somebody said in the Twitch, I think, they said it's like year over year flat. NFL Street, yeah. NBA Street was dope. You guys remember that one? I love that game. NBA Street, you could buy like Escalades and Range Rovers. I was so down with that. That was a classic. They had FIFA Street. Oh, I remember that one too. Yeah. I played the demo. I had the demo of FIFA Street. Yeah, those games were dope. I don't know why they stopped making those. Airbnb, yeah, 144 is a big level because if it goes to 144, it usually just magnets up to like 147, 148, then 150. Disney at 79. Yeah, bro, Disney's like actually insane. What time is it? 10:08, 10:06. In 2022, the global online microtransaction market is estimated to be roughly 33 billion. Yeah, that's a lot. I guess it could be more if you got to split that up, but in a weird, I don't know. I thought it would be more than that. But that's still a lot. Yeah, Disney, I mean, I'm contemplating making a flip on it, but then, again, if we enter in the drain month, that's what you got to worry. But then they didn't get drained too much in August, but they had earnings. But 80, again, I think 77 is the level. It might even flush that quickly, too, tomorrow and then go from there. Newer estimates for 23 are 60 to 70. That makes more sense, and then that leaves it where Take-Two could grab a chunk of that. But even in general, though, I thought they were going to make microtransactions illegal, but I know in Europe. But my goodness, bro. And then it's all because of 2K. So do we have any other 2K players in here? Does anybody play? Is anybody else buying 2K24? When does it come out? That's it. Can we get like a team? Can we make a Chad team? I'll be the coach because I don't think I'm good enough to play. Tomorrow. So it's not out today. Boo. Unless you're in New Zealand. Buying your daughter a Switch for Mario Kart. Not bad. Can't go wrong with that. Of course. Today. Yeah, everyone, I've seen people say today or not. I'll sell it my long term to get VC credits. I guess. I mean, you could just spend time in the game to get credits, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't have to, like, you know, in a weird way, if you got the time for it, and you like the money, you don't have to spend your money for it. But I'd understand if you're like, I don't have time. But then to sell the long term for VC, are you going to get tattoos? You search up the song? No, not yet. I can't until like later, probably. Honestly, can I have substitute teacher PHILO today? If you pre-ordered it, you could play today. How do I pre-order it? Can I pre-order it today? Then yallah. Can Mosby land the plane tomorrow? Well, I love Mosby. I'll give him a shot if nobody steps up. But does anybody else want to try? Do you like tattoos? Yeah, I think they go hard. But I don't have any. My mom would kill me. Yes, I'm still worried about what my mother would do to me. But yeah, I think some people, if you got tattoos and you pull it off, it's the coolest thing in the world. I have seen some people where I'm like, I saw a photo the other day. This guy got a tattoo tatted on his face, and then like 10 days later, the tattoo disappeared. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's it. You think I could pull it off? Maybe. I mean, listen, I'm not the guy to ask, because in my book, the way I think you pull it off is by getting a whole entire sleeve. That's it. That's all I've learned. I feel like if you just get fully sleeved up, you'll look about that life. It looks good. I like full sleeves for some reason. That's it. There's just something about it. I feel like you gotta just do. No, you could get away with one arm, but that's the only way I think. That's like guarantees you pull it off. If that's what you're worried about. But, like, that's a big commitment, man. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, commit to everything you do. Any styles you like? No. I feel like the tattoos I fuck with, it's like, just, unless it's like really, really good artwork, is like, if it has meaning. That's why I love Najee's a lot, because I know it has the meaning behind it. I give it meaning too, but then like it's really good artwork. Like he killed it. Like, you know what I'm saying? So some stuff just looks clean. I think whatever, you could be surprised, but for the most is like, just, I think keep it chill. Good to go. Good to go. If it has meaning, and then that's what it comes down to. I'm neck to toes. I feel like it might look really dope, honestly. That's what I'm saying. Like, I kind of like that. That's why I like it full on. I don't like giant tattoos where it's just like one of them, unless it's like good artwork. That's what I'm saying. I'm very open-minded with tats, but I don't have any in my mom would kill me. I just couldn't do it to my mom like that. And then that's it. If there's some with meaning, I would, maybe in the future, but that's it. Put the tattoo on your forehead. I want a face tat. Once I have enough meaning and like $1 billion, I've always wanted a face tat, but then again, I've kind of grown off of that. You guys would just, I don't think some of you would let me. You're like, I refuse. This channel definitely let me know how little pop culture I'm aware of. Hey, but you could run miles around your peers. That's it. A little chat a day. You went from boomer to zoomer real quick. You know what I'm saying? That's it. They won't even know. They won't even know. They're like, how did he know all of that? He's so great. Wait, what's a Q&A? I didn't know we could do Q&A. All right, Chad. It's a good flash poll. Let's go. I'm giving it 1 minute. Chad feud is only 1 minute now because I forget. I don't want to forget and then leave the poll up there and then just have a random question up there for 2 hours that's not really relevant. Very simple, Chad. Do you have tattoos? You could vote yes, no, or only birthmarks. I feel like that's still because I have birthmarks, but I don't got no tattoos. That's it. That's all I got. You don't see the poll? Should be up there. Dang, you guys answered that one quick. I got my kids' names. Nice. Yeah, I didn't think the birthmark crew was about to pull up like that. I thought the birthmark crew was only supposed to give you another option just in case you didn't feel comfortable with the other two, and the third option is valid. But yeah, man, that's crazy. Chad, bro, you got 11% birthmark gang. That's it, almost 500 votes right there. Boom, boom, baby, boom. All right. Chad feud, man. Hold on. It hasn't been a full minute yet. I'm waiting. Yeah, I think it's a good one. Cut the survey in half, cut the time down by like 4 to 5. That's beautiful. That's it. Well, I think we'll just stop at 500. The survey says in 60 seconds after polling 500 Chads, do you have tattoos? 49% said no. 38% said yes, and 11% only had birthmarks, which is also part of no. That's crazy. I thought more of you guys would have tattoos. That's crazy. So the tattoos are in the minority. No way. At least of the Chad survey. If you did not vote, please do not identify with said survey. So thank you. God bless you. I didn't vote, but I have tattoos. That's great, man. But unfortunately, the time has passed. All right. On that note, I don't know how much you like today or not. I don't know how you're feeling, but for some of you, it's going to get a lot better. Some of you, it's going to get a lot worse. So I hope you know you're blessed. I hope you know I love you. And God bless you all. And feel the peace, feel the vibe. But we got something for you, know. It's going to be a weird one, man. God bless you. Amen. Would you do the traditional needle and hammer tat? Like a normal machine? Is that what you're saying? Or am I going to tattoo a needle and a hammer on my body? Because they don't mean anything to me. I was like, at first I was like, is he trying to think it's the crescent thing of like Islam? I don't know if he got that right. I was trying to like, what are you trying to say? Are you saying, oh, the ancient Chinese way? Oh, like chisel a tattoo into myself? I'm just going to, you hear that? That's the PHILO alert right there. So we're just going to move on to that. He said hammer and sickle. Chad, PHILO, look at that. PHILO alert, the market can't help itself, huh? Come on, look at that. The market even got the alert. They were like, PHILO? Oh, hell yeah, bro. So you're going to enjoy today. Honestly, it's a really funny one, but it's a really good video. And what I want to show you is a video that I was watching the other day. And I didn't get to finish it. And that's why instead of giving you a PHILO, how would you guys like to watch a video with me? I'm going to be here. I only got to watch a couple minutes of it, and then my girlfriend started being annoying. Then I got another call, and then another one. I'm just kidding. I love you. She wasn't annoying. I just got busy. But then I was like, oh, it was such an interesting concept that it's been on my mind, and I haven't had the time to go and listen to it. I haven't driven. If I have, I've been on the phone or I've been doing something else, looking at properties, other shit. But I'm like, man, I really want to listen to this thing. And I think you might like it. I don't know. You tell me. So it's going to be a reaction, but not really. I might just like I say, man, and that's something, when I'm not on stream, I'm a quiet individual. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to talk. Like, I do like to listen. That's why, like, sometimes, people even ask why I don't call a lot. I don't do a lot of things. It's like, you got to think about it, man. I'm talking straight up 7 hours in a row. So There's always a time to listen and be still. I always enjoy, and I do take it seriously. So I may chime in. Sometimes I can't hold it back, but what I'm going to encourage you to do is just listen. Listen. See with your ears and listen through that way. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So, what we are going to be talking about, and to give you a context as to why this caught my attention, is just an old video. The guy's name, tell me, I don't know. And this is what I love, honestly. I love finding people, and I love only seeing one thing about them, and then I love telling people that I found them, because then I don't know if they've been like canceled or not and how people view them, but they had something that caught my attention. So I don't know this guy. I didn't even bother to Google who he was. You know what I'm saying? His name is Dr. Kent Hovind, or Ken Hovind. Name sounds super familiar. Do you guys know who this is? But what it's talking about is he explains the King James Version versus the other versions. And like I told you guys, I read other versions of the Bible. I love the New Living Translation. Again, I tell you, I like to go through. I love NIV. I go through KJV, right? But he's a very smart guy. At least that's what I got from the video. And I didn't get to finish it, but then he starts going over like the differences, and it was like low-key blowing my mind. And like I'm saying, I got distracted. I had to put it down. But yeah, so are you guys ready? He's King James only, and this is why. So what this video is talking about is literally why use the King James Version of the Bible. So this is your feed. It's a 17-minute video. So go home if you don't want to listen to it. If not, I'm going to chime in with like news and stuff, but what do you guys say? Are you up for it? You could back out now. I don't know. I'm not fully committed, but I like it. I just, something about it. It just, like I'm saying, it piqued my interest, and I didn't get the chance to finish it. Am I going to poop? No, I already pooped today. If I have to again, last time I got up, I thought I had to go poop. You know what I'm saying? Simple as that. I'll be back. Okay, you be back, but just remember, when we were talking stuff too, and you were like, smoke some weed and telling everybody to stand, I entertained your stuff too, though. I didn't bounce out on you. I didn't ban you or nothing, though. I'm just saying, though, just remember. I remember, just so you remember too, though. That's all. Like whatever you held close to you, and I didn't dip on you, dog. I didn't dip on you. Run it, baby. Oh, I love those, the flutes. Hold on, let's get this out the way. What in the Lion King is this? Okay, hold on. Why has it still got this? Questions and answers with Kent Hovind.
Say, Brother Hovind, why do you use the King James? Man, it's Old English. Nobody can understand it. It's hard to read.
Okay, that's the first part. You know why I kept listening? Because the first 15 seconds, I thought it was Jordan Peterson, too. That's even funnier, but I'll continue.
I understand all that. And as a brand new Christian, saved out of the Methodist Church, my mom gave me every kind of new Bible version there was. If a new one came out, hey, son, you're going to love this one. So I've got a huge collection of all the Bible versions. When I was 16, I had the reviled substandard version of the Bible. It's here someplace, my original copy. But I was reading that, going to church, going to this little independent, temperamental, fundamental, right-wing, radical, chicken-eating Baptist church. And the preacher was banging on the pulpit saying the Bible's the Word of God. And I was making notes in my revised standard version.
Someone's taking a steak.
And after a couple of months, he said, Brother Hovind, you've been a Christian a few months now. It's time you get a Bible.
Groupon at the high.
I said, I got a Bible. He said, no, you need a real Bible. I was offended. Okay, I thought, well, I got a Bible. I've been making notes. I've been reading an hour a day. What do you mean? He said, well, there's real problems with that one. So why King James? It's been 37 years now as a Christian of studying this topic. Why? Look at Psalms chapter 12. The words of the Lord are pure words, as silver tried in a furnace of earth, purified 7 times. Thou shalt keep them, O Lord. Thou shalt preserve them from this generation forever. What does the word them refer back to in that verse? Thou shalt preserve them. Preserve what? His words. He's promising he's going to preserve his words, right? How about NIV? The words of the Lord are flawless, like silver purified in a furnace of clay, purified 7 times. O Lord, you will keep us safe and protect us from such people forever. Is that saying the same thing? I mean, I was born at night, but it wasn't last night. It looks to me like somebody's wrong about this one. Okay? What does this mean? Keep us from such people. What people is it talking about? There are very serious differences between these Bible versions. We've got a book. I don't know if I have it here. It's in our library. The guy sent it to me. It took me 6 months to figure out what the title said. I read it. I said, what? Went on to something else. Every time I look at the book, I said, what is this? The title was, Things That Are Different Are Not the Same. I thought, well, duh. Why would you title a book like that? You know, things that are different are not the same. And then I thought, wow, these Bible versions are definitely different. So you can't say they're the same. There are, as far as I understand it, 151 English translations of the Bible right now available. The law is you cannot get a copyright and therefore protect your work and therefore get more money unless you have 10% different from the original. Are there 151 different ways to say each of the verses in the Bible? At some point, you're going to have to stop saying it the right way and say it the wrong way just to make it different, just to get your copyright, just to get your money. Love of money, root of all evil. Here's a quick story. We can take an hour on this one, but right after the time of Christ, the disciples were writing their books and they were being persecuted and spreading out, and people were copying these letters and copying the Gospels and spreading them out. Persecution hit the church and they spread out everywhere. And for the next 1,000 years, it was horrible persecution against the church. And if they caught the heretics, the Christians, they would burn them at the stake and burn their Bibles. Well, people were spreading the Word of God around, making all kinds of copies. It takes about 10 months to write out a copy of the Bible using a pen. Now, you don't even have a good ink pen. You got a feather and you got to keep dipping it in the ink and keep cutting a new point on it. You don't even have a good ink pen, nor do you have good paper to write on. You know, lumpy parchment, stuff like that, or leather. But anyway, with all the obstacles they had, plus, being persecuted, it took about 10 months to handwrite a copy of the Bible. Well, they're making all these copies. By the time you get to 15 and 1600s, persecution lets up. And so people decided to collect the Bible copies together from all over the world and compare them and put it into English. Now keep in mind, some of these copies of the Bible had not seen each other in 1,000 years.
This is where I stopped.
There might have been people in France that were copying the Bible.
I don't know anything said
and
after
people
this.
in Africa copying the Bible, and people in China copying the Bible.
Again, a couple of movers and Spy Near the Hive.
You can only use a book so long and it wears out. I've got, I don't know how many, absolutely worn out Bibles. Okay, I think I have probably 5 or 6 that I've just they're shot, okay? If you're a book that's in active use is going to have a limited life. And let's just pick a number and say if you were really careful with your scrolls, I mean treat it real carefully, you might make a scroll last 300 years and still use it every day. Just for illustration. Well, so in 300 years, your original is worn out, it's trash, it's junk, you throw it away because you now have 800 copies of this thing, or a certain large number of copies. Then you take those copies and make copies. And after maybe 1,000 years, you might be on your 4th or 5th generation from the original, but that's perfectly fine, it doesn't matter, as long as the copying process was accurate. And a good way to check that copying process and see was it accurate is after each of these, the French ones and the German ones and the English ones and the Chinese ones, each go 5 generations. Now let's get the 5th generation and compare them all and see how accurate they are. And that's what happened in the 15 and 1600s. They got all these scrolls together, found 5,000 copies of the Bible that survived the persecution, and they were identical in everything except spelling. People's names, Peter and Pedro, stuff like that had changed. So they said, man, God truly preserved His Word. This is it. This is word for word exactly. He preserved it. So, meanwhile, down in Egypt, there was a group of folks, sort of like Jehovah's Witnesses. I've got the Jehovah's Witness Bible here. They were a cult. They came to be known as the Alexandrians. The Alexandrians did not believe in the deity of Christ. They didn't believe in the bodily resurrection. They didn't believe in a lot of Christian things, kind of like Jehovah's Witnesses today. So they made their own copy of the Bible, changing things they didn't like. They made about 6,000 changes. The primary guy in this cult was a guy named Origen. He was the leader of this cult in late 2nd century, 3rd century. The only mention of Alexandria in the Bible is when they were disputing with Stephen, arguing with the real Christians. And if you trust the principle of first mention, which I think is very important, then that'll be important to you. They say, wow, the only mention of these folks is bad. And so anything out of Alexandria, anything out of Egypt, period, in the Bible seems to be bad, But Origen started this, or was the primary guy in this cult. They made copies of their Bible also, with their changes in it. And some of them survived. In 350 AD, several copies were made, and 3 of those still survive today. One was found in the Vatican Library, and it's called Vaticanus. One was found in Alexandria, Egypt, and it's called Alexandrus in the Latin. And one was found in Sinai Peninsula in a monastery. There's this old monastery at the foot of this mountain that some pharaoh or some princess said, that's Mount Sinai, and it's not Mount Sinai, by the way. But she said, oh, that's Mount Sinai. Okay, yes, ma'am. And so they call it they still call it Mount Sinai. There's still a monastery there. It's not in Sinai Peninsula. It's in Arabia. Read Galatians 4. But they're in this trash can in this old monastery. This guy was visiting. He said, what's this old scroll? He said, oh, we don't know. It's been in there for years. You know. He pulled it out. It was a copy of the Bible, if you can call it that, from 380 or 350 AD. And so that one's called Sinaiticus. Well, these 3 scrolls do not agree with each other on anything, nor do they agree with the real Bible. Okay? They're all different. The Catholics, or the monks, translated these 3 ancient scrolls into Latin centuries ago, and it became known as the Latin Vulgate. Vulgate for vulgar means the common language. Okay. Then the Catholic, by the way, the Latin Vulgate was a really good translation of a bad book. Then the Catholics came along in 1582 and translated the Latin Vulgate into English with the Douay Confraternity or the Douay-Rheims version of the Bible. And that was a really good translation of a bad book. Then 2 guys named Westcott and Hort came along. I've got their book here someplace on the table. Westcott and Hort came along, and they were going to make a new, here we go, the Westcott-Hort Only Controversy. A little bitty booklet about, if you want to study this, just $2 from our ministry. Westcott and Hort were 2 Greek scholars. I don't know if they were even Christian or not. They probably claimed that they were, like a lot of people do. Okay, but they took these 3 old ancient manuscripts. They didn't agree with each other, but their thinking was, these are older, therefore they are better. Well, I'll go along with the older part. I'll agree with that, but that doesn't mean they're better. But they synthesized them into one new Greek manuscript and sold it to the world in 1875 and said, we have the oldest and best manuscripts available now for you to translate. And they got the oldest ones all right. The oldest ones that survived is all. Doesn't mean better. Then people started taking their Westcott and Hort version and translating it into English. First one done 1881 as the Revised Standard, then the American Standard, the Revised Standard, the revised version first, then the Jehovah's Witness Bible, the New World Translation done in 1950. This was a good translation, fairly good translation of a bad book. Then the New American Standard, the NIV, the Good News, the Amplified, the Living Bible, all of those, and I have a lot of them. Here's the New American Standard. I think the guys who are doing this are sincere, dedicated, highly intelligent, godly Christians who are translating the wrong book and don't even know it. There are basically only 2 Bibles in the world, in the English. The one's translated from what's called the majority text, the King James, of which there are now 64,000 manuscripts. At the time King James guys did it, they only had 5,000. And then there's the whole other family of Bibles, all translated from the Westcott and Hort. So you have 2 choices. The question is not, is it a good translation? The question is, what are they translating? Okay? The excellent book by Westcott and Hort, if you want to read about that. Here's, for instance, NIV, Acts chapter 8. Let's see, Adam, read verse 37 to me. Acts 8:37.
I can't do it.
You can't do it. It's not there. There is no Acts 8:37. They removed it, and they removed the number, okay? Now, in the New American Standard, they at least put a footnote. In Acts 8:37, it says, see footnote. But the verse is gone. Down at the bottom it says, late manuscripts insert verse 37. No. Guys, you got it all wrong. Those supposed early manuscripts you're going on are the ones that took it out. It wasn't that the later guys inserted it, it's that the earlier guys took one out, that's all. There are over 200 verses totally missing from the NIV. There's a good book, Understandable History of the Bible, Sam Gipp. Great big book, excellent book, really good on understanding the history of how we got our Bible. Or Gail Riplinger's book, In Awe of Thy Word. It's like 1,200 pages, and it's only like $15 or $18 or something. Really, really a good one. There are many, many books that we offer on the King James controversy. If you want one that's toned down and kind of, you know, sweet, gentle, and mild, this would be it, by Sam Gipp. The Answer Book. Excellent book on why King James. the language of the King James. Why do they use these old words, thee and thou and stuff like that? Oh, there's a good reason for that. But the whole thinking that older is better is simply wrong. And how is Satan going to use these new versions toward bringing in his New World Order? Well, this one, the New Age Bible Versions, is excellent by Gail Ripplinger, PhD in English. So older does not mean better. I have worn out many Bibles over my 37 years of being a Christian. Older doesn't mean better. So there are more manuscripts of the Bible than any other old book. Homer's Iliad, for instance, only has about 650 manuscripts. In 1946, they found 24,000 more manuscripts. Then the Dead Sea Scrolls were discovered, and now they have 64,000 manuscripts that support the King James, and 3 complete manuscripts and 46 fragments that support the Alexandrian. Then the Isaiah scroll found in the Dead Sea Scrolls was actually 1,000 years older than the other manuscripts. So there's plenty of good books available on that. There are all kinds of things we could talk about on the problems with the King James, or problems with the other versions, like 2 Samuel 21. Who killed Goliath? Who killed Goliath? David killed Goliath. 2 Samuel 21 says, Elhanan, the son of his dad, slew the brother of Goliath. NIV says, Elhanan, the son of the same guy, killed Goliath. This is an error. Okay? It's wrong. They blew it, all right? They left out verses, and we could scan through some of these. All these verses are left out. There's a list on their website, avpublications.com, of verses that are left out. 200 verses are simply gone. And those that are still in there, many times are changed to something meaning totally different. For instance, Hosea chapter 11, Judah yet ruleth with God. NIV, Judah is unruly against God. Would you say that is saying the same thing? Judah is also unruly against God? It's not saying the same thing. Thy dwelling shall be the fatness of the earth, Genesis 27. That's one of the blessings. Your dwelling shall be away from earth's richness. Away from the fertility of the earth shall be your dwelling. They're saying the opposite, folks. It's not the same. Proverbs 18. A man that hath friends must show himself friendly. What's that mean? If you want to have a lot of friends, then be friendly. NIV. A man of many companions may come to ruin. Are these saying the same thing? Am I missing something here? If you got a lot of friends, you'll be ruined? That's what it says. That's not at all correct. The Bible says in Matthew 7 that narrow is the way. Straight is the gate, and narrow the way that leadeth to life. And few there be that find it. Revised Standard says the gate is narrow and the way is hard. Wait, is it hard to go to heaven, or just not many do it? Now they use the these and the thous, and there's a reason for that, and then we'll go on to another subject here. If a word starts with Y, it is plural. Ye, your, etc. Okay? If it starts with T, it is singular, and there's an important reason. Nobody in 1611 was walking down the street saying, "How art thou today?" They weren't using that. But the King James translators wisely chose to use the these and the thous because of the distinction. If I walk into a room and say, "You come with me," does that mean one of you or all of you? You can't tell. But if you use thee and thou, you can tell. You can see in John chapter 3 very clearly. Jesus said to Nicodemus, "Marvel not that I said unto thee," singular, "ye must be born again." He changed it to plural. I'm telling you that everybody must be born again. That's a really important distinction. Otherwise, he'd be saying, "Nicodemus, I'm telling you that you got to be born again." Well, how does that apply to Kent Hovind? It wouldn't apply. The fact is, it's very precise in the King James. So we can talk all day about that. We'll cover more in our college class. I think the whole concept you need to get in your head is God promised He would preserve His Word, so where is it? I would like to hold a copy of it. And after 30-some years, I was slowly dragged kicking and screaming into the King James camp. God preserved His Word in English, and we've got it. A couple of verses really attract my attention because of my speaking on creation all the time. Ephesians chapter 3 and verse 9. King James says, "To make all men see what is the mystery, the fellowship of the mystery, which from the beginning of the world hath been hid in God, who created all things by Jesus Christ." There are two important phrases here. It says, "from the beginning of the world." That's a definite time. He created things by Jesus Christ. Colossians 1 says the same thing. Jesus created all things. Jesus is God in the flesh. Well, a lot of these new Bible versions come from the Alexandrian, and they did not believe Jesus was God in the flesh. And bookstores, of course, want to sell lots of Bibles, love of money, root of all evil, and they don't want to offend anybody. So, hey, let's sell a Bible version that doesn't offend people. So look what they did with Ephesians 3:9. which for ages past was kept hidden in God who created all things. Well, they left off Jesus. You don't want to offend people, you know. And they made it ages past instead of from the beginning. Nearly all the new Bible versions have changed it to say ages, ages, ages. And they leave off Jesus in every case, except for the New King James. They left Jesus in there, but they still call it ages past. That's the only one I could find that left Jesus in there, but they all changed it to ages. They don't want to get this definite 6-day, young earth creationist, because they might offend people and, again, lose money. We could spend hours on the different problems with these verses. The last one that bothers me is it the first day in Genesis 1:5, or is it one day? Every version that I found says one day. King James says the first day. Why would they change it to one day? Well, again, they're trying to allow for the long periods of time. And I don't understand how somebody can read Genesis 1:5 and still believe there's a gap between verse 1 and 2 of any amount of time, more than an hour. The first day. It couldn't be more clear in my mind.
Couldn't be more clear in my mind. Wow. Honestly, I got some funny stuff, though, related to that. But thank you for listening if you wanted to. If you didn't like it, oh, what the hell is that? What the heaven? But no, like I said earlier, maybe you came in later, but I just said this was something I wanted to listen to. I didn't get a chance to. It was interesting. Like I said, what I got from it is what I've always said is like I've always read different versions of it. So it's something that I thought interesting. Yeah, if you didn't like it, I apologize for that, but you may have missed the beginning context that we were discussing with it. So it was good, but again, too, we've gone over everything with the market. That big news is Apple. I hope you got that. I think there was something IBM Palantir, but that was earlier. You got oil numbers, too. Something, again, related to oil. There's Marathon Oil and then something else with Exxon, but it was like a shutdown. But related to that, I wanted to play it. Like I said, bro, I did not have time to hear it. I heard part of it, and I was like, wow, that was really cool. I know some people thought it would have been interesting. Instead of giving you a PHILO, instead of that, I did have to use the bathroom for a little, but, hopefully you got the context, though, but it was not intended to be force-fed to you if you did not want it, but it was, and then the guy, too, though, bro, that's what's funny, because some of you, like I'm saying, you guys got good things to say, bad things to say. Either way, again, I hope y'all remain peaceful, too. And if something does ever happen, you got the wire, and we'll get that to you. But that guy has a very interesting background. He does not like taxes. He went to jail for taxes. Like I told you, I don't look into these people. That's what I'm just so used to it, is that every time I hear somebody say something, I'm like, oh, that sounds kind of cool. And then right when I look into them, I'm like, oh. So I usually try to take the info, and then then I'll look into it. Yeah, I think he got charged, too, for even some domestic violence, too. So to give you more clarity or context, if you like to judge the person or versus the context, the word, that's on you. But I found that out afterwards, after you guys were saying it in the chat. And I'm like, what? Because I learned about the King James Version, and I also learned about his hatred of taxes and all his other things in the last 10 years. But, yeah, either way, I think I'm going to read the King James Version a little more diligently and compare it to. That's what I got out of it. That's what I got out of it. I don't follow any denomination. I'm interested. I love my Bible. I love Jesus. It's about as far as I go. If you vibe with me on that, I love humans too. They're God's children. That's why it's a very tough job, though. I feel like the middle child at times. So, it's a tough battle. It's a tough battle. It dictates history books. Some of the stuff he said is true, but some stuff is off as well. I'm sure. That's why I take, like I said, what I got out of it, I listened, I took my info, even the messenger themselves, it's on you to make your determination. But for me, I just I'm gonna compare them. If that man compared it, I could compare them too. And I want to a lot. That's why I wanted to hear it. It caught my attention, and I didn't have time to finish it, like I said. So I was just doing a lot of different stuff. So glad we got to listen to it together. That's it. It's the same. That's why I'm like, I want to shoot. Coinbase on the high. Do I believe that God has chosen children? I believe what I told you. You know, that's that's what I've noticed. Like it's political. Like anytime like you tell somebody what something is and then they ask it back in like, you know, with like a criteria, that's just where it becomes political. You know, that's how people use, you know, people use your feelings, beliefs, sexuality. You could say what you are individually and what you believe, and then say, well, do you believe this? And then try to reduce it to like an idea. So like I said, I believe in Jesus. I believe in the Bible. And I love humans, and that's it. Above all else, put no other God before me, and I agree with that. And love your neighbor as you love yourself. I disagree respectfully. I respectfully accept your disagreeal. You're allowed to disagree. Amen. Appreciate you. But definitely, I've ran into that issue personally a lot, where I tell people stuff. I see it, then they try to ask me something back. Well, oh, but you believe this. Well, what about this? If you want to ask the first part, yeah, sure. But as a whole, you know, love your neighbor as you love yourself. Put no other God before me. I believe in Jesus and my Bible, and that's it. I mean, again, because it even says in that same book, King James Version or not, if you don't have love, if there is no love, your belief is worthless. It truly is. That's why they killed Jesus, because he told all the religious people that, what are you guys doing? So amen. But that's just what I believe. But I understand, because they're like, well, you believe this, you believe that, so that makes you this. But I'm like, not really. You know, and it's just love, man. Because again, it's a hard thing. That's what I realized, because I realized myself. I don't say it as if I've mastered love on prestige mode, you know. It's something that you realize throughout life. That's hard. That's a harder task than not. To love your neighbor as you love yourself is a very extreme task. I mean, you see it in a politically ideological world. So that's what I believe, though. And I believe that's a very important virtue and value. And if you, unfortunately, you can't do that, that's it. The Bible's fake. That's okay if it is. If I find out later it's fake, I'm fine with it. Like, but all it did was make me act a little nicer, have a couple of principles, you know, Pascal's wager. If heaven's real, I end up having a hedge. If not, like, again, I've been lied to a lot. There's a lot of fake things, bro. I used to think WWF was real. You know, I don't even know if the NBA and NFL, is that real? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just, don't even get me started on the voting in Argentina. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if their votes are real because Argentina has had some things, you know. But that's all. So, like I'm saying, it could be. But I have a feeling. I have a belief. I've experienced a lot of things. But that's, you know, if it is, it is. More Fati, baby. I thought WWF was real. For a long time, we were just knocking each other out. My parents made me think turning on the light in the car while driving is illegal. Nah, for real. Why did they lie to us about that? Yo, no, for real. No, but like, why? No, it's not. Yeah. It's like, and then like, dude, you remember like when you would like if you turned on the light while driving and they would go like they would freak the F out. It wasn't like a minor, like that was the thing. Like my parents were like, you know, like if I did something wrong, like you got expected to get the belt, you know what I'm saying? But like other than that, they were like chill, you know, but like you turn on the light or it was like changing the AC. Like, dude, what? I forgot about that. I remember it now. Thank you, Najee Wolf. Oh my goodness. Yeah, but why was it like that? Yeah, I turned it off. I'm going to get in trouble. Yeah, what? Oh, man. Your parents say I'm going to get red pepper? No, that sounds... Damn, you had a food punishment? That's another level of rich, though. Amen. You were blessed, my brother. That's it. They punished you with food. You know, we just had limited food selection and then got beat. But I feel you. That's how. Oh, does that mean something different? Is red pepper different then? Oh, I thought like you getting punished by eating like spicy food. I was like, wow, that sounds like a blessing in disguise. But like I feel that sounds painful. Well, I don't do lights now. That's crazy. It's not illegal, though. You're right. I don't think it is. I don't think it is. Parents lie about everything. Santa, the Easter Bunny. Yeah, you're right. Honestly, they lied to me about that too. It's weird though, but like, doesn't that like foster like a sense of distrust growing up? Is that why everybody growing up, you don't like believe your parents because they lied to you about certain things? But Santa's real, just in case. I do believe in Santa. I know he's real. You see, that's why I'm partaking in this, man. God damn it. I'm a cog in the machine. Forgive me. Sounds like you have trust issues. Man, stop it. You have trust issues. I'm done with y'all. Y'all keep going on the internet telling me what you have. Like, that's it. I ain't go around talking about no trust. You talked about trust issues more than I have. I am paranoid, and rightfully so. I chalk it up to a business acumen. That's it. I don't got face. Prove me right. Amen. Prove me wrong. Amen. I like evidence, information. We'll go from there. But nah, that's it. I just got a very high standard. Almost green on the bonds. Bro, they're going crazy. I feel like you have good positioning, though. Like, you're moving them around. That's why. But low-key, it's like the same range. It's like every other week you're ending up at that week or not. So depending on how you position, too. But all of this is lack of movement, as weird as it is. Even though it's going straight down, it's just no volatility. Bond volatility is not up. We're just sitting. It's been slow, though, today. I mean, in a weird way, it's like straight up, but this isn't the straight up you want because it came as a result of a gap down and bad news. And, like, you're still down 1%. But it's like we're doing this, but it's like kind of slow. I don't know the volume's at. Volume, 35 million by hour 4 almost. Okay, a little slower, man, for September. And now you gave up the jobs opening. Oh, yeah. Are we going to have a debate tomorrow or not? IPO is how many shares offered, how much of a premium, and how much volume it trades in the first 10 to 30 minutes. Global Foundries, I've heard good things about them, but again, I don't know about the industry per se. It's just these aren't, again, materials, anything related to that. I just have not participated. It looks new, too, or I don't know if they've done a split, but I feel like I've known the name longer. But I would have to probably do more research on it, but off top, seems like material play. I don't think I will be involved. If it's chips, still, even then, too. IPO'd last year. Name sounds super familiar. Best NBA player. I have the debate question for tomorrow. I can't reveal it to you. I have a couple of backups, but I don't know if we're going to do the debate. I'm still kind of scared. I don't want to ruin it. It was so good last time. It was so good last Friday. And then tomorrow, I mean, again, that's a 17-minute video on Bible translations. Set off some people. I don't know how an hour debate will go. But because remember, we did that because it was a holiday, borderline. So we'll see. You have to so we could prepare. I thought the idea was give you the question right before so you can't prepare. That's what makes it more organic. We could play Halo. We could play 2K because it's actually release day. I feel like people there. You might even get 2K players coming in here randomly because I know people want to see it and they don't want to download it. I understand. NFL starts tonight. Am I riding with the Lions or am I hanging with the sucker side? Wow. So the Lions are with the Lord. I guess Daniel in the Lions den. I guess maybe. I don't know. I don't know. I don't really care. I didn't play that much DraftKings last year. I don't really care about football as much. I like basketball. I like that a lot. I'll care about football when it gets like later on, or if I start. Let me see how much money I got on the DraftKings. Let me see how interested I am this season. Please hold. This is not a sponsored post. You're gonna lose all your money gambling, and you deserve it. Even if you do it on the stock market, okay? I don't want to promote that for you. I'm just letting you know into a really authentic, raw view into my vices as well as the good things about me. So proceed as you wish, but you should know the end result. I got 44 cents in my DraftKings. Am I enjoying DraftKings daily fantasy? No, I'm not. Thank you. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna how active I'll be this season. You know, maybe I could get like a refer a friend code, but that's it. I don't think I've refilled that account in like 3 years. So I think he's dead. So I don't know. I think that might be the end of my career, unless I want to throw in another $100. But yeah, 44 cents in my DraftKings. I can't bet on those. I can only do I'm in California. I could only do the like fantasy stuff. $100 lines. Bank of Canada headlines. Is it? What time is it? So 10:50. We got Fed speakers in a little bit, like an hour or two. Don't see. We're prepared to raise rates again. Oh, there it is. The longer we wait, the harder it is likely to be to reduce inflation. Then we're prepared to raise rates again, but don't want to hike more than we have to. 2% inflation target is in sight, but we are not there yet. We need to stay the course. I mean, it just paused yesterday. I don't know. Check if the dollar moves or any currencies, but it shouldn't do much. The criteria, the criteria is not low premium, half of the float in a low amount of time. And if that's the case, should end up good. But I remember, I think was JYD. I think that's what I'm holding. That was an IPO. That met criteria. It did have a premium, but that ended up failing. But I think that was as a result of the premium. So that's all you got to watch out for. Never understood the appeal of fantasy-style sports betting. I got into it because I got into it like options. I just literally, I put down $1, and then I made like $200 once, and then I was hooked. That's it. And then I did it for a while. I like it though. It's not bad. It's kind of like options in a weird way, but it was fun. It made sports active for me for a little bit, but I feel you. But if you're limited by what's it called, like California, I mean, you're not even allowed to take straight up bets. That's what's crazy though. I don't know, like some of y'all who are like in California doing crazy stuff to bet on sports, like you're addicted. Like, you know, to like drive to Vegas, go to Vegas, or like get some sketchy brokerage online, transfer to like Bovada, use the crypto. Like you're hella committed to like just try to get a straight up bet. That's the only problem I've had with it. I'm like, I'm really not that committed to gamble in California on sports like that. Hey, Tesla's about to go green. On the bottom right there, Apple stopped moving with 3 down, 3.2. The next debate, I cannot reveal the question, but it would be tomorrow if we were going to do it. So maybe we just got to determine. Actually, maybe I'll try. You know, I will not consider this a binding poll, but I'll take this into consideration. The dollar is not wrecking everyone else so far. Until the pound and euro are destroyed, the dollar, surprisingly, is holding off. If anything, it's the dollar, the yen, or the dollar, the pound, and the euro destroying all of the Asian currencies. And then whatever's happening with the Middle East and Africa, they're just pretty much responding to whatever their situation is based on importer or exporter. All right, Chad. This is, again, like I said, I'll take it into consideration because now you have a little Chad feud. I'm only going to take 500 or the first 1 minute. I think you'll do 500, though. You guys are pretty consistent on that. Do you want to have a debate tomorrow? Yes or no? Again, by not voting, you're just saying that you don't care. So that's good. Honestly, a non-vote means you don't even get, but then you can't non-vote and then be a little baby, regardless of what happens. It's the debate like we had last Friday. We have Chad debate team. I will set up groups of 2. You will have 5 minutes of prep time, and then you will have 5-minute rounds or 10-minute rounds to debate each other and answer the question. Ah, look at that. The voters, as they realized a good amount of the Chads did not want to participate in the vote, they pounced on letting their voice be heard. Welcome to small sample sizes and voting. Oh, my goodness. Bring the same team backs. Cannot vote and then complain, indeed. Tesla's now green, hub and sticks. Nasdaq's under 1% now. That's actually kind of good. You want to get in there? You got coffee? You want to stay sharp? Let's see, baby. All right. 1 minute. You guys didn't even make 500. That's it. That means a lot of people do not give a shit about the debate. But 68% said yes. So now let me give you another question. Okay. Yeah. Overwhelming, yes. A smaller sample size. There's a lot of abstaining there. That's it. You guys, comparatively, well, we'll see. You could compare them. So what do you have now, Chad? So now my next question, and even if you didn't vote on the other one, you could still vote. Should we release the debate question before or the day of the debate? That is the next one. So that's where we're kind of split on. You got to add, well, we just did one vote, again, regarding the debate, if we do it tomorrow. But now the next question is, if we do the debate, should we release the question before or after? Good question, I know. I've been hitting, we didn't do some flash polls this week, so we had to throw them in here on Friday Junior. Team on the high, I think, and then Tesla. And then Elf is going up. Ulta is running throughout the PHILO. Ooh, before but in Watchlist. It's religious related? No. That's not the question I have in mind. I mean, you could probably call it a religion, the question I have in mind. So we'll see. We'll find out. Yeah. Oh, where'd it go? Dude, it's 50-50. What the hell is this? Okay, maybe I have to leave this one up a little bit. Is this the beginning? You already asked. Is this, what were you asking? I don't know if you answered that. Rivian comments. Rivian CFO says been significant deflation around battery material prices and company will continue to benefit. Goldman Sachs conference. Yeah, Rivian, again, deflation around, is that good or bad? I think bad for the materials, good for the companies. They're saying prices are dropping and they're going to benefit. Again, Goldman Sachs Tech's conference. That's where you heard, who was the other one we listened to? Charter? Paul, well, we have more voters now. More people voted on this one than the last. I don't know. It's 50-50. You guys didn't help me out. How do we have a 50-50 poll? I'm just going to leave it up there, I guess. Maybe till we get to 500 then. But my goodness. With the banks owning the Federal Reserve? Wait, what? I don't see that. All I saw was that comment. I don't know how it's 50-50. That's actually kind of wild. So I don't know if any of the sideline chads want to get involved and break the tiebreaker. I mean, this is kind of weird. Oh, okay. So before, but sides are not determined until debate starts. Okay, I like that. Do the day of. Traders need to adapt. All right, there you go. They tilted the scales. Thank you, sideliners. That's it. You just had to get the silent majority in there. And that's it. I think they were, some of them, you guys had respect probably. You're like, I didn't vote on the last one. I don't want to do it, man. You know what I'm saying? Let's go, man. Let's go. Let's see, bro. All right, 420 votes. We could end it there. It's almost at 500, just in case. So thousands of people are going to study, but it's only going to be 4 people. Yeah, I mean, who says it's going to... I mean, we got a couple thousand in here. Seems like 200 to 500 of you want to play. So maybe like 200 people will study and they might not be selected. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you don't like that, just go join communism or something. What the hell? You know what I'm saying? I'll block you for what? Oh, that the chat was super weird, not the chat. No, I feel you. The chat has been, but that's it. Just don't say anybody's weird. Then I feel you 100%. I got you. But it's definitely weird. You cannot debate because I'll be at work, but I love to hear the philosophical thoughts from the chat. Just don't study. All right, 465. All right, we could end it there. 5 minutes. Good enough. So they want day before. All right, I will give it to you the day before. I'll give you the topic today, but I'm going to post it on the watch list, and then you will not know. You will not know what it is. You will not know what team you're going to be on. I'll contribute to ladder wins in December. Oh, do you guys want to make a side pool? So, like, I don't reward them with money, but you guys, should we make a betting pool? Should we, like, bet on the teams after we set them? That'd be good, man. That'd be good. We could do lines, like, on the side. Like, we could have it where team 1, team 2, you know, who knows? We'll cut the odds after the opening statements. You know what I'm saying? And then that's it. Then you could throw it, you know, what team. But I got a good one. So watch list. If you're, again, 200 of you will make it. 500 of you can make it if you want to play tomorrow. You know, I'll go over there. It's not rigged. No. I don't even care who wins. That's why I tied them up last time. The Chad. Oh, yeah. Hold on. Should we bring the winners back? I forgot about that. But then what if they can't come back? Like, what if trading's busy? What if AC's busy, you know? And again, it was a Chad-defined winner. I still stand in the record books as a tie. But you guys said it was a win on the vote. Nah, they had their time. Give 4 more people the time to shine. But, like, what if it, like, creates, like, a story, though? You know what I'm saying? Like, what if they just become, like, Chad Ultimate Team? And then that way, like, it gives people an opportunity to bring down the champs. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's it. Like, what if they just keep steamrolling it? Like, I don't know. And then it could kind of get into, like, a prestige mode. We're going to break down heavily here. Market. Uber, strong supply position, demand consistent. Uber. Are they at the conference too? We need more rounds. No, I think we might even do less time. I might even do like 5 minutes a round instead of 10 because you guys reclaimed almost 10 minutes of time last time. It's like the time wasn't really needed. But then maybe it just depends on the topic. Restoration earnings, are they today? That could be good. Unless they went up on the last time. I think one of them they've been struggling, but they had the bounce. Never mind. They're still kind of clapped though. There's upside, but then again, I don't know how good retail may be. Maybe the higher end consumer is a little different. News tomorrow? Not really. Again, you're going to get Japanese data tonight. Again, if anything happens with oil, that'll be it. Yeah, Uber's delivery business growth seen at least 14% in the back half of the year. Yo, that's what Uber just said at the growth conference. That sounds good. I don't know if that's in line or not. Fed Bowman? Are you sure? I have the first Fed speaker at 12:30. No, I fed Bowman at 1:55. Still possible, though. Sometimes that happens. Yeah, just consumer, if they don't have good numbers, though, algos are like tuned to sell off retail stocks if the numbers aren't hot. That's at least been the theme over the last couple days. I mean, Ulta's back up, but remember, they even had their sell-off too, I think. Yeah. Again, I think Ulta did good. They were like a little weak. They still had a sell-off. I mean, most retail names have been murdered. I want to see... I kind of want to listen to the Uber one. How does Japanese data affect our markets? Japanese data is very important right now because the yen, it's at a big level. Again, also the yuan. So my logic is that the yen, if it moves too much based off of the data, it could affect the Chinese currency, the dollar, and then ultimately if the yen starts cracking on data, the 10-year and our bonds will react as well too. But looking at the calendar, you're going to get oil data, but even domestically, besides individual company news, there's nothing really going to move us. Then again, I said that about jobless claims. We I don't know. We're right back above jobless claims. This was jobless claims in the morning, but we were already gapped down prior to that. So I say it tentatively. I could easily be wrong and we move. But again, tomorrow, wholesale inventories, Baker Hughes, financial accounts, and then consumer credit. Should be a dry day, but anything could happen. But more so, I think China inflation Friday night, markets will be closed, but like Japan GDP, current account trade, and then Fed speakers today, that has a better chance of getting you moving on the bonds and everything else. Where is it? Uber. Fireside chat hosted by Goldman Sachs.
I do think that, yes, you can look at a delivery on a standalone basis, but what really
differentiates
us as a company is the platform. Yeah. And if you look at delivery now, delivery gets twice as many new customers
I'm gonna go
from our mobility
Follow me on Instagram
business
at the Trading Fraternity
as we do.
You voted.
All of
Bring
our
back
paid
Chad
channels
winners.
out
You guys
there.
said yes.
And the cost of this twice as many new customers is about a quarter of what it would cost to bring in a quarter of what it does cost to bring in customers from paid channels. That is a huge structural advantage that we have over the standalone delivery players. Yeah. And in a particular, if you look at our cohorts, et cetera, the new customer cohort any single year as a percentage of the overall delivery business, it's actually relatively low because customers come in, they stick around. Cohorts that we acquired 6-7 years ago are significant contributors and often bigger contributors than, let's say, our new customer cohort. But when you have this structural advantage, twice as many customers coming in from paid channels, quarter of the cost, I think all the investors here, you understand the power of compounding. In 1 year, you don't really see it. But it's been about now 3 years where this advantage has compounded on top of itself. And it's only going to continue. The machinery that we're building in terms of upselling either the next best product or moving you over from mobility delivery or delivery to mobility. Whereas previously it was, let's say, people in a room deciding what percentage of audience should go to X, Y, and how much we value one activity versus another activity. Increasingly, all of this has been being driven by AI, right? So we essentially give some guidance to algos, and then these algos just go out and optimize, at the lowest cost. How can I move a mobility person to a delivery audience? What's the next kind of pixel that I should show this person? So I think the machinery that we have in terms of cross-sell is only going to improve. And then with the membership program that we got in place, which is about 27% of our gross bookings, it's higher than that with our delivery business. It's over 50% of our volume in new verticals. We think these structural advantages are only going to accrue upon themselves. So we're quite confident. I mean, again, you see the results, which is gaining category position, 8 out of 10 markets in mobility, 9 out of 10 markets in delivery, while driving higher incremental margins than, basically the whole industry. I think you're seeing the strategy now come into life, and we don't see anything changing that at this point.
Just one more follow-up before we go quickly through some of the other topics. Bringing it all together, Uber One, the subscription that you've introduced, how should we be thinking about the inertia around Uber One? What it affords you in terms of competitive positioning longer term? And how to think about flexibility around Uber One and how it might be used to go into new verticals, new areas, and expand the platform approach?
Yeah, we don't necessarily think about Uber One, let's say, from a competitive positioning, other than we want to price it at the same price that our competitors with many more benefits, right? So we have essentially better content at the same price, right? And better content at the same price over a long period of time tends to win. What we're much focused on in terms of Uber One are what is the cohort behavior of a member versus a non-member, and how can we affect that behavior? And generally, we see members ordering 4 times more volume than non-members, so it's a very significant step up in terms of volumes. And member retention is also significantly higher as well. And for us, membership is also a vehicle to make our products more affordable. In a world where people are worried about inflation and pricing, et cetera, we essentially are able to translate the higher engagement and the higher retention into the platform on lower prices. If you're, using our mobility products, cash back, or no delivery fees, along with other discounts on the delivery side of the coin. From a short-term standpoint, we take a profitability hit when we move someone over to membership because of the lower prices. But from a long-term standpoint, we think, on an LTV basis, membership will pay off, and then more. We are still relatively early in terms of membership in all of the various optimizations that we believe we can bring forward. So moving monthly members to annual members, that increases retention, for example.
And bro, you were at Burning Man?
The messaging is very consistent.
You made it out alive?
And consumer understanding of what the benefits are.
I'm eating a snack now, Chad.
When you're a non-member, once you flip over to a member as well. And then also, importantly, bringing non-financial, let's say, benefits to members, upgrading you from an X to a Comfort, or securing higher discounts for merchants for members. We're still pretty early on that path, so we think as a product, membership can improve significantly over the next 24 months as our engineers kind of build out the vision that our product folks have.
Okay. Advertising, obviously been a nice tailwind for the business. Give us a quick update on where the advertising efforts sit today, how your thinking continues to evolve about what advertising might do for the platform long term.
Yeah, the potential is enormous. Our advertising business now is at a $650 million plus run rate, very high margin as you would expect, and we are on track to exceed the $1 billion target that we had for 2024. The majority of our advertising revenue right now is SMBs that are essentially bidding for audience. They have a certain budget every week, and so we're penetrating a higher and higher percentage of SMBs that use the advertising product. the return on ad spend of our advertising product is usually higher than 7x. So it's in the interest of the SMB to sign up for our advertising product because the return
Hershey's
is great.
And General Mills, 52-week
There are newer
lows.
areas of growth in terms of advertising for us, which is building out deeper functionality for enterprise customers. Enterprise customer may want to target certain customer segments, certain times of day, certain geos, et cetera. So building out a more sophisticated tool sets for enterprise is one area that we're focused on. Building out products on new verticals for CPG advertisers, which we are relatively immature and young in. We think that you can get to the mid-single digits in terms of advertising as a percentage of gross bookings for a grocery product, and we're well below that at this point. So we think there's a significant amount of growth on grocery and CPG advertisers. And then, of course, journey ads, which are ads that show up for our mobility customers and our delivery customers for, Apple Plus and other top brands as well. So the business is scaling, it's growing at high rates, but there are very significant chunks of advertising revenue that we haven't penetrated into. The last area that we're pretty excited about is also car tops and tablets, where we get the revenue share with our drivers. So the focus there is actually more on building a product that can increase driver earnings in the markets in which they operate.
Okay. The Analyst, the Investor Day you had a year and a half ago, you introduced talking about incremental margins. You referenced them earlier in one of your answers. You've pretty consistently outperformed on margins since that Investor Day. Talk about some of the key learnings around incremental margins and how investors should be thinking about the balance between margins and growth you're trying to capture in the business in the years ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. So we had a goal for 7% incremental margins, EBITDA margins. So if you grow gross bookings $100, throw $7 of incremental EBITDA, we have consistently overperformed there. And generally, as a company, you want to put out targets and you want to overperform against those targets. I think as a company now, with our mobility business, we're by far the number one player there. And the strategy of building out a higher margin portfolio of products, a reserve, enterprise product, comfort, black product, and then using those funds to fund lower cost products and or taxi, et cetera, that are lower margin, gives us the benefit of having essentially very strong top line growth for our mobility segment, well over 20% trip growth, and at the same time having margins that are quite attractive. And then when you move to the delivery product, really what we're benefiting from is the advertising business that's very high margin. We are still able to algorithmically to drive cost per transaction down as we get higher liquidity in marketplaces, more stores, more eaters, et cetera. Cost per transaction has come down pretty significantly in the US and continues to come down internationally as well. And then the industry generally, in a world where capital is dear, the industry has pulled back on some of the speculative marketing investments, promo incentives that made sense for a top line but didn't make sense economically. As the largest player out there with real scale, the industry pulling back, we've been able to pull back as well without suffering at all on the top line. And then you add to that, I think, the very healthy discipline that we've had in terms of overheads, and I think the industry has had in terms of overheads. We think, when I sit here, this is the best I have felt in terms of both the top line prospects and the bottom line prospects, and those bottom line, translating to the bottom line, real profits, and our competitive position out there in the marketplaces. There's never been a better time for Uber at this point.
Okay, if I can get one more in before we run out of time. The other big topic I always get asked about is capital allocation.
Sure.
You obviously have a balance sheet with a lot of cash on it. You've got equity stakes in some businesses. You're increasingly generating free cash flow. How should investors be thinking about your capital allocation priorities and how they might evolve in the years ahead?
Well, I think what's becoming clear, we had over $1 billion of free cash flow just this last quarter for the business, is that this is a business that's going to throw off substantial sums of cash over the foreseeable future. our capital allocation as a company becomes increasingly important over a period of time, especially when you're throwing out this cash. And we have the typical priorities. We'll look at acquisitions, we'll look at buybacks, et cetera. Generally, I would say that the cash flow profile of the company is going to improve, and we don't see we're investing at very strong levels so that we think we can have very healthy top lines. We talked about the incremental margins that the business can throw off. So I do think that we're now entering the phase where we're increasingly thinking about returning capital to shareholders, either through dividends or buybacks, more likely with buybacks. We do want to get to investor grade in terms of our debt profile. I think we're on a good path there. But I do think over the next couple of years, I think shareholders should expect some kind of investor return in the form of buybacks.
Okay. Dara, really appreciate your time. Please join me in thanking Uber and Dara for being part of the conference this year.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I thought there'd be more of a fade out. That was Uber's CEO. So I don't know if you guys even noticed it. I didn't want to interrupt, but even then, you were getting that 5 minutes ahead of all of the headlines. So even then, by the time you got the advertising headline, they were moving on. He even just ended it there talking about form of returns coming back through buybacks. So very interesting. He said some good things. He was talking about delivery growth, 14%. I mean, we love Uber. And honestly, if you look at Uber on the daily, I mean, in the midst of what the market has been doing lately, I mean, they've held up very well. I mean, there's a lot of things that got drained. I mean, the yen, you could go down the list, the yuan. But Uber is yeah, we good, man, we good. So very interesting there. But yes, I don't know. They do the semis, but he didn't talk about it as much. Again, they have that under their transport industry, not necessarily the mobility. At what point does the dollar hurt stocks? It's getting there, but I said something very beneficial. I mean, I've low-key been saying this a lot, but it's super simple right now. The dollar is strong, but it's not really as strong as you think, and you got to wait till it gets a little bit more stronger, and you'll watch it start to wreck everything once the pound and the euro go down. If they don't, then right now, this wrecking ball, someone asked if the dollar wrecking ball, is if it's going to keep happening, and I said it's not the dollar wrecking ball right now, it's the dollar. But then the pound and the euro are strong too, and then it's murdering all of the currencies in East Asia, China, Japan, all of that. So if you are going to be waiting for that reaction, or when does the dollar really start hurting, it'll be when the dollar starts to continue rising, and then the euro and the pound begin to fall, because now that nothing else will be high except the dollar. The only thing in the world that'll have a strong currency will be the dollar, with everybody falling. Then you'll start to feel the pain a little bit more. Walgreens, new 52-week lows again? How they do this every day? And then someone asked, I was going to buy Walgreens yesterday. I was thinking about it, but I went with Pfizer instead. I don't know if that was more risky or not. I mean, the yield's lower. I think they have a little bit more stability. But I want to grab Walgreens, but this death and destruction will not stop. Even, dude, I don't know if you saw it. What was it? Hershey's and General Mills, some of these names, anything retail related, are just murdered. So very, very wild. Holders should expect returns as buybacks next couple of years. Yeah. So that's why listening to those conferences, we get a 2-minute, 3-minute jump, but you got to pay attention. You won't know what the algo is going to highlight. On rental arbitrage, it's chill as long as you're upfront about it. So if you tell the landlord or who owns the property that you're doing it, then yeah, it's not bad. It was last September, yeah. But then at that point, the yen was dying. the euro, everything was at euro was at like $1 flat. It was 7% lower. Pick of the home gym. Let's see. I was seeing another message. No email. Oh, that's it. That's all you need, bro. Yeah, that's all I have. I just have I have the machine. I got the bench, and then once you throw it in with the dumbbell, I'm like, why do I have a guy riding the dolphin on my damn computer? It's not what it looks like, Chad. I promise. This has more context. Again, so just like when people are like, I can't believe you're making us listen to this for PHILO. If you're lacking the context, things get really weird on this channel. You know what I'm saying? So like I'm saying, I'm trying to show you Troy's gym right now, but then a man riding the dolphin just appeared on so it's not what it looks like if you weren't here before, but anyways. Look at the home gym. Look at the home. And you got the police flag. You got the American flag. You got a mirror. I need a mirror. That's it. I just don't have my mirrors yet. That's it. I have like certain mirrors on there, but then like I don't like my mirrors. I have like a small mirror, then I have it on the other side. I got them up there and they suck. Actually, that one, I don't know though. You might need to put a mirror back here, bro. Honestly, God bless America. That's a nice flag, but you might, because I have one on the side though, but it might work. Can you do the Smith and mirror? I like it though. It's beautiful. Is that a boat? Do you have a boat here, or what is this thing? But this is all you need, Chad. Home gym. You get one machine here. Honestly, how much was this? Because this looks like you did it very good. You can probably get that done for like 2K, 3K, 4K, depending on the equipment. It's a boat. You got a boat, bro? Chilling with the boat? Oh, but you park it in the garage. You could park it. Dang, that's pretty dope. He bench presses the boat. Yes, that too. But I think that's the main purpose of it. If you haven't met Troy, he's insane, bro. You thought the news was fast. Just watch. See, bro. Incline boat, dude. It's crazy. Crazy. You could squat. I mean, if you take the barbell. Yeah, he has it. Easy, bro. You have the rack. This thing is like perfect. That's what I'm saying. And I've John Madden it up. What's this? Is that the Nice, bro? 4.5 for the machine. Oh my gosh, inflation. I bought mine pre-2020. In 2020, midway supply chain crisis, but it wasn't that bad. Or it's probably really nice though. I got the one. I don't know. I didn't know if this was like a medicine ball or something. I didn't know what type of workouts you do. I feel you. I don't like to judge people's workouts. I could see it, like you squat on the toy and then you roll it around. Someone was just telling me to take a cloth on the floor, and I was down with it. What's your theory on Walgreens and other pharmacies? Anything to do with restrictions, competing for Canada, Walmart? My theory is just the vaccine sales going down after, again, they had a great source of business, and then the CEO, that's it. They've been failing a turnaround. They were struggling before, and quite frankly, I think part of Walgreens' declines is that, especially when you start watching it drop so rapidly, it's like it does make you think it's Rite Aid. You know what I'm saying? Like at the end of the day, it's like it gives mad Walgreens 2.0 vibes. If your next CEO fails and doesn't work out, you're fucked. That's kind of just the fear. Again, just you got to think about it. They've been having people come into the company. These guys are getting paid a massive amount of money, and then the story's not changing. The thing that they got, almost 50 years of dividends. I think their payout ratio is at like 50% too, which is crazy. But they could do it there, but it's just management. That's why CVS isn't trash. That's why I'm saying it's like everybody suffered from overall your boost going down, but they also, like, just in general, they've gone through 3 or 2 CEOs in the last like 5 to 10 years, I think. And especially even recently, I think 5 years, it's been at least 2 new CEOs, CFOs, interim this, interim that, but it's just their management. I mean, nobody's staying around long enough to right the ship and actually keep it on course. What is it? No, but I think their payout ratio is high or lower, excuse me. I'm pretty sure Walgreens has a low payout ratio. I'll have to double check. That sell little, I mean, we had this earlier, but we are coming down kind of aggressively back to VWAP. We were a little lower earlier when we thought it could have flipped. It's something like 50. Yeah. So ironically enough, I think Altria, that's why Altria is yielding that much, but Altria's payout ratio is a lot higher, I think. But then again, it's like that could, if a couple more years of not doing good, pay, management, gone, they don't do anything, you waste the money. It's like, I don't think it's going to happen, but the fear of Rite Aid 2.0 is definitely real. But then again, they didn't have exposure to like certain lawsuits as well in the same respect. I'm thinking average on Baidu. What is it? 136? Yeah. It's kind of hard. I'm finishing my snack. Hold on. Where were they? Because I'm thinking it's like 136 flat is a good number, then 133, then 130, and then it goes down to like the low 120s pretty much. But within here, this is like the top end from like this. Remember, this is all kind of the outlier more or less. So it's either really good support or not, but that's tough. It's the 50-50 mark. And what was it? China's iPhone shit. We're not really stuck, but we're in the holding pattern. I mean, we've been like this for all year. It's kind of like we've had like the activity and the movement, and then it just stops, and then it just starts again. But you don't have to wait too long. I mean, tomorrow is the last day of the week, and then next week will be on, what's it called? Next week will be CPI. So what you're going to move off of, and then activity should be easy. And then September, then next week after that's Powell. And then next week after that, September will be over. And then that's it. Walgreens lowers their dividend. They could, and that wouldn't. In this case, all I'm saying about the payout ratio is that, even though Walgreens is like dying, it looks like on the stock chart, if you're buying them for the dividend, that's not really the worry. It's not as if they cannot sustain it. It's not like they're in a real distressed situation. They're just not performing good in that sense. So that's why we brought that up. October going into November. I can't believe it's already. That's it, man. Before we know it, September will be done. Shag is on the high. What is Shag? Wisdom Tree High Yield Short-Term Aggregate Bond. Shag. Did Meta bounce back? Kind of, but Meta's been moving $5 at a time. Meta moved more than Apple today, and then Apple was literally comatose after the death drop and then run up. Santa rally, November. We'll see. It's either we're going to be running or dying by then, so you might get a lot of that. Bro, bonds all day after this. Again, no real data. We did have some China stuff. Macklin will take decisions one meeting at a time. Q&A right now. Mr. Macklin. Wouldn't that scare a lot more people? I'm not in Walgreens. It could, but it's not like, so sometimes like why companies cut their dividend is if they need the money or if it's like it's not sustainable for them, and it makes more sense where they're like, hey, you know, if we're really struggling, why would we pay out our dividend at 8% if we could borrow for cheaper or take the money that you save and use it to make better decisions? But in this case, I mean, Walgreens has raised their dividend 47 years in a row, and they have 50%, 50% payout ratio. So they're not really distressed or struggling in a sense where even if things were going wrong, they're probably not going to first result go to cutting their dividend. But you never know. But they are a dividend aristocrat. Yeah, I mean, Walgreens, isn't this like a 2008 low? Yeah. Could have been worse. Stable company raise every year due to inflation? No, because recently inflation wasn't really real. I mean, again, up until we're talking 47 years with Walgreens. A couple of years were inflationary, but more so it was just, the 2% we would never really hit. It's more along the lines of like your growth in company. It's one thing to pay the dividend. It's one thing to have a stable dividend and years and years. And then it's another thing to have years of stable and raising. So in that case, I think it was them pretty much capturing profits for a very, very long time, somewhat stable cash flows. And they kind of built their company around being a dividend aristocrat. Like in the sense where that's why I think their payout ratio is low. They're always going to do that. Small. Again, a raise could be very, very small. So many companies will raise below inflation, or in the past, it'll be very minor ones. Sometimes it's bigger, but in this case, I think Walgreens, almost 50 years of this. Overstock. Overstock's an interesting one. We talked about that one today. That could be a decent flip. It's already came up from the lows. Well, I'm like, dude, that's moved so much already. But it's back to the price now if you want to wait for the Bed Bath & Beyond news. When is that supposed to happen? When does the ticker actually change? Overstock, I think their plans are to keep doing what they're doing, but at the same time, I also think that they're just trying to capitalize off the name. So, yeah, man, I don't know what their plans are. I think their plans are just be the same and hopefully get lucky off the Bed Bath & Beyond stock. I think they could do good, though. I mean, I don't think Overstock, especially, retail people are worried, but I do hope Overstock kind of performs like a Dollar Tree, if things do slow down, if people do change habits in a good market or bad market. I just feel like Overstock, I feel like if we shift to a slower consumer, I feel like they'll kind of step it up a little. With BBBY. Is it Temu? I know Temu is, but I've only heard bad things about Temu. Like, I've really have only gotten, like, it's crazy, actually. Like, it's not how many, it's because I know what's happening to people. They're just getting scammed by it. There's, like, fake Temu apps, and then people are downloading, like, fake Temu apps, and then their data is just getting stolen. So, like, people are like, oh, I got scammed off Temu. It's like, no, like, yeah, like, see if you're like, oh, like, ask your girl if that happened to her. Ask her where, like, did she go to Temu.com? And, like, was it the website, or was it, like, a referral link, or was it, like, somebody said, use this code and you'll get this amount? Because, like, there's something going on with it, because I've heard it a lot. But other than that, assuming that they do not get linked to that, I think Temu does have a decent amount. But then again, look at Wish, and what's the other one? DX. DX is pretty much Wish. It just straight looks sketch. Everything looks sketch in China. Like, if you're not used to it, like, it always looks like that. My girl says it's legit. Yeah, that's why, dude, the reviews are wild. It's either they love it or they hate it. It's either they love it or they got literally scammed and someone tried to rob their bank account. So I'm like, whoa. But I think that is just more of a personal, like, I think it's like a personal issue, like falling into a scam rather than Temu being compromised. But I don't know. I've never used it. Shein's legit as like a women's retailer. They're actually, aren't they going to IPO? I think it's going to have too much premium if they do IPO, but they've done good. It's just China stuff, but I know girls really like it. NVIDIA, I can't believe NVIDIA is still down too, even in the midst of this. Apple's down 325. Qualcomm on the low. SMCI, Broadcom. What's the other one? ASML. Shein big in the UK too. Shein is bomb. So many awesome clothes. Even if I don't like everything, total write-off because it was only $5. Yeah, isn't it super cheap? But what's it called like that? Wasn't Forever 21 and H&M? They were like that too. And then everyone was like, fast fashion, you're killing the environment now. And then everybody just started waiting outside of Louis Vuitton all of a sudden. I said, how did we get here? You know that? We went from criticizing fast fashion to waiting outside of Louis Vuitton for 4 summers in a row. 2 summers. It's annoying on down days where it's a big move. Yeah, because nothing happens. You just get all of the bad news at once. You dip down and works its way up, and then you're just stuck. It's like nothing happened. So now, like, you're still, like, kind of holding. It's like lose one turn. Then we have to wait till tomorrow to get a movement now. But the news, like, you know, exacted its damage and then moved on. Temu's so bad they get cease and desist from Shein. It's pretty wild. NVIDIA's kind of climbing. I mean, before you know it, it'll be up. You know, there's a lot of real estate agents on dating apps to get leads. I taught them that in 2016, dog. Telling you, bro, it's a cold world out there. I'm not going to lie to you. I've gotten leads in very weird ways, too, throughout life. You know, I've met people that I was interested in, and then I just ended up only doing a real estate deal with them. And that's it. But, yeah, 100%. And honestly, like, if you look like me, and her bio says real estate and she matched with you, she's probably looking for a lead, man. It's okay. That's fine. You should talk to her. Real estate agents are usually nice, unless they're a bad agent. Then she'll just be mean to you and be like, "You idiot! Why would you ever think that was for a lead? I'm way better than that. I don't need to go on Bumble." And then she's gonna get mad at you, and then you just blew it. So don't listen to me. Yeah, real estate agents. Not all. It's like they're invited. They're not as savage. I think the most savage was like during COVID when people were like, "Can we door knock?" And I was like, "It's not, they made it illegal. We were not allowed to door knock." That was like, "Hey, I know you stuck inside, but sell this house right now." And I was like, "Nah." So I didn't get the door knock. But then in 2020, everyone was begging you to buy their house. It was weird. They're like, "The world's ending." I hate this market teaching me not to be greedy. Yeah, I mean, there's been swings. I feel you. Like I said, anything with the hype, I mean, most of my damage has occurred through stuff that is not like rock solid, but everything else now, it's just slow. You got to kind of ride it out, but I caution you that it will speed up eventually. Don't get caught. Even today, even the last couple days, I don't know if you just, what I really want you to understand is like, just watch out for the slow boil. It may feel like nothing. It may feel small, but just watch out because this is like, it's low-key starting to be 1% at a time. What I will tell you is this. You guys know it's been almost like, I think, 4 months. It's like the longest streak since 2005 that the S&P has not had a more than 1.5% down day. There's so many real estate agents now. Yeah. Dude, they're everywhere, bro. They're everywhere. But it's always been like that. That's the weird part is like, that's what I'm saying. It's just like the stock market. You know, unfortunately, if you have less than 10 years under your belt, you're not at a disadvantage, but you're missing out on part of the context. Like, especially with human behavior, stock bubbles, again, the hot money. Like, this is how people reacted. Like, dude, my parents became real estate agents. Are you not understanding that? My mom didn't, my dad did, but like, how do you think that happened? That was during the first real estate bubble. You know, it was like everybody. So this isn't like new. You know what I'm saying? Like literally you go all the way back in time, real estate gets hot. There's going to be a lot of agents. And then there's another one. And then a boom and bust cycle. Doesn't mean they like crash, but it's always been like that. Again, even with stocks, again, the bubbles, like I said, before GameStop, there was like 3D printing, you know, there was weed stocks, there was the OG biotechs, like you had your bubbles throughout. Again, you even had options before, but it's like you see how kind of everybody rushes into it, and then, you know, you get your certain reactions. So it's kind of how I look at it. It's a wild, 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 but it's always been like this. It hasn't always been this corrupt since I've been in it, though. I mean, I think it's fair to say, I would argue, after COVID, every industry borderline got more corrupt. You tell me. You all work in different industries. We all share the stock market. Some of us do real estate. Some of us work in retail. Some of us work other professional jobs. Like, you tell me, bro. That's that, but otherwise, I just think it's kind of like a post-COVID accountability thing. But other than that, it's nothing. Just everything nothing new under the sun. SPY going up. Way more grandma used to blockbust with her real estate office. I feel you. I guess every generation has its weird corruption. I think it's just more greed corruption is what you could call it. I love it. I love how Ecclesiastes puts it, man. No matter what, there's the crookedness that crept into the world. There's something about that. Just, it hits. Intel, I got out of it today, but I haven't looked at it since, actually. We looked at it a couple times. I mean, NVIDIA's going up. Intel was a monster. Left like 20 cents on the table, but it's killing it, bro. 4% almost, 3.3. Yes, Apple down, Intel up. Kind of makes sense. What do you think about super cheap properties to rent to Section 8? It's a good strategy. I own several Section 8 properties just from back in the day. I did not start targeting them as of recently. It's not something, it's good, but it's also a nightmare. And what I'm saying is that there is an opportunity, but if you saw the TikToks, they're not as, it's not like that. So just there's a lot of it's overinflated. So it's good, but just make sure the numbers actually make sense. See what the maximum offering is, but you have to see what actually rents in those areas. But then, like I'm saying, a lot of people don't talk about the headache. Again, it's the types of tenants you deal with, property repairs. So it's good though. I mean, again, I've had some Section 8 properties where the tenants were Section 8 and then they're not. But it's good, but it also is great for guaranteed income. But then it also has its downsides. And then the issue a lot of people make is just overestimating what the government is required to pay you. And the best way, like I'm saying, does this mean that this is all a scam? No. But it does mean that the best way to verify it is to go on rental websites like Zillow, even Craigslist, and go see what the units are actually renting for in that neighborhood, because chances are the numbers will run one way and then reality hits another. That's the only issue with real estate usually, and it's a slow thing, but that's what you got to watch out for, is just one thing is said and then one thing is there. That's what happens with commercial, with rentals. All of it is like, it's just going to, you're going to have to deal with people say this is the cap rate, this is what the property's worth, but then like you actually go and comp it out and what's like real and guaranteed, it may not be that high. Mm-hmm. 1.5 years of trading and I'm red. Should I move on, Chad? Long-term only? I think you should have your long-term, and I think you should have a defined budget to trade with that is an amount that you can play with and not really think about. And if you could do that, I think you're going to have a lot of fluctuations. And if you're here at the right place at the right time, you're also going to get some nice returns as the years go by trading. Again, it's going to be very, very uncertain, but then your long-term too will kill it. But I think it's balance, and then give yourself a budget like a crackhead. That's all. It's all about the numbers. It is, but it's like reality too, though. So like just sometimes with commercial, or it's like, hey, you could get this property, the government will pay you this. You're gonna, you know what I'm saying? Like you're gonna get this for this amount of money, then you're gonna buy it, and then the government's gonna pay you $1,500 a month, and your mortgage is gonna be $1,000. You're gonna make 50%, and then you're gonna refinance 20%, and then put 20% down. You know what I'm saying? Then buy another one. Then the government's gonna pay you $2,000, and then your mortgage is only $1,800. So now, boom. But it's just like those numbers don't always, like pretty much the house. The government may not give you $1,500 just because it says that's the max. Does that mean you will receive that? And then now, too, it's also the going rent of the area. The government max may be $1,500, but the houses in that neighborhood might only be going for $900, and the estimates are all based off of a market rate of so-and-so if it increased and got filled. So that's all. You just got to verify all of that, and you'll be good. I have, but it's just auto losses, annoying, work at 6 day. I mean, I don't know. I'm assuming I'm assuming you would already know what I'd say if you've went from options to shares at all. But even then, though, if you're telling me you're working an extra day for losses 6 day, lower the amount even. Why not? Try playing with even half the amount. Now it's only half a day. And then see how you feel about it. And then maybe shares and all that, little by little, it'll go a long, long way. I'm still in rat. I'm getting murdered as well, but I have not done anything. So I've not closed out the covered call. It's the same price from when the event happened. So that's both good and bad. And I'm waiting to cover that, close it, and then average down and then go from there. But it has been a couple weeks since Wall Street Journal lied to you and told you that the bankruptcy filing was happening in a couple of weeks. So we'll see. But yeah. The speakers should be coming on 12 and 12:30, or I think 12:30 is when it starts. Shares, but I think that's it. Switch to shares if you haven't done it, but like I'm saying, balance control. But like that's been my reality with trading. Again, I've had good years, bad years, up, down. When shit really pops off, shit gets really, really good. And then at the same time, enough time of doing nothing, you get clapped on the greedy ones, you'll go down. But then, like I'm saying, my long term and putting that up there and learning that early with the trading, I've always just kept a side amount on there. It's an amount that I'm comfortable with, but at the same time, I think that's how you go about it. And you don't have to overthink it in that sense, but because a small balance, a small budget mixed with the long term, you could add a lot of stress to yourself, but enough time you're going to figure that out. And if you're playing by those rules where it's not really costing you, it's not setting you back, and you have a majority of your money working, earning, and growing, that's a win-win system right there for you. But you can't, again, if you expect a lot and rely on the trading, lean towards it, that's where it just gets a little bit more shaky. Not saying only bad comes out of that, but like I'm saying, just less stability is the reality of it. Time, man. 12 o'clock. That's it. It's finally power hour. Nvidia's on the high. 1.53 down still. And then we should be having Fed speakers in 30 minutes. So let's see. You think RUNG play could come back? Yes, but also this is the weird part with all of it. I mean, it's possible, yes, but I don't know if I could put a timeline on it anymore. I think the play's already dead. I'm still holding it just because even in the last year, there's been so many crazy developments, and it's all the same. Europe's still struggling. The energy stuff's a problem now, but now we might have to see what happens with energy once economy actually comes down. Oh, shit, maybe that's it. Honestly, great question. Now that, honestly, I mean, now that I think about it, holy shit. Bro, the next oil pop and dump is when we, that might be the next downside there. I hold them for 5 years. If it makes sense, though, again, by the end of this year, that was the one I didn't want a tax loss, so depending on it, you can. Because remember, we thought the decline in oil should have been killing us, the economy. So honestly, whenever this next oil run stops and then begins to decline, maybe that's when we start to get more into the recessionary element. But then this also just looks like 2008 at that point. Yeah, bro. It's playing out kind of the same. And I'm relating this to UNG because, like, oil is just, they're all doing the same shit. Honestly, it kind of does look like, oh, wait, maybe we're right here. We might be in the 2007s. Simply, you had the big run up from the bottom. They had their big run up for like a year, literally $22 to 74, came down 50 to $50, and then it started doing the second run up. And then by the time that second run up was dying, they were dead. Like the whole global economy. That's honestly, that's what, if we do break, I don't know, but some people are, it doesn't have to happen this year, but even coming into next year, if we run past this again and then it sells off, that next sell off will probably be the recession oil sell off we were looking for. And then we were just way too early. Won't they cap the long end YCC if it's really 08? America? I mean, we don't really do that. We do quantitative easing to control our yield curve, but we don't really have a direct mandate of yield curve control as the Japanese do. Yeah, watch out, the Fed speakers in 24 minutes, and we only have 50 minutes left in the day, 55. Moving a little bit. Bonds have recovered nicely, but like I've said almost every one of these days, when you're a little bit better now, but like a couple red candles, that cushion won't be safe, but you didn't even sell it off in the morning. Well, that's the thing, though. Honestly, though, in a weird way, though, if the, I guess Obama inherited it. Yeah, maybe. I feel like that's your tin. If Biden wins, the economy won't crash. If Biden loses, then yeah, and they hand it to the next guy, it'll get clapped for a little bit. Because otherwise, you're not, if this shit's about to run, you're not handing it off, man. So I don't know, just some political tin theory for you. The Fed dump? No, I mean, they've been doing good, though. I mean, low-key, with all this, people have been talking bank deposits and all sorts of data. You know, we were just talking about money markets, but low-key, the Fed, I mean, they've been executing QT. I mean, you know, a couple billion, or I think even like $1 trillion so far. They're narrowing it. I think the balance sheet has dropped. These guys can't control the economy, really. You can for a long time. I mean, that's everything. I mean, what is 2023? Again, you know, without bank failure that led to a bank funding program, again, without, you know, year after year crazy revisions, you know, I think things would have looked different. And then even Powell shifting tone. That's it. Powell wants the stock market down. He'll say 2 words. Powell wants the market up. He'll say another 2 words. You know, and that right there, it works for a while. That's the problem with China. China has been effectively strong-arming everybody for like 15 years, and the problem now is that they're trying to do it, but it's not working. And now all of this, you know, that where they're trying to exert control and absolute control, but now it's not producing the same effect. So in theory, you're correct, but there is a period where for a good amount of time. If you could control perception and behaviors and pull forward and pull backwards demand successfully, you know, governments have a lot of control on aggregate demand and how it plays out. The SOX option chain, why? I think I'd wait for Intel. I'm still in AMD. We got out of Intel today. I just wait for the next chip dump. Otherwise, Broadcom post earnings, NVIDIA, if it goes around 500 or not, you could either short or buy it. But then you also, ASML and SMIC now due to the Apple stuff, even Qualcomm. So it just depends. And then if you're worried, you could get maybe out of the money puts if they make sense price-wise. China can ban NVIDIA chips. They can, but they don't want to. You know? They literally they want the chips. America, we're trying to limit NVIDIA from selling them. But no, they're banning the iPhone. It's different. You see what I'm saying? You could copy an iPhone. You can't copy a highly advanced, GPU to do AI. You know what I'm saying? Without you could get a phone, that's it, get a basic chip to run it, and then boom, that's it. Now you got a case, a screen, and now you're selling it to consumers and then everybody in the government. Who's Danny Masterson? Oh, the guy from that 70s show? Someone said that in the Twitch. I was like, I don't know this Danny guy, bro. There's an indicator. The most fundamental there is that went off with yesterday's report. Have we talked about it yet? No. You brought this up yesterday just as cryptic, and I asked, and you didn't. I think you're trying to see if I could figure it out. I did not care to look yet. Again, mine is the 2-year and 10-year. And then even the China data, but, I mean, there's Euro GDP data. Ours were labor costs. That was today. Not yesterday. I think it was. Yeah, we didn't even have Europe. Are you from Europe? Is that what you're referring to? There's also GDP and then the GDI. Oh, you are referring to that Zero Hedge article. Got it. Yes. But that, I think a lot of things are blowing out like that. If you like that one, soft data versus hard data could explain that, but I don't think that is the most fundamental of all of it. But I think it's the yield curve when it's all said and done. I think right there with the GDI, GDP, I think it falls in line with everything else. The data is very flawed and very delayed, and the market and bonds will not react meaningfully or materially until that data changes. So unfortunately, I don't think the GDP in GDI, I think it paints a picture, but I don't think it's really telling us anything, leading in advance or not. I think you could see the writing on the wall, but in my mind, I think inverted yields for as long as we are, prices, how everything else is playing out, again, where the yields are at, the strength and weakness of currencies globally, that's my fundamental indicator. 2 and 10's inverted, and when it does get inverted, I mean, watch, the theory is still playing out, and it has held, and now we are what? We're 1 year, 2 months, so what, 14 months now since the yield curve fully inverted last July. Income is the most fundamental of all. But that's weird because somebody, I mean, not even weird, but somebody sent me this earlier I need to look into it more, but they're talking about the tax credits and the tax fraud. So even income, bro, I'm telling you. I even thought about it too with payrolls. I was even thinking, why are non-farms like, where did these jobs like come from, and it stays elevated. Just keep in mind, there's a lot more payrolls that were filed due to COVID and people wanting stimulus than ever before. Yeah, the ERC, yeah, people. So someone sent me an email on that. They asked me because like apparently like even then when we're talking income and all of this, there's even schemes with payrolls and income and the credits you're getting, and people are saying they're paying people and they're not, and then they end up paying one guy. It's hella complex, but in general, I think that macro data is important, but no one set of data, unfortunately, is the same. But keep watching it. It may have something, but as of now, the only thing that has not failed me has been the yield curve. That's all I'm saying. The data has gone and it's flip-flopped. It's been revised. You saw even the currencies died and went back up. The only thing that has remained since shit got weird until today is an inverted 2-year, 10-year curve. Short-term interest rates are still higher than long-term interest rates, and that's the only thing that is not fundamentally shifted in this last 2 years or a year or 14 months now since all of the carnage started. But really, it's been 2 years now because we dropped before the beginning of the year. And then now the yield curve, it took about 7 months during 2022. So that's what I boil it down to, and we'll see. Keep watching. Okay, GDP versus GDI from the Fred. Only time they diverge is when GDI goes negative is, again, now 2020, 2008, and 2000. Do you remember, though? Do you remember the Philly Fed? So I'm not saying anything. I feel you, but I don't see it as the most fundamental one. But pretty much like it's one of those things where it doesn't mean a recession will happen, but you can't have a recession without it. So it's like the Philly Fed. I made a video on that one. The Philly Fed, there's never been a recession unless the Philly Fed prints negative 30. And that happened towards the end of last year, beginning of this year. I think it was like November, December. So any other time that happened, there was a major crisis. Just like, again, 2008, 2020, all of that. Correction to the caring headline. But that's kind of the general idea, where it's like these indicators pretty much like you won't have something bad happen without them showing that. But just because they're showing that does not mean it'll cause it. But like I'm saying, I think what we're talking about is this the most fundamental one? I don't think so, but is it important and leaning to something? I could get behind that. Cruise is days away from approval to mass produce Origin robotaxi without steering wheels. GM had a lot of different news today. You could sell treasury bonds. Yeah. You could sell them secondary after you bought them. I don't know how liquid it'll be or how long, and the price you'll get, but yeah. Are you adding more Walgreens or waiting till the end? Honestly, I'm in a beautiful position now because I wanted to stack cash, but I guess the farmer never plants if he waits for perfection. I made sure I got some dividend yields. It's good. Like, that's the thing. Everything we're doing this year, some of the names came down even after MPW, even with a divvy cut. But we've still increased our dividend by 50%, or I think 100% this year. So I think last year we got paid out like $2,000 or $3,000, but it's like we're up in that. But now here's the thing. So this is my position. Are you ready? Walgreens, I have no more money. I have no more money in the long term deposit wise. So my next deposit comes in 3 weeks. If that shit is still down, I'm buying it. That's why I'm saying I love my position now, because although I wanted to hold cash and collect my yield, I'm really thinking long term. It may go down a little bit more on some names, but again, I want to start dripping them now, get the yield. They're all around the yield of Bill or higher. But the way I'm looking at it is now, if I get cash and then all those stocks I'm talking about, if I get my deposit and they're still there, then we're ready to go. Disney or Walgreens will probably be the ones, because everything else is either break even or, again, like MPW, not going to add until they come through with a monster earnings. I like Coca-Cola too, but like I'm saying, so come around a couple weeks, we'll see where our deposit's at. We'll see where the names are at, and then we'll go from there. But for now, I like the plays we have, and then we'll see. And at least we're getting some yield. And like I'm saying, just keep that in mind if you ever want to go through your long term, see how much money you collected in dividends last year and the year before that, and hopefully you're making a nice upgrade towards it, because that's an accomplishment I'm excited about this year, because that means our fixed income is up. I need to double check. I'm pretty sure it's 100%, but I'll say 50 to be reasonable. But it's like that's exactly what I want to see, is because now we still got the portfolio. You still got our growth working. We got some names down. Still got, again, the names that are working too. But then it's like I want to increase the amount of just money automatically being deposited into that account. And that's a good, again, over the years. So if we could get it up there, I'm excited, because if I could grow it 10, 20% a year, I'll be happy with just my dividend, because eventually it starts to get good. So like pretty much at this point, the dividend is almost the amount of 2 deposits. So every year, instead of deposit, we're almost at 14 months of deposits every 12 months, if you think about it. So that's why I'm saying, thinking in the future, we run that up, get that in the long run, we will be good to go. 10 more minutes until the Fed speakers. I reinvest all the dividends. That's why I'm saying, like, that's our whole process with it. And it adds up, like, little by little, there's increases. My buy, I like it now. It's at a low. I was going to buy it the other day. I went with Pfizer instead, though, because, again, I bought some for Colt Sister, and it just keeps dropping on there. So I'll wait for another one, and I bought it earlier on the big account prior, and then it dropped even more. So you got to make up your decision with it, but I would I think it depends on your balance, but I'm not really scared of it at this price now. I just ran out of money, and I chose to go for one that I thought had more upside as well as safety. So again, why I went with Pfizer too, easy answer. Besides being what it is, it's up a decent amount on the year, down 50%. Even if you came from here on the lows of October, I mean, this is one of few names that is actually like much, much lower, and it has quality. There's other plays, though. There was like Nike. Again, you could have went for Disney, too. Disney's very tempting, but that's growth. It doesn't pay a dividend. I would have bought Disney, though. Again, Walgreens, Pfizer, those pay dividends, but if I wanted growth, I would have probably grabbed Disney. No, we do not get the dividend for Pfizer, but I like that. I think it could even go a little lower, but I'm kind of thinking this week, and even if things get bad, we might get a little damage. But if we get any sort of healthcare rotation, and then the Wells Fargo conference does good, then there you go. The yen plays, I still like them. I mean, the only thing I could consider with them would be if I really get an impetus to short the market, I would just close out of the yen plays, take the loss temporarily, go heavy short on the NASDAQ, and then look to get back into it. Otherwise, I would even be okay holding the yen for another year from now. But I don't think it'll have to take that long. I'm prepared for that. But at the same time, I think the yen, it is Frankenstein. Right movement, it's going to blow. But at the same time, with China, the East Asian currencies, they're getting hammered now. But I think it'll find its balance. But I'm very confident in that one. But the timing, that's kind of how it was. I remember now it's been like a month, I think, since the last one. But the yen's kind of like that. I know the first time we shorted it, we went down on it for a little bit. then it worked its way down. But when it hits, it hits. In the meantime, like, I wouldn't even be surprised, like, even if you don't want the big one, in the sense, like, if you haven't watched the yen over the years or even over the last couple months, it'll have one of those days where you'll get a opportunity to go break even on it just on a headline. But, like, it's a monster. That's why I'm going to be holding it. MPW, they can recover, but there's no point of giving them more money till they do. That's why it's still a good yield, 9%. I'm still, like I said, I didn't like what they did at all, but we'll see how it plays out. But I don't think it's, that's a show me story, and you really have to show me. Robinhood earnings, they better do better than DraftKings, man. Didn't Robinhood just report? Hold on, how do they have earnings today? I swear we just went over Robinhood earnings like 3 weeks ago, talking about DraftKings. Yeah, I thought they just... Oh, restoration. I'm an idiot. You meant restorate. I'm an idiot. I do that all the time, dude. Yeah. No. You're right, bro. I was like, no way. Yeah, restoration. We talked about it a little bit. I could probably get you a preview. Yeah, 5 minutes till the Fed speakers. But it's I just think the consumer stocks are shaky. It's going to be the high-end consumer, so there'll be different questions regarding it. You know what I'm saying? But again, just go look at anything consumer related. They're getting murked, especially in retail. So that's the only downside, but high-end consumer might be able to support them, or a narrative of even the higher-end consumer failing would be even worse. One package from Temu smell like chloroform. How you know what chloroform smell like, you predator? The hell? The fuck? And I don't know anybody who know what chloroform smell like. Because if you know what it smell like, you pass out. What the hell? I'm just messing with you, man. No, you're not a predator. It's a joke. It's a joke. It's okay. Damn. Someone's like, damn. He's been chloroform. But, like, you wouldn't smell it. Maybe he's on delay, but why did he bring up Temu now? Wait, did I save it? Oh, wait, which one is this? RH? I wanted to make a fancy H. Now it looks hella weird. Didn't you say what feet taste like? Yeah. Do people use feet to knock people out? Ken, does anybody have experience with said chloroform? Very good logical connection there. Like you said, cheese, blue cheese, and chloroform. Love it. So, restoration. Revenue, 790. Guidance, 765 versus 775. Adjusted gross margin, 47.6%. Adjusted SG&A, 33%. Adjusted EBITDA, $141.5 million. Adjusted EBITDA margin, 18%. Adjusted operating, 14.7 versus guidance of 14 to 14.5. So analysts are expecting more, both revenue and operating margin. Analysts are expecting higher than what the company guided at. Quarter 3 revenue, 778.6. Adjusted gross margin, 46.6. Adjusted SG&A, 30.9. Adjusted EBITDA, 152.4. Adjusted EBITDA margin, 19.5. Adjusted operating, 16.1. And EPS, 298. Full year January 24, revenue of $3.08 billion. Adjusted gross margin of 47%. Adjusted SG&A of 31.7. Adjusted EBITDA of 19.0. Adjusted operating of 15.2. And EPS of 10.74. Full year guidance, again, revenue 3.0 to 3.1, adjusted operating margin 14.5 to 15.5. Since last close, they're up 51%. Yeah, fuck that. And then S&P's up 8.3, XLY is up 14.4. Near-term options imply a 7% move. Last 4 quarters, stock drop. Last earnings, drop of 3. Then next quarter, drop of 3. Then gain of 3. Then gain of 5. Revenue has beaten 13 of the last 19 quarters. EPS has beaten 18 of the last 19 quarters. And short interest is 16%. So restoration, I don't know. I think up 50%. I just think that says it all. Have you done face pulls yet? Are you guys like behind on the chat? I feel like you're bringing up stuff we talked about like 3 hours ago. Yeah, I've done face pulls. Triple the bonds. Good. They should carry. I hope they carry over till CPI. That's all you need. One good average in and out will do the trick too. Go Fubo. I heard a lot of people talk Fubo today. Is it at $3? Wasn't it at 1? Yeah, 13%. They're killing it. I tap in all day. God bless you, 24 white boy. That's the YouTube channel, right? That'd be dope if you were really him, but I'm down with it. Raw Greens volume up 15. Docu, I haven't looked into them recently. I feel like they moved pretty decent though last time. The Fed speakers, yeah, if I could get it. Again, Fed Collins. And then it's going to be Waller and then Bostic. We don't need Bostic. He's not a voter. I haven't seen any headlines yet. Joe Biden tested negative. Where is it? Fed Collins, yeah, that 11 hours ago. She spoke yesterday too. Yeah, why is everyone spamming Fed? I don't have a headline yet, but I'm looking for the, what's it called? Which, I don't know if they're all, it sounds like they're at the same event. So I'm hoping it's easy. And then today is the 7th. Okay. Yeah, Fed Williams, Fed Collins, and the other one, Fed Waller. Or no. Fed Logan. Is this all? That's Wednesday. I'm on the wrong date. Yeah, Fed Williams, Fed Bostic, Fed Bowman. Oh, that's who it is. I was looking for Collins. That's why I messed up. So he's going to be at Bloomberg. That's why. And then Bostic will be at the Economic Outlook. And then President Logan is speaking at night. So honestly, Williams, he should be on Bloomberg. That's where he's scheduled. Or the Bloomberg, what's it called? It's the Bloomberg Markets Forum. 3:30 p.m. So it's there. I think they're in Europe. Beyond Borders. Yeah, you might have to wait. I don't see him yet. But that's where it is. So Bloomberg New Economic Forum, that's where he's scheduled on. And then President Raphael Bostic speaks on Economic Outlook. Doesn't say where. Ain't no love in the heart of the city. Bullish. Bullish is good.
There's more than 1,000 population in the U.S., so we're going to have to build capability.
No, it's not him. So we'll see. We'll get a headline, I'm sure. There will be something written, but he's supposed to be live 6 minutes ago. He is not there. May I request the old GG echo at the end of the stream today? Yo, I forgot about that. That's funny. New Era Capital seeking to hire banks for initial public offering. You got Bank of Canada headlines. Yeah, 12:36. Governor Macklem asked whether comments by Finance Minister on rate pause were appropriate. Says he's confident bank remains independent. That's funny. New Era Cap. And then what's this? Is this the Coca-Cola bottling company? They're on the low. Boot Barn. What about Boots Alliance? And then Apple, I mean, still 2.9 on the day. Let's see. We got out of Intel. Nice gain, but that still climbed a little bit. AMD. What about any of the biotechs? Okay, not bad. Netflix. Where is Netflix? Netflix, Google, and Meta. Netflix isn't bad. Google actually held that little Meta thing, but then Meta's the one that died out of nowhere. That one was just weird. X-ray low. Is E-Trade going to work after the Morgan Stanley merger? I think they said it'll be down, and my shit never went down. So I hope so. Otherwise, bro, that's it. I'm out. Was down all weekend. Did I change the title of the video to Theta Thursday? I did last night. I made this title at around 8 p.m. on Wednesday night when I set the stream up. Before I lay my head, I think about the chat. I'm like, do I have the stream up? And then I get it going. Where is this guy, bro? Derm. Where's the volume still low today? Bro, these last 2 days, I know it's a holiday weekend. Actually, volume isn't bad. I mean, it's going to be low like the day before, like the Friday. Still kind of holiday, but even yesterday's volume kicked up a little bit. My goodness. Bought Nike, Pfizer, Disney, Walgreens today for the long term. I like it. I think, honestly, you got nice. They're all going to pay dividends once Disney does, but still got a little growth there. I like it. Amen. Split them up. JP Morgan is exploring blockchain-based deposit tokens for payment settlements. What the hell? That's from Bloomberg. I think it's a little old. JP Morgan kind of reacted to it, but even the crypto names, they didn't really move. I'm seeing that come out. It says Bloomberg News as the source. A firm for the long term, I'm not really a fan of. I just don't even, again, with higher interest rates, that's how they fund that business model. I'm not really a believer in a firm. I don't like the buy now, pay later. Maybe grab Square or PayPal, you know, somebody who has like some of that exposure, but I don't really see them as like a long-term changing corporation. Today did go slow, but like the day's almost done. I think that's kind of wild. If you really think about it, I can't believe it's over, but like the market movement was slow. We had a lot of shock and awe. The market moved very slow and it climbed up, but like it didn't. I feel like it moved by fast because every drop, you were on the edge of your seat as you were waiting for the Apple and all this other stuff to develop. Man, even your boy Disney off the bottom. I appreciate you. Palantir, I like it when I bought it on IPO. I mean, I would have held it if I wasn't doing the taxes at that time, but at the same time, though, too, it's like they have the AI hype and all of that. I think they'll be around, but, like, quite frankly, I just don't know about Palantir. I've walked by them. I've walked by their office in Palo Alto, and I've heard a lot, and I know they're working on certain things, but, you know, I think that one's going to be kind of one of those, you got to, like, really, really believe in it and know about it, but it's going to be one in 5-10 years. It's either going to explode and do great or explode in the negative way. Bloomberg is awaiting Fed interview. Oh, they are. Here it is. I was like, dude, I knew I wasn't tripping. I was like, here it is.
As well. All right, let's go over now to the Bloomberg Market Forum, where
Michael
McKee has
Follow
sat
me on
down
Instagram
with
at the Trading Fraternity.
John Williams for their
I'm going to be right back as this starts.
Conversation.
We only have 18 minutes on the day.
So those of you who practiced this before the Tom Keene panel can do it again. You take out your phones and you got the ability to answer the question. The question we're posing here is the Fed done? Should they raise by 25 basis points? Should they still raise by 50 basis points? Should they hold, or should they cut rates? And I'm sure everybody will have an opinion on that. And while we wait for that to tally, I'll start my first question to John and ask you, what makes a good sneaker?
Well, you know, I think it depends on your mood.
Man, I was just grabbing I came back on this, man.
What
do you mean?
That day and
that's the first question okay, I need to
Some days I feel like, you know, more colorful, flamboyant sneakers, and some days you feel like, you know, the more traditional dress sneakers. So, you know, it's part of dress for your day. That's part of a policy we have at the New York Fed. You decide what fits with the work you're doing that day, and that's how I view it.
Taylor Heineke, who was a quarterback for the Washington Redskins last year, now with the Falcons, apparently he bought a new pair of Jordans every time they won. Do you go out and buy a new pair of sneakers every time you raise rates?
No, I do not. I don't think my wife would approve, given the space we have in our closet. No, I don't do that. And I let them. I wear them a lot, so I wait till they wear out and look for what's next.
All right, we've got our poll results in now. 35% think that you should raise rates, but 45% think it's time to hold. This is the everything, everywhere, all at once question about the Fed. So let me pose it to you now. We'll start off right off the top. September 20th, which of those choices would you favor?
Well, first of all, it's not the FOMC meeting yet. We still get more data between now and then. And we, as I always tell my economics team at the bank, we get a lot more of the analysis and research and, kind of the forecast coming together. So there's a lot more information and thinking that before this meeting, of course, before, future meetings. But here's how I see things now. We're obviously always focused on our dual mandate, maximum employment and price stability. Inflation is far too high. But that said, inflation is moving in the right direction. We're seeing the imbalances in the labor market, which were really quite pronounced last year. They've been closing. Job openings have been coming down. The quit rates coming down. The hiring rate in the markets coming down. So we're seeing movement in the right direction of bringing supply and demand back into balance. Seeing inflation come back towards our 2% long-run goal, and we've done a lot. I think everyone knows, here in this room, we've raised rates significantly over the last year and a half or so, and we've gotten into a restrictive stance. So my answer to the question is right now, I think we've gotten monetary policy in a very good place in terms of we have a restrictive stance of policy. It is having the desired effects of bringing demand and supply more into balance. We're seeing inflation move in the right direction, but we'll have to watch going forward. We'll have to keep watching the data, carefully analyzing all of that, and really asking ourselves the question, is this sufficiently restrictive? Do we need to maybe raise rates again to make sure that we're keeping that steady progress in terms of getting imbalances, shrink imbalances in the labor market and bring inflation back down. So right now, I think, things are moving in the right direction. We've got policy in a good place, but we're going to need to continue to be data dependent, watch the developments and assess what we need to do.
How do you know you're restrictive? What metric do you use?
Let's see, how long did it take to get to R-star? Okay, so I think there's no right answer to that question. I think, the way I think about it is really in terms of real interest rates. That's the Fed funds rate, or more broadly, Treasury yields relative to expected inflation. So, depending on how you measure it, you look at it. Real rates are, well above zero, moving, somewhere between 1% and 2%, and that seems to be above typical estimates of the long-run neutral real interest rate. And I think the other way you see it is a little bit of in what we're seeing in the economy, right? So we are seeing demand in the labor market come down according to a lot of different measures. We are seeing other kind of signs that the economy is moving, imbalances in the economy are coming down. So I think the two things, one is kind of like where's R versus R star? That's one way to think of it. But the other is what are we seeing happening in the economy? Now there's a second test. There's kind of are we restrictive? And the second is, are we sufficiently restrictive to really make sure that we're bringing inflation sustainably down to 2% and getting the job done? So, I think it's pretty clear we're restrictive. It's still an open question as we go forward. Have we got sufficiently restrictive to achieve that?
We'll get to R-star when we get to, Tom called it the eco-babble part of our conversation here. But first, you have raised rates 11 times. You've gone up to 5.5% at top range, but unemployment remains extraordinarily low, and we are seeing signs of the economy accelerating now. So do you really think you're sufficiently restrictive?
Well, I think, first of all, the unemployment rate has been relatively steady over the last year or so. It's fluctuated between 3.4 and 3.8%.
He's saying the same thing. He's being neutral, but market likes being reassured
we're not moving
that there's no rate hike
to more
in 2 weeks.
And unemployment even lower.
It's decent for now, but nothing's really changing off
clear
this.
signs of unemployment moving, significantly up. But I do think it's a unique time, right? Because if you look at the unemployment rate,
remember,
it seems
he's
to
the
kind
vice
of get
president,
to
or he's like
a
number
minimum
two, pretty
value of
much.
around
President of the New York
3.4%, kind of get there.
But
But then these other
AKA
indicators have been
big role.
shifting. So I think what we've seen in the labor market is demand exceeds supply. It's not showing up as much in the unemployment rate continuing to go down, but it's showing up in these other things like job vacancies, quit rates, things like that. So to me, the things I'm focused on is really how are we seeing the demand indicators, supply indicators move together. I would expect the unemployment rate to edge up over the next year somewhat. But again, I see positive signs in the sense that the indicators of demand and supply are moving in the right direction. The unemployment rate hasn't moved as much. In terms of demand re-accelerating, I think we have to be careful not to overreact to, kind of shorter term developments and kind of look at the bigger picture. But it's definitely one of the risks I see out there. GDP growth in the first half was around 2%. The latest readings on consumer spending have been strong. So that is one of those question marks when I said, are we sufficiently
SPY might go green.
Are
what
we
the hell?
Do we have
You're only down a quarter.
Policy where
10
it
minutes
needs to
left.
be to make sure that we bring inflation down to 2%, to make sure that we get the imbalances, wring out the imbalances, if you will. I mean, if demand stays very strong or stronger than expected, that would be one of the factors that goes into my thinking on that.
There is a group of people who think that there was a temporary bump this summer in the economy. So I have to ask, did you see a Taylor Swift effect in consumer spending?
Well, there's definitely a Taylor Swift effect on consumer spending because people have been spending on the concerts, on the hotels, and everything. It's been a huge phenomenon. But, demand has been strong, and it's been strong. A bit of that rotation we were talking about a year ago, we're seeing that happen from goods over to services. People are traveling more, they're going to restaurants, they're going to shows. That's healthy. So we are seeing very strong demand in those areas. I guess the question is, how much of that is driven by a lot of the fiscal stimulus we saw in the past, the excess savings that people have accumulated from that period? How much of that is people finally able to go out and travel, finally to feeling comfortable going in kind of packed rooms and things? So is that going to, or is that something that perhaps will last longer? So it's an open question. I think there are reasons to think that consumer spending won't stay as strong as we've been seeing. Saving rate is obviously coming down. The excess savings that we saw accumulated seems to be spending down. And there's there are always the lagged effects of monetary policy. We've raised rates a lot. It is more expensive to borrow to buy a car or a house, and those effects, of course, I think will get kind of more stronger over time.
Can't have an economist without two hands, so the two-handed argument about what's happening now is that the economy may be accelerating. Third quarter may be very strong, but then that sets a very high starting point for the fourth quarter, and we could see contraction because you can't keep it up.
Well, again, I think you have to look through the medium term, and I do look at the labor market as well. I mean, we are seeing, I would say, slowing in the labor market, in the hiring rate, and I think that's probably given us perhaps a little bit, maybe a cleaner read of what's going on. But, have to watch the data, understand, why is the demand continued to be strong. Q3 does look to be strong so far, and again, it's just part of being data dependent.
That's interesting he's saying
now,
that
I go
after
back
the
to,
Facebook yesterday.
if you ask me, what am I most focused on? Most focus, for sure, is inflation. I mean, that, we talked a lot about what's GDP, what's the, labor market looking like, but, we got to get inflation down from currently, PC inflation's about a little over 3%, core inflation's above 4%. We really need to make sure that we get inflation sustainably down to 2%.
One of the questions about that is what happens with this supply-demand imbalance, particularly in the labor market. And a fundamental question that's been asked of economists and central bankers is, do wages lead inflation, or does inflation lead wages? And what would be a sustainable level of wage growth to bring inflation down to where you want it to be?
Yeah, I think there is an answer to the question, and kind of, you asked me 3 years from now, what do I think wage growth consistent with 2% inflation is? Well, then I have a kind of a traditional view on that. It's going to be 2% inflation plus whatever productivity growth is. So you're thinking wage
coming
growth
down again now
maybe
too, even the
3.25%, 3.5% or something
about
like
to be
that.
final five in a
right
minute.
now, I think there's just still a lot of dynamics going on in wages and prices coming out of the pandemic. We saw huge increases in prices of goods. We saw huge dislocations in the economy. We saw wage growth accelerate dramatically, and now it's starting to slow. So right now I'm looking at wage growth not as like I need to see this number on the screen, but more that seeing signs that the labor market is cooling somewhat, wage growth is slowing and moving towards something that's more sustainable. So that's how I think of it. It's kind of more the how do all the pieces of the puzzle fit together in terms of moving towards our ultimate goal. Right now, I think the wage growth has slowed, kind of as a sign that we're moving towards that.
Well, the other side of the question, Chairman Powell about a year ago warned that there would be pain in bringing down inflation to target, but unemployment is, as you mentioned, 3.8%. The employment cost index for the second quarter showed wage growth at 4.6% above inflation. You're not making the masochists happy. I mean, where is the pain?
Well, I think, again, one of the things that's harder to assess is my own view is one of the reasons we've had very strong wage growth, very strong inflation was that demand over the last year or two has really exceeded supply. And some of that has shown up in high employment.
Some highs, though.
High
N-phase
GDP.
was off the low, so some things are bouncing too. Kind of balanced for now.
Waits
Still
to get
the
things, or things not being able to buy things. Companies that can't, meet the customer demand. So as we've seen demand come down towards supply, and as we've seen supply improve, which I think is an important dynamic right now, what we're seeing is, inventories kind of move back towards more normal levels. Supply chain bottlenecks recede. So a lot of those dynamics kind of reverse, which is a positive, both in terms of the economy's growth. It's also a positive in terms of costs and inflation. So from this question about, well, how high does unemployment need to get to bring down inflation? I think first and foremost, we have to think about how we got the high inflation. And I think a lot of that was related to supply chain bottlenecks, global shutdowns of economies reopening them, very strong fiscal and monetary stimulus to boost demand. Now, as we reverse all of those things, a lot of those things will also, we're seeing that reverse in terms of the inflation data. I guess the way I would summarize this isn't kind of the traditional inflation cycle where you think about like a sacrifice ratio. To bring inflation down 2% or a percentage point, you need so much unemployment.
Be careful. I don't know if you hear me.
In the end of the day,
I'm going to have to mute this in a little bit. We got to land the plane. So when I say earmuffs, the new guy's going to come in, and I don't want your ears to bleed.
I think that shows up in
so
kind
mute
of
your speakers when you hear me say earmuffs.
There is still the open question, and I don't have the answer.
I'll turn them down a little bit. Again, when I say earmuffs, in like 20 seconds, you might want to mute, okay? It's going to get very loud. I don't want anybody caught off guard.
My forecast would be, yes, we're going to see the unemployment rise above, say, 4% to maybe somewhere in the low 4s, which is above my long-run view of what the kind of normal unemployment rate is. But that would be just part of that process of really making sure the wages and inflation come back to
earmuffs, Chad, earmuffs.
So we should expect September 20th, you put out a new summary of economic projections that probably your GDP forecast will go up, but your unemployment forecast will go up as well?
Well, I don't know. I can't speak for
I thought he was going to say something. I delayed it. I thought he was going to say something on the SEP. Earmuffs. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the aisles with the trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal in description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. So you make this final approach into San Diego International Airport. It's about 70 degrees, slightly sunny, a little bit cloudy out there. Kind of reminds you of the market, but they did not ban the weather in China like they did the iPhone today and yesterday. But good news is we are no longer under COVID guidelines until the election starts, so enjoy that while it lasts. Other than that, all we ask is that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in flying flying or interested in your Cold Rapid Rewards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thanks for flying with the Colt, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Oh, you don't have that much time left, sir. No. Actually, you better wrap it up again. Williams is still speaking. You should still be muted, though. Okay? I'm just saying, man, you should know. You should know, but get ready for it, Chad. Get ready. Not much time left. Wrap it up. You don't have 2 minutes. You have
read through the data and see
1 minute.
Based on the July PCE data, the underlying trend there is 2.75%. That's way down from the 5.5% we saw last year. And if you look at what's happening with shelter inflation,
go. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not going to scream at you. I'm listening. But you only have 30 seconds remaining. Finalize it, baby. Let's go. Couple of earnings after the bell. RH.
Now, I'm not saying that the job is done or we're at 2.5%, but it is showing us as some favorable kind of, if you will, tailwinds and bringing inflation down. Inflation expectations have come down, and expectations are well behaved. Inflation have really come down quite a bit as well, and we're seeing that each month with the data.
Speaking of services,
he said he expects unemployment to rise to low 4.
Talks about a lot
10,
is core services, ex-housing.
7,
but
6,
there's been a lot of criticism
5,
of that as sort of a
4,
dog's breakfast of a
3,
lot of different things that aren't related.
1.
And apparently, in the last month, we saw a rise in that indicator we saw a lot of financial services compensation.
Let's go, baby.
Is that really useful, that index?
Well, this is why.
All right, Chatadonia, you can drop your GG. I don't know. Can we do GG to listen to John Williams?
Personal consumption.
Is that weird? Can I get a GG? Let's go, baby. We did it. We made it. It don't matter if it doesn't hit the same. It doesn't hit the same. I don't think it hits the same, man. John Williams. Why you got to do me like this, John Williams? It don't hit the same. No. I'm sorry. I can't. I tried. I tried, bro. I tried. You know what I'm saying?
I think the reason it is kind of useful to look at this,
Turn this guy off. Thank you, John Williams. We made it to the bell, baby. Let's go. I need that GG. Yeah, there you go. There's the music. Let's go, baby. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. 7 hours in the books. We still got a little bit to listen to as well. It's Friday tomorrow. Good game, baby. I don't care who you are. I need a GG. You got banned, timeout, no ban. You're a baby back bitch. You're the best in the world. It don't matter. Do you have real sportsmanship? Do you have real love in your heart, or are you just a fake? Oh, just drop a GG. Prove it, baby. Prove it. Solidify it. Validate it. Good, bad, great. Yeah, I need a GG. Let's go. All the members, non-members, stream alerts, baby. I see yo. I see you too, Twitch. Everybody, look at that. You got bonds in both chats. Oh my goodness, people holding it down, contributing. Let's go, baby. Way to hold it down. Way to hold it down. That's what I'm talking about, man. Good game. That's how you play, bro. That's how you play. That's how you play, Chatadonia.
Don't believe me, just watch. Use my freedom a lot.
I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me, let's talk. Huh. All right, Chad, that's it. It's a good song. It's a really good song.
Where's Jill?
Anyways, I'm going to stick around here and listen to this. I mean, we're already here. I love you. Here, before I start speaking over him, thank you for the day. We're going to wrap it up after this. It's pretty much over. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your love. Even if you were a hater, I hope we found common ground today. If not, that's all love. We do it here for the people, so I hope you got something out of it. Even an emotion counts, baby. So I'll take it, but I love you. God bless you. See you guys on the watch list. Fill out the prayer request wall. Check out the links. Follow me on Instagram. But let's listen.
We're always looking at the bigger
sorry, I'm
picture.
Gonna listen.
And there are factors that happen that affect how the economy performs at any point in time that we have to take into account in understanding what's happening in the economy. But again, we're looking at the medium term. Monetary policy takes typically a year or two to have its full effect of the economy. So, I'm thinking about where are we going to be, next September, where are we going to be and after that, and how are we setting that policy today and in the future to best achieve those goals. Again, I think we're moving in the right direction, but we still have a way quite a ways to go.
I have to ask you about another, besides the auto industry, interest rate sensitive sector, and that's housing. Existing home sales basically are frozen at this point. So many people refinanced or took out mortgages that are extremely low at this point, and the mortgage rate's like 8%, so nobody wants to sell. Have you crippled the housing market for maybe a generation until those people die and sell their homes?
No, I don't think that's true. I mean, we've seen this kind of dynamic in the past. I mean, this isn't the first time that interest rates have been very low and then have gone up.
I mean, I'll give him like 5 to 10 minutes, and then I'm going to just listen to Uncle.
At least in our lifetimes, Mike.
I do want to listen. He's saying it sounds good for now.
But
it's
I do
borderline
think
going to be the same
part
speech.
Of that dynamic. But I would kind of take a step back. I mean, there's definitely that dynamic taking place, kind of people choosing not to sell their house because there's this, value of the existing fixed interest mortgage. But I would go back to the broader, I think, context of this is I think demand for housing is significantly stronger today than it was before the pandemic. I think that the work from home, the hybrid, the remote work, all of that has created more demand overall in our economy for housing, and that has to be met with supply, and that takes a long time to bring on. We know that housing construction, has not kept up with demand. So I think that part of the dynamic that we are seeing with the housing market, there's still a lot of demand out there. That's why rents are still high. That's why house prices are, and the market is kind of moving in that kind of still coming back now, even with the higher
he's a voting member.
So I guess my answer to your question
honestly,
is
there's going to be another voting member here in a couple of hours.
Will actually kind
we're not
of push the housing market along, given the kind of the changes we've seen. Now, clearly, interest rates are a factor in that, but I don't think that they're the only factor that are going to people's decision making.
Let's shift gears a little bit here and bring in the ecobabble, as Tom Keene said, and talk about R-star, because you obviously have done the most work of any economist I know on R-star.
R-star,
before we go into a little more depth, have you got a short explanation of what R-star is for people?
And docu.
By short, you mean 30 minutes or 45 minutes?
Probably anything less than an hour.
Okay. No, I mean, the idea of R-star is actually pretty simple.
Damn, restoration's up off of that.
Question that
restoration's
if the economy
up 4.
is kind of just going at cruise speed, growing at its potential rate, the economy is at full employment and inflation is at 2%. If everything's just moving along at that, what would the real interest rate be? And our estimates over time have changed because the factors that affect what's the equilibrium of savings and investment in the economy, those things can change for a variety of reasons. We heard one earlier about demographics. I think that is really important. There are others too. So it's basically kind of some kind of basically normal interest rate you would expect in normal times. Now, we're not in normal times right now, right? Inflation is very high. The economy is still going through a transition. So, so it's really a benchmark to think about where do you think real interest rates are likely to be headed towards, real, inflation-adjusted interest rates. So it's a nice benchmark to think of it that way. But of course, it doesn't tell you today what an interest rate should be or shouldn't be. It just it's kind of a benchmark.
So is it a practical application that you use on a regular basis, or is it a theoretical concept that's nice to talk about?
Well, I think it's both. I think it is useful to, when you think about, like, you go back to the Taylor rule, which is John Taylor's basic kind of insight that you can think of monetary policy as doing kind of two things. One is when leaning against the wind, when the economy is strong, interest rates tend to go up. When inflation is high, interest rates tend to go up, and vice versa. But then you go back to the Taylor rule, you got to say, but up relative to what? I mean, it's and down relative to what? And so it is a nice theoretical thing. Say, well, there's a neutral or normal position that you're in, kind of cruise control, and then there's the one that you're adjusting relative to that. Now, in terms of a practical point of view, I do, obviously, I do think it's useful. I think it's useful because it's a summary statistic. It's like the unemployment rate in a way. It's like other GDP or something. It summarizes a lot of information into one statistic. And the work we did on this, and there's a lot of other people who've done work on this, is valuable. Is just saying, okay, based on the data we're seeing, what we're seeing in inflation and interest rates and GDP growth, what seems to be kind of what that neutral rate or that neutral interest rate is, and you get different answers depending on how you do it. So I think it's a useful kind of thing as a summary statistic. It's not the only thing you look at. Obviously, it's part of the broad set of kind of indicators indicators and things we look at. But again, I find it as a way to capture some of these longer run trends in the economy that are moving slowly over time, and we should just keep our mind on them. They're like productivity, they're demographics, or factors like that are not about the today and tomorrow, but more about what's the underlying backdrop that monetary policy is operating in.
Well, it kind of leads into my next question. It's been very hard, as you're pointing out, to forecast what's going on with the economy. A lot of quirks in the data these days following the pandemic. But when you look ahead and we have the pandemic distortions behind us, what kind of economy are we going to have? Are we going to have a new normal, a new normal, the old normal? What do you see ahead?
Well, you're right. It's hard to know. I wrote a lot about the new normal after the financial crisis, so I do feel like we're getting into the new normal. I go back to these supply side factors. I mean, some people say, the Fed is focused on demand, but we think a lot about the supply side of the economy in our work. So I do think about labor force, demographics. I think about productivity, and I think about the kind of fundamental drivers of the economy, rather than the short-term cycle. So I think in many ways, the new economy, I think, is going to be similar to the pre-pandemic economy. We've seen labor force participation, surprisingly in a good way, come back in many ways, back to where it was before. It's actually quite strong for that 25 to 54-year-old group. We've seen immigration and visa flow, people coming in to work on seasonal employment through visas, that come back. So we've seen a lot of things kind of get closer to where they were before. Productivity trends don't seem to have changed yet. Always hard to know if there is that, but the data don't seem to suggest that. My view of R-star hasn't fundamentally changed from what it was before. So I think there's a lot of macro at the 30,000-foot level things that seem to be similar, but underneath that, a lot of changes in relative demand, like I said, for housing, maybe for cars, maybe for other things. A lot happening underneath the hood. I think the big question for me is, how do new technologies change this equation? We talk a lot about AI and things like that. So those are open questions. But I think that so far a lot of these kind of factors I think fundamentally drive our economy over the long term. They look to be getting back to similar to the way they were before the pandemic.
Well, we could go back to where we were before the pandemic, or we could go back even farther. I talked to, at Jackson Hole, one of your colleagues, and we were talking about, well, what if John's wrong about R-star and R-star is actually higher? This person was pointing out that in the 1990s, we had a higher R-star, we had higher interest rates, we had higher inflation, but we also had a lot higher growth.
Yeah, well, absolutely. So, when Thomas Laubach and I first started working on this a little over 20 years ago, we were really actually interested in the high growth area. For those who remember, we had the dot-com boom, we had the internet, the productivity boom of the late 90s, early 2000s, which was real. I mean, that really drove real incomes, it drove GDP growth, it drove productivity. And according to the theory that we'd studied, like all of us had studied, it would suggest that if you're in a high growth economy, you're going to have higher neutral interest rates because demand for investment is high relative to savings. Everyone's trying to invest more for this high growth economy. That pushes R-star up. We actually found it did. Our highest estimates of R-star, over the last 30, 40 years are in that period. And that's really what drove that research, is to understand, hey, we're this, tech boom, isn't this changing kind of the backdrop for monetary policy? And I think it did. And that was where we focused. After the global financial crisis, we saw the reverse happen for different reasons. So yes, the answer is, if we got another, and I hope we do, another period of very high productivity growth, strong underlying growth, that would change this equation. Haven't seen it in the data yet, but clearly that would be something that we would be, that would move R-star up. On the other factors like demographics and other kind of things, I don't think we've seen those changes yet. But again, this is something to it's an open question. We'll just keep watching the data.
Now, I can't let you go from this audience without asking about the dollar. I know what you're going to say. It's not the Fed's responsibility, but the dollar's impact on the economy is. So how do you take it into account? How do you account for what's happening when the dollar goes up and the dollar goes down?
Yeah, so if you think about any of kind of our analysis we do at the Fed, clearly we understand that we're not, yes, we don't make the policy for the U.S. dollar. We're not targeting the dollar. Absolutely not. We're focused on maximum employment and price stability. But in thinking about setting interest rates or the path of policy, that clearly affects financial conditions, affects yields, affects the fixed income markets, affects equity markets, it affects foreign exchange markets. These are the basic transmission mechanisms of monetary policy. So we think about how our actions affect financial conditions and feedback to the U.S. economy and abroad. We also think about how other changes in the global economy that affect the dollar and other things then feed back to our economy. So it's part of, if you will, our models that we use that are inherently global and understand those interactions. It's part of the dynamics of our system. So we understand that and do our best to take that into account. Again, focused on our maximum employment and price stability goals.
In Jackson Hole, you have a lot in common with the other central bankers of the world. We saw the chairman walking along with the head of the ECB and the Bank of Japan, and everybody's focused on inflation. Three of you are looking to bring inflation down. The Japanese are looking to bring it up. But how much coordination and talk is there at a place like that, or even around the world during the year, in terms of, as you say, how your policies affect other people and how their policies affect you?
Yeah. So we go and have meetings of the governors of the central banks from around the world every 2 months and discuss what's happening in our economies, what we're seeing, how those are. We think of those as spillovers and spillbacks, how the effects of our economies and our actions are affecting the others. So I think it's not monetary policy coordination. We pretty much all of us have domestic goals, inflation, employment, financial stability, but we do share a lot of information on understanding what's going on in the global economy, where the risks are, understanding kind of how our policies are affecting other countries, how their policies are affecting us, and so it's not coordination so much, but it is a really good dialogue. And I think one of the big benefits of being transparent and open around our policy actions and being very clear, including the dot plot and all of our other communication, is it helps people around the world to have at least an understanding. What's the Fed thinking? How are they going about the policy? Similarly for other central banks, and hopefully that
you guys are winging it. You guys are just waiting for the delayed data to move before you have to do anything. RH again. I didn't get the full numbers. I think I got them now. 393 versus 265 EPS. Revenue 800 million. They killed it actually. And then they exported, they said faster deliveries. There was something here. I put up Ranny. They had a phase 2 or phase 3 data. It looked like a small sample size, though. But, Chad, that's it. I'm calling it. I smell food in the background. I'm getting hungry. I told you, no caffeine, Josh. Be snacking, man. It's so bad. That's why they said Ozempic cut down the snacks. But, nah, man, caffeine, man. I'm ready to snack up, man. I'm going to eat me my salad so I get my fiber and have an easy poop. But, you should do the same. You know why? It's Friday tomorrow, baby. That's why. I can't believe it. Short weekend, or it was short week already. That's why we made it. But Chad, that is everything. Go fill out the prayer request wall. But honestly, again, like I said today, man, it don't matter. You could believe a lot of things, bro. Without love, it's worthless. So you could fill it out or not, but a genuine prayer go a long way. Pray for your boy. Pray for your brothers and sisters in the chat. You spend time with these people, but just know, either way, I'm praying for you, man. And even then, we love all of you regardless. We got to double down on that. You know what I'm saying? So even then, the baby back bitch out there, I love you. It don't matter. Like I said, man, I hope you are willing to work with me today. I'll keep working with y'all. But let's get it. Get the law term. I forgot we bought more Pfizer. But Chad, that's the day, bro. That's the day. So I love you. Read the books. Richest Man of Babylon. Proverbs New Living Translation. And the strangest secret in the world. And don't forget why we're here. And why we keep going, and why that faith, hope, and love ain't ever going out of style, baby. Why, baby? Why? For love. That's it. Love. It's worthless if it ain't love, baby. Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Oh. Woo. Hey, man, God bless you, JP. God bless the chat, everybody. Thank you again, as always, man. I love you. I hope you did good. I hope you're ready for, bro, it's almost the end of the year, man. That's it. So we got a couple more weeks, and then I was going to say one more month because then it's almost October, but you know me. But, yeah, that's it. No Biden today. He wants the rap for you instead. Yeah, if you get the rap version. I love you guys. Goodbye. I'll see you soon. Peace out.
What's up? Yeah, where's Jill? Come on. Nah, I mean it. Hey. It's 4 p.m. 4 p.m. is when I wake up, bitch. Hey. Shout out to Percy, that's me. You could just call me JP. I do not answer no questions. You could leave that to Shaki. Camilla riding with me. She'll lock you up for some weed. Say bad things about the vaccine. I'ma make sure you don't speak. Got a laptop you won't see. Hunter, I love her, but that shit was weird with his feet. I love my Congressman Trey. Shout out to Nancy, she paid. Double your gas in a day. Them must say Putin's to blame. Real politics in your face. 500 bill on the way. 500 mil to Ukraine. Every day. Javelins keeping them safe. Fuck it, just send them some planes. Tell them keep growing them grains. All of my bros and they old. None of they borders is closed. All of us got climate goals. All of us straight together, strategically releasing the ore. They said that Putin won't fold. They ain't my cabinet no more. Fuck the squad, fuck the foe. Had a 9, fuck a roll. Now we gon' pack the coal. Hunter, my dog, that's for sure. We ain't gon' fight about shit, especially not 10%. We ain't gon' fight about hoes. Me and Nance get the votes. Lobby that shit on the low. I got Congress in control. I got your student loan froze. I got your mortgages froze. I got Keystone on froze. But mention and cinema froze. I'm getting faded, I'm eating this ice cream. I don't like voters who ID. Questions from press, that's unlikely. Bring up Trump if they don't like me. They give me the Eddie, I wake up. Passing bills, that's a layup. I'm the big man, I got say so. They lock you down if I say so. Booster on booster on booster. Mandate on mandate on mandate. I just get Evie a test spray. Fuck you, Elon, I won't even say your name. Came in the office already ballin'. Silent just ain't changed my name to Stalin. Right off the screen and I'm gone with the wind. Do nothing about something till they pass a bill. Pull up in a brand new Benz truck. How about fresher than a bread truck? How I got it, how to just, yeah. How I gotta make it one car. Station on your block, took off. Mixing up my words, I'm live. So I think they mad, my fault. Talking about inflation, I caused. Dumping our oil turned me to a savage. $1 saved on a gallon. Fuck OPEC and King Salmon. And fresh, I'm tired.
Get out of here. Scram. Come on, what are you doing? Get a G, you say GG. Get out of here now, huh? Scram. You want to listen to Phil Williams? Who the fuck Phil Williams? Hi. I love this. I bought a crib, but instead of crab, but the Lamborghini cash a bench. Yeah. Yeah, I did move fast. I came with a bag. I leave the bag.
It's a call, baby.
Yeah, I love this song.
They said a crash. I kept the band, so lemon cash. I kept the cool, was move fast. I came with nothing left with the bag. You should do the math. I ain't pulling back. I'm pulling up. You pulling that. I double down, then double day. I changed the plan. I'm
come on, get out of here. Scram.
This should be your motivation.
How do you turn it off? Where's the antenna? How do I get out of here? Hey, Josh, turn this music off.
But it's different when you finally face it. Take it for complacent. Get your patience. If it reset what you
do? Command 4.
Oh,
there it is. Okay, never mind. Anyway, Chad, you have a good day, good night, good evening, good morning, okay? Seriously, you're going to do your wake up tomorrow, Friday. I want you to wake up with Friday with dignity, you know? Come on, you made it to Friday. I know, you shouldn't be like one of those people. You don't got to live for the weekend, but I'm telling you, there's nothing wrong. My daddy used to tell me, he said it's going to be a Friday. You know why Daddy would tell me that about Friday? Because Thursday's Friday Junior. Yeah. So come on, you better wake up and drive. 100, 105, 100, 110, 20. I used to drive all the time. So do it. All right. Anyways, I'll leave you on that. You have a good day. All right, you have a good one. Good morning. Now, hold on here. What are you talking? Who is the father for Friday? I'm confused. What do you mean Friday Junior? Does that mean do we have to go on Ricky Martin? Is it Ricky Martin or Maury? Is that what you call it? I understand Ricky Martin doesn't do paternity tests, but still, do you understand what I'm dealing with right here? Exactly. This make no damn sense. Does that mean, what if Thursday wanted an abortion? Exactly. What would you do? Would you allow, can you do a third Thursday abortion? No, exactly. Then how are we going to regulate it? I yield back. I reclaim my time. This is too pressing of a matter. Exactly. I yield back. No, I'm yielding back. I could offer you something in exchange. It's the best I could do for you. I'm trying to find it for you. Where did it go? Damn it. There it. I found. No, wait. Is this the one? I don't know if this is the one. Excuse me. Hold on, sir. Is this it there? I don't know if this is. I don't know if this is the one that was sent to me. No, this is not it, actually. I need to find. Let me check that one. Hold on. I forgot. We need to go over that one. This was the other one. Did I ever show you the one that Benny did? The Benny Beats? Oh, where did that go? We never got to that one. Where's Benny? Mr. Hold on. Why am I still talking like this one now? Hold on. Exactly. If you talk like that, you're gonna get stuck like that. That's what my mama would tell me. Exactly. Oh my goodness. Where is it? Loading Hold on, bro. I can't find it. Hold on. Oh, sorry. I came out of the... You stop it. Don't tell me to stop it when you're not stopping your little nonsense. What are you trying to call me a Republican demon? No, exactly. Hold on. I'm trying to get you something out here for you to take a listen to. There it is.
Just trying to make a lane.
Oh, wait. Dude, I have like 4 of these played. Yeah, bro. Nah, so that's the second time. I didn't get to listen to it all the way through, bro. That's the first time. A little bit of auto-tune. I don't know. I like auto-tune and I don't like auto-tune. We got to mess with it a little bit, but I like the echo backing. It was nice, bro. You hear the turbo diesel? I don't know if did y'all get that? I don't know if you got that. You hear that? I hope you heard it. That was the F350. This is a real F350. You hear that? Yeah. You hear it? That's a turbo diesel, sir. That's an F350. Exactly. That's not. I'm telling you. If I had it, that's my imaginary F350. I don't have one, but I want one. But that's why I feel like I learned from Uncle in rap culture, you know, because like I said, this is you guys keep asking if I'm Uncle. That's me. I'm not Uncle. I'm F350, dog. I'm working on my country album. We're looking for investors right now, too. If you're interested, you got connections. Maybe you know Michael Pence. I don't know. But all I'm saying, you know, CMT, we trying to get on board, you know. I'm saying, man, it's really, really active out here, bro. It's really, really active out here. Let's go. Whoever said carpool is faster hasn't seen the 405. You know what I'm saying? But Chad, you have a wonderful day. Uncle is very proud. He's proud of all of you too. You know what I'm saying? That's it. Oh, wait, what's that song called? Yeah, wait, what you said is called Martin Luther King. Martin Luther King. You know Miles? What if this song sucks, dude? It has a lot of views already, but what if Ray, can I play it on stream or like, you know how prone people are to like get mad about stuff. So if it's dog shit, they're going to hate me. I'll give it like, is there a clean version? It does suck? Oh, it does suck. Oh, well, damn. I was honest. I was kind of looking forward to some good music, but I'm sure I'll smile. So Josh answers or Josh 350. I don't know. I don't know what my name is. Just me, man. My name is me for me. I haven't thought of my music name. Am I allowed to make up a name? So can I not? I could do something else? I didn't think about that. I could be Josh 350, but I don't know. Would they let me? Is that there's no like trademark issues on Josh 350? I kind of like that. Country Josh, I don't know, but like I thought just Josh Answers, you know, country singer. I thought I had to just announce it as a full sentence. Anyways, I love you, Chad. God bless you. I hope you enjoyed all the fun times. I hope you're ready for more on Friday. But that is it. That's it. You even had me. I'm leaving now. Goodbye. I need to eat a salad to poop. Have a wonderful day, evening, good night, good morning. Thank you. I yield back. It's not messing up. I just didn't turn it off yet. Okay, bye.